Welcome everyone for day one of the Blitz and day four of the tournament of the Grand Chess Tour Super Rapid and Blitz Croatia 2026. And last ke 3 दिन have been crazy. Pragg is currently leading on the rapid section. We already know that, alongside a very strong player, of course, Firuza, and then there is MVL, Nodirbek, who are just a key point behind these guys, and then there is Gukesh, Vincent, who are right, just 1 point behind them as well. Basically, Farak, Gukesh, and let's say Firuza में at this point is just 2 points, just two Blitz games. But Blitz में भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है, anything is possible. So welcome everyone. बड़ा मजा आएगा आज. 9 राउंड आज होंगे. बेसिकली 9 राउंड आज होंगे, 9 राउंड कल होंगे. तो ये पिछले 3 दिन से हल्का सा डिफरेंट फॉर्मेट दैट वी विल सी. Blitz का 5+2. Generally we have 3+2 in Blitz, but 5+2 हल्का सा ज़्यादा टाइम, which I think is a good thing, because as I've mentioned before, Blitz कभी कभी बहुत ज़्यादा फास्ट हो जाता है, तो कभी कभी एक्सप्लेन करना, पोजीशन समझना can be a bit difficult. And this is why for me personally, I think Rapid is one of the best formats, and this is kind of in that territory. So how many rounds today? Yes, it's going to be 9 rounds essentially. 9 rounds आज होंगे, 9 rounds कल भी होंगे, and पहला round ही भाई गुकेश का नॉदरबेक के साथ है. Like imagine that, chat. पहला round itself he's playing with the white pieces. So basically day 1 and day 2 दोनों दिन गुकेश का पहला round नॉदरबेक के साथ होगा in the Blitz segment. अभी पहला round white से है, कल उसका black से होगा. The same applies for Pragg as well. Pragg is playing against Vincent Keimer with the white pieces today, and कल भी वो Vincent Keimer के साथ black से पहला round खेलेंगे भाई. बहुत बहुत मजा आएगा. अंशिका जी कह रही हैं, सहज भाई with it lost. I saw and he was winning also यार. वो Queen H5. Chat, you saw that? Did you see that Queen F4 and Queen H5 में जो difference था? Just one move, yeah. If Queen H5 खेल देता, he would have qualified. It was completely winning, and he had 2 minutes on the clock also. भाई सब कुछ था. So close it was. I mean, of course, regardless, it was a very, very close match, and congratulations to Bok for defeating with it in that fashion. But भाई कितना close match था भाई. मजा आया लेकिन देख के. What was the score of Gukesh versus Nodirbek in Rapid? Right, that's a tough thing to I think assess, but I think it's probably in favor of Nodirbek, if I'm not mistaken. Just based on like previous time, because मुझे वो Pragg Masters वाला याद है जहाँ पे I think Nodirbek won against Gukesh. तो समय भाई इन Nodirbek games क्यों समय भाई आपके लिए एक चैट है, कह रहे हैं कि क्यों whenever Nodirbek का गेम आता है तो आप वो एक ट्यून बजा देना, आ गया नॉडी नॉडी. Let's go. Is he reading Chess 24 India chat? Guys, I'm reading both of them at the same time. Oh ho, interesting. And chat, do you know why this is interesting? Because ये जो system है, ये actually Nodirbek खुद white से खेलता है. This G3, Bishop G2, and usually he puts the knight on F3, but I think with it कह रहा हूँ मैं, अभी विदित की बात कर रहे थे हम. Gukesh, I think he's planning to play knight G2 instead of knight F3 in this scenario. इसीलिए वो knight G1 पे रखा है उसने. But he's literally Nodirbek plays this himself. Gukesh also played it in Global Chess League. ठीक है, गुकेश ने 2 गेम्स खेले थे ग्लोबल चेस लीग में in a very similar opening. Can you guess, chat, against who? Can anyone guess against who? And can you guess what was the score in those 2 games against the same opponent, by the way? So black plays bishop e6, and now there is going to be knight takes e5. Chat, I think thoda jaldi, we'll try to switch around to cover all the all the games that are there. Chat में लोग कह रहे हैं मैग्नस भाई खेला ही नहीं था last year, so that's not possible. Vincent was not on the icon board, I think. I think Vincent was in the superstar board, if I'm not mistaken. It was actually Vishy sir. And yes, Chess 24 India के chat में everyone knows, absolutely you're right, Vishy sir. And the score was not 2-0, I think it was 1.5, if I'm not mistaken. एक match draw हुआ था उनका, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering it, but एक game जीता था वो, ये तो मुझे याद है. But and दोनों games में I think Gukesh got a relatively very good position like out of the opening as well. So I think playing it against Nodirbek, nice decision. And already he's a slightly better, I think, out of the opening. F4 भी आ चुका है, उसके बाद knight F3 makes more sense. हम कह रहे थे knight E2 पे रखना चाहिए, but knight F3 पे रखने का point after F4 makes sense, because नहीं तो F2 पे pawn ऐसे बंद जाता. So he goes Queen E2 now, black plays H6. And chat, just a disclaimer, जो भी लोग अभी हैं chat में, just a disclaimer, ये blitz है chat. Okay, and blitz में like we have very little time, so expect कि बार ऊपर नीचे जाएगा. ठीक है, that is इन दैट इट्स इम्पॉसिबल कि बार ऊपर नीचे ना जाए. मतलब 9 राउंड के ब्लिट्स होंगे, सो एक्सपेक्ट दैट, एंड बिफोर वी, लाइक बिफोर इट एक्चुअली हैपेंस. सहज भाई, आपने साहिल को क्यों नहीं? अरे भाई भाई भाई, साहिल भाई को आपने देखा नहीं भाई? आज सुबह सुबह स्ट्रीम किया था साहिल भाई ने चेस 24 इंडिया एंड चेस कॉम इंडिया पे, जो विदित एंड बोग बेंजामिन का मैच था. सो ही इज देयर एंड ही इज गोना बी हियर टुमारो, चैट. सो he will be coming back tomorrow and for the final day. उनके बिना final day कैसे हो सकता है भाई? Sahaj bhai, what was the score of Gukesh versus Nodirbek in the rapid section? Okay. Rapid section में उनका draw हुआ था भाई. आई थिंक गुकेश का एक ही मैच हुआ था, बिकॉज रैपिड में एक ही गेम होता है एंड देन ब्लिट्स में 2 होंगे. एक प्रग के गेम पे भी जाके एक बार नजर मार के आते हैं भाई. इट्स बिन अ वाइल. ओहो, व्हाट इज दिस वी हैव. मैं बहुत जल्दी खेल रहा हूँ. बिशप b5, 4 नाइट स्पेनिश, नाइट d4, बिशप c4, ही टेक्स द पॉन ऑन e5, d5 आता है, टेक्स, बिशप e2, ब्लैक प्लेस क्वीन e7, नाउ f4, ओनली मूव इन द पोजीशन, गोल्डन पॉन टच्ड, क्वीन c5, एंड नाउ लुक एट दिस मूव, b4. Beautiful idea. And essentially white is saying कि भाई take the pawn back. जो आपने e5 का pawn ऐसे sacrifice किया था, take it back and let me castle essentially. क्योंकि पहले castle करना थोड़ा मुश्किल था, क्योंकि ये queen is putting some problems, क्योंकि ये discovered check के ideas हैं position में. So this is just using as a distraction. And if you go queen b6, that's actually a mistake here. You have to take on b4. Also, it gives you rook b1 as well, which is a tempo in the position. So yes, bhai. Blitz is 1 point for win, half point for draw, 0 points for a loss. Exactly, but that's how it is in classical chess as well, no? So oh, that's a mistake, big mistake by Vincent Keimer. And now knight b5 gives Pragg a golden opportunity. Look at that blue arrow. Not winning, I would say, but very close to it. But Blitz अच्छा. तो like एक वो disclaimer था शुरुआत में कि expect the bar to go up and down. तो ऐसे चलेगा भाई. Never mind. It's Pragg. Let's go. Knight b5 played. आपको रेती ओपनिंग कैसी लगती है? अच्छी है भाई. आई थिंक ऑल ओपनिंग्स आर गुड. एनी ओपनिंग इज गुड इफ यू हैव वर्कड ऑन इट. दैट्स द पॉइंट. अगर आपने उसमें ढंग से काम किया हुआ है तो एंड यू आर कॉन्फिडेंट इन इट, यू कैन प्ले इट. सो नाइट b5 आता है भाई. नाइट b5 ये तो लग रहा है भाई प्रग विल टेक इट, बिकॉज नाइट b5 के बाद इट लुक्स लाइक देयर विल बी अ लॉट ऑफ लिक्विडेशन. लाइक टेक्स के बाद बिशप d7 भी मर जाएगा, कासल भी बहुत इजीली हो जाएगी. सो लुक्स लाइक Pragg is already has a very very big advantage. Let's go back to Gukesh versus Nodirbek to see क्या updates हुई हैं वहाँ पे भाई. b4 हुआ था, knight f3, queen bishop f3, c4 he plays, so does not take on b4, and now he goes rook fd1. Okay, he's inviting the exchange. Maybe he wants to capture back with the rook, and he does actually. He takes back with the rook, queen c6, rook d1, takes and takes back with the pawn. That was the best decision. Rook d8 आता है, and now golden opportunity again. Take the pawn on e5 and put the queen on b2, because that pawn is going to be isolated now. But really not a weakness, क्योंकि आप knight g6 से बचा सकते हो, आप queen d6 से बचा सकते हो. So not really a weakness, but it's something you can target. जैसे आपने इसको capture करके queen b2 पे ले आए, then bishop थोड़ा reroute किया e2, d2, c3, then you have this Alekhine's gun on the e5 pawn, and कुछ हो सकता है वहाँ पे. शायद भाई आपका एक बहुत ही दानिया के साथ कल देखा मैंने. डिड यू सी द गेम? वो जो आप डिड यू सी द गेम जो मैं हारा था, या डिड यू सी द गेम जो हमारा ड्रॉ हुआ था? आई थिंक वी प्लेड ट्वाइस. जो हारा था मैं, इट वाज वेरी रिसेंट, लाइक आई थिंक कोई तो टाइटल ट्यूसडे का मैच था, एंड जो ड्रॉ हुआ था वो आई थिंक 2005 की बात है भाई. सो लॉन्ग 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 टाइम अगो. सो रुक d8 के बाद लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस. आई थिंक गुकेश का टाइम देखो भाई, 1.5 मिनट ओनली. दैट्स अ बिग प्रॉब्लम फॉर द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. 1.5 मिनट का डिफरेंस इज, आई मीन 1.5 मिनट होना इस पोजीशन में इज आई थिंक अ बिट स्केरी. ओके, ही प्लेज d4, takes, and now capture back with the bishop. Taking with the rook feels natural, but it's not a good move for some reason. It feels natural though. What am I missing? I think takes के बाद कुछ bishop h3 and कुछ back rank की problems हो सकती हैं maybe. That could be a problem, but भाई थोड़ा जल्दी खेलो यार. Okay, takes bishop d4. That was the best move. इससे back rank at least आपका थोड़ा guarded है. Queen cannot give any problems on, no checks possible. Queen a4 is interesting now क्योंकि it hits the a3 pawn. And I don't think there is a way to defend it, because remember कि bishop और rook पिन हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि queen भी rook को देख रही है and rook भी ऐसे rook को देख रहा है, तो bishop पिन हो जाएगा उससे. Plays queen c4. That's also very interesting. Can we go bishop b2? Because I really want to. But I cannot do that because takes के बाद queen e4 मर जाएगा भाई, क्योंकि bishop is overloaded chat. It's attacking. Sorry, it's defending the pawn on e4 and also defending the rook on d1 as well. So it's overloaded right now. You cannot move the bishop. It's still pinned. By 40 seconds. Oof, that's by 40 seconds is way too little. Stress हो रहा है भाई. Pragg board, going back to the Pragg board very very quickly chat to see क्या क्या updates हुई हैं. Okay, king d8 के बाद एक गलती करी थी Pragg ने यहाँ पे queen e2, जिससे position, okay, he's still better, but okay, हल्का सा let's say recovery for Vincent Keimer. Short castle, a6 आता है and then bishop a4. Now he plays h5. That's a mistake, big one. Okay, by same situation देखो यहाँ पे Vincent Keimer का I think time कम है, and I think that creates more mistakes in this position. Bishop b2 played. Pragg I think is looking very comfortable. So let's go back to Gukesh bhai. Let's see वहाँ पे क्या चल रहा है, because I think this is a very very important match for the world champion. So queen e3 played with 41 seconds and 2 second का increment है यहाँ पे chat. Please remember that because last 3 दिन से हम 10 second का increment देख रहे हैं. 2 seconds is way too little. तो 41 से आप 1 साल खेल रहे हो 43 होंगे आपके. That doesn't make a big of a difference भाई. Opening कैसे prepare करें भाई, ये तो आप literally like ये तो आप YouTube कर सकते हो. It's chess base के through there are a lot of resources for that. ये आप research कर सकते हो. आप chess base पे usually करते हो ये सब चीजें, या chess.com के analysis board पे आप बहुत चीजें आप save भी कर सकते हो. That's like another way to do it. Actually I'm using it a lot. जो chess.com का analysis board होता है ना, उसको आप save कर सकते हो. Like you can create a library of like analysis and उनका वो already आपको engine like free में देते हैं. So you can actually analyze and keep those files for yourself and you can keep revising them. And another alternative is that you get a course, like and you can try to like play it on the chess.com board there. But bishop f3 played, by the way, 35 seconds. Halka sa advantage Nodirbek ko abhi. Last few moves were not the best from the world champion. That is scary, bhai. Let's see what he goes for. Does he play knight c6? That is the best move right now. Knight c6 to kick the bishop away. Bishop b2 ke baad, it's not really clear how he will break through in this position. I kind of like the idea of g5 because at least isse thoda king side pe main questions kar raha hu. Yeah, I can't really attack the king, but maybe gf ke baad I can open up the g file and that could do something. But g5 ke sath sath I think c7 or f6 ke pawn pe thoda pressure aa sakta hai queen c3 ke sath. Maybe that's why it's not working. Tough position for Nodirbek as well. Plays knight f. Oh, that's what he was analyzing. And look at that instant response by Gukesh bhai. Knight takes d4 pe queen c7 check hai. So don't worry about that. And rook takes d4 pe you can take on c7 with a check. E takes f5 bhi ek tempo hi hai. There's a very nice tactic. Rook d4, queen c7, king 8, queen takes b7 check. Sacrificing takes and ef5 and white wins the game essentially. That's a very nice tactic on the cards. Of course he sees it. He plays queen d7 and now only move for Gukesh. Bishop takes f6. I mean, you're not really getting a much better position, but it's slightly better for sure. But 26 seconds, yeah, this is where he should simplify. But I think he could go bishop f2 as well. That's more human. Definitely way more human. By the way, Pragg is completely winning now. Chat, by the way, he plays the best move, bishop f6. He's also looking very good. Pragg kickboard pe 1 second ki nazar. He's completely winning. You can see the bar just completely, going up. He has 1 minute as well. I think Pragg is definitely going to take this home. King भी d8 पे एकदम completely unsafe है. Rook c7 वगैरह आ रहा है. Rook b1 भी आ रहा है. So many moves you have. They feel very natural. I definitely think Pragg is going to take this. Let's switch back to Gukesh because Gukesh looks like he has the advantage now. Material completely equal. दोनों side पे queen rook. But white के pieces हल्के से ज़्यादा थोड़े active हैं. Black plays a5. Now let's take on a5. Ooh, mistake. b5 is a mistake, probably because of time. Maybe he's panicking. h5 played. Now he's putting the pressure. h4 Arey, that's a blunder. h4 is now a big problem. Yaar, b5 marna tha udhar. King g2, that's a blunder, bhai. That's a mistake. h3 check, and if he goes king f3, I guess. Queen d3 check is lost. That's lost, bhai. That's lost. Yep, time pressure, bhai. Time pressure was the culprit here. For sure. Time pressure is the culprit. Happens to everyone. Vincent के साथ भी यही हुआ भाई, if you think about it. But queen takes h2. अभी भी उसके पास 30 seconds आ रहे हैं, तो I think kind of looks like the game is over. Pragg का हो गया क्या? Pragg अभी भी खेल रहा है. He has an extra queen though. Oh, rook takes c. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? How is that working? That's working. I'm so glad we stayed here, bhai. This is a draw. What a find. Queen f6 check only move nahi yaar. Queen f6 खेलना था. Queen f6 जाना था. That was a draw. That was a dead draw in the position. अरे यार. अरे यार. हाथ मतलब हाथ में था draw. And also Pragg has won, so let's go. Let's go. Good win. Good start. And Firuza का क्या हुआ भाई? Firuza is still playing against MVL. He's trying to push in this rook endgame. So chat, the update is Gukesh lost against Nodirbek and Pragg won against Vincent Keimer. And Firuza, who's also a tournament leader alongside Pragg, he has to win against MVL to basically be the sole leader. नहीं तो फिर Pragg will be the only one on 13 points. Yeah, rook d7 क्या सही चाल थी, I think, Gukesh क्या. What a nice find it was, but sadly it just doesn't work. Rook takes a3 taken. Rook a1. Okay, let's play a3. King e6 आओ यहाँ पे. Only move. Okay, that's a repetition, I think. Yep, that's a repetition. So Alireza Firuza, I think, is going to draw, and that means for the first time in this entirety of the event, I believe, an Indian player is not just a leader, but a sole leader, essentially, and that's Pragg. Pragg is right now the sole leader of the Grand Chess Tour in Croatia 2026. Let's go. Let's go. Bhai, सारे matches खत्म. Just to give you a roundup of all the results. Bogdan drew against Ivan Saric. Pragg defeated Vincent Keimer. Firuza draws against MVL. Gukesh sadly lost to Nodirbek. Nodirbek played, I think, in the end game really well. Time pressure management thoda, I think, much better था उसका. And Anish draws against Jordan as well. भाई गुकेश का लेकिन एक मोमेंट आपको दिखाना चाहता हूँ चैट. Rook c7 was like one of those desperado tricks which actually worked because King c7 के बाद check here and Queen f6 check अगर आप देते हैं यहाँ पे b6 की जगह, वही सेम King d7 वो खेलता. आपके पास ओनली मूव यहाँ पर है Queen g7 check because King ऐसे भागने की कोशिश कर रहा है. तो इफ यू प्ले King d6 then you really need Queen e5 check ताकि King को वापस लेके जा सको d7 पे, and then you can play Queen g7 check. Okay, not easy to see, especially with time pressure, but still it was a cool try, I think, regardless. It was a cool try regardless. But chat, no time to waste. I think we'll have next matches incoming very, very soon. We have Anish against Pragg, and then we have MVL versus Gukesh. So France versus India का match भाई. Oh, sorry, France and Netherlands का India से match भाई. Let's go. Time for next game. I think they should begin like in just any moment. I think in Blitz में generally कुछ break होता नहीं है. तो you just keep on playing and that's it. Has Gukesh recovered now? भाई I think अभी recovery की बात मत करो यार. एक राउंड मतलब 18 राउंड है चैट. 17 rounds more to play. Let's अभी थोड़ा relax करते हैं. एक राउंड में कुछ ऐसे decide नहीं होता. तो I think better लग रहा है भाई पहले से for sure. MVL is Gukesh's toughest pairing. Really? Chat, do you agree with that? I'm not so sure. We'll see. क्या होता है भाई. Also, like MVL is one of the like he's one of the leaders in this event. I think he's on 11.5 points and he's on fourth place right now. सिर्फ आधे point का ही फर्क है with him and Nodirbek. So could be bhai. And also he's playing with the black pieces, and MVL is known to be an extremely good fast player. I mean, he's like a legend like overall. But I think कुछ players होते हैं जिनका fast chess is like their intuitive. Like, उसके लिए वो माने जाते हैं. Like he's a world blitz champion. So could be right bhai. You could be right. MVL gives no chance. Firuza and Nodi are giving. भाई देखते हैं क्या होता है. But MVL का भी draw ही हुआ भाई against Firuza, so we'll see भाई क्या होता है. Sehaj भाई is not ready to accept. भाई नहीं. भाई why would I accept that he's Indian भाई? He's not. Hello Sehaj भाई, आप डैनियल जैसे क्लासेस करो ना वैसे पढ़ाते थे, आप भी पढ़ा सकते हो ऐसे लगता है मुझे. अरे थैंक यू सो मच भाई. दैट्स सच अ मैसिव कॉम्प्लीमेंट यू जस्ट गिवन मी भाई. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर सेइंग दैट. बट वो भाई वो like that's different भाई. Like उसका क्लास अलग है. Like that player was different in that way. But thank you so much भाई. I really appreciate like what you said. That's like one of the like nicest things I've read. They are just roasting. हाँ भाई. Have you? अरे भाई. Won't you defend Gukesh today? भाई अभी defend करने वाला कुछ है नहीं ना. Blitz में कैसा defend? Blitz तो Blitz होती है यार. जैसे पॉन पॉन होता है वैसे ब्लिट्स ब्लिट्स होती है चैट। ब्लिट्स को आप ऐसे सीरियसली नहीं ले सकते, ब्लिट्स में चलता है सब। ठीक है, आई थिंक आई वुड ओनली टेक ब्लिट्स वेरी सीरियसली जब वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्स चैंपियनशिप चल रही होती है, उसके अलावा कोई भी प्लेयर ऐसे ब्लिट्स सीरियसली नहीं लेता। Ah, okay, okay. So, chat, we're just actually getting to know that the next match begins at 7 p.m. IST. So this could be, I think हर मैच के बाद एक हल्का सा ब्रेक है, तो I think we'll take a very very short break and we will be back on the other side. And welcome back, chat, for round 2. We have Anish versus Pragg incoming very, very soon, and we have MVL going against Gukesh. Chat, I think her match ke beech mein, I think the matches will go around like it's like 5+2, right? So we can assume like 15 minute ka match chalega, and then uske baad 15 minute ka around break रहेगा. तो we have decided कि like round 2 and 3 हम लोग साथ में करते हैं, फिर उसके बाद एक break लेंगे, and then 4 and 5, then 6 and 7, and then 8 and 9, and so on and so on. And that's the thing that we will follow. So उसके साथ साथ I mean questions भी मैं देख रहा हूँ chat में chess से related, so we can answer that as well. And yeah भाई, 5+3 नहीं है chat, it's 5+2. It's 5+2. मैंने 5+3 बोला क्या? Oh sorry, my bad. It's 5+2. Yes. Usually 5+3 hota hai and 3+2 hota hai. So, force of habit. But yeah. People are saying he is a world champion, but guys think if he has some weakness, then it is right to highlight at this level rather than highlighting this mistakes at the World Chess Championship. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But I think but mistake, जो weaknesses होती हैं, जो mistakes होती हैं भाई, वो एक game में आप नहीं बोल सकते. वो एक सेट होता है गेम्स का, लाइक एक टूर्नामेंट होता है, मे बी एक महीना होता है, उसके सेट में आप आप कह सकते हो कि ओके इस मोमेंट पे ये हुआ था, इस मोमेंट पे ये हुआ था. एक गेम इज नॉट लाइक अ करेक्ट मेट्रिक फॉर इट. देयर कैन बी लाइक अदर थिंग्स हैपनिंग दैट वी आर नॉट अवेयर ऑफ. कैट केबल लगाओ भाई, लगी हुई है. लेट्स गो, लेट्स गो. आज नहीं होगा हैंग भाई. ब्रो कीप Pragg board or both keep concentrating on losing game and missing the winning moment. भाई winning moment कहाँ से miss हुआ भाई? winning moment तो हमने catch किया था. जब वो winning था वो तो हमने catch किया था भाई. हाँ, जब उसने resign किया वो नहीं catch किया था. But I think winning moment, I think it's difficult to kind of follow games when it's Blitz, because the matches are happening so fast and you cannot predict a blunder. So it becomes harder to catch that. So the attention is always going to be wherever it's most tense. जहाँ पर भी थोड़ा easier लगता है वहाँ से हम लोग थोड़ा दूर जा सकते हैं. Because of course जहाँ पे tense है वहाँ पे we don't know what's going to happen. Webber playing, yes भाई. किसी को Knight F2 और Rook F2 अगर याद हो Pragg के मैच में जो अनीश के साथ कल हुआ था भाई, तो F pawn बचा के रखना पड़ेगा भाई अनीश को. That is for sure. Bro, when will we see Dubov? Bhai, GCL में you'll see Dubov. He's already there. He's basically, I think he's playing for Fire's American Gambits, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong, but he is definitely there. So वहाँ पे आपको दिखेगा भाई. Like OT भी दिखेगा भाई वो आपको. So let's go. So just info, Tamil Nadu has around 40 GMs and all of China has 55 GMs. Really? I did not know this. That's a very, very crazy fact. That's a very crazy fact. But okay, like Chennai alone like has like 30, or something like that. But मतलब Chennai के मैं अगर मैं ही जाता हूँ भाई, imagine this chat. I cannot even play Olympiad B team, C team in Chennai alone. It's so strong. I think it's the strongest city in the world overall, if I'm not mistaken, like in terms of chess. Ted, bhai, how can I improve my game? I am at 600. Bhai, khelo. Like try to play as much as possible. I think the game will reward. Like chess.com actually rewards the if you play more. उसको game reviews करो, अपनी mistakes देखो, fix your openings, and yeah, that 600 से improve करना is relatively quite easy. So yeah, how to get FIDE rating by playing a FIDE rated event. आप एक भी event खेलोगे, you play against I think a few rated opponents, you will get a rating essentially. And we have lift off D4 again by Anish Giri, and D5 के बाद we have Queen's Gambit declined, Knight F3, Knight F6, and is he going to go for G3? That's going to be Catalan. He goes Knight C3 this time, and we have Semi-Slav on the board. By Semi-Slav बहुत खतरनाक variation होती है. Okay, now, usually you go DC4 or you play H6, but this is more of a calmer variation. And now we have the Carlsbad structure, जो ऐसे white ऐसे queen side पे खेलता है, black थोड़ा king side पे try करता है, and we have H6 G5. So very fast moves happening. Preparation from both sides. Bishop G7 played, short castle, fianchetto. Maybe castle black भी कर ही सकता है. Maybe he wants to go long castle because maybe he wants to create something on the king side. That also looks kind of appealing. Like Bishop E6, Queen E7, long castle, ऐसे H5, H4. Pawn तो बचा ही हुआ है queen की वजह से. So you can play H5, H4 as well. अगर preparation है जो obviously time देख के लग रहा है, then going long would be interesting. But अब long castle करना मुश्किल होगा क्योंकि white के पास E4 है. So if you played something like Bishop E, oh, भाई फॉर अ सेकंड लाइक आई वुड बिलीव किंग एफ8 एज अ मूव या और एक सेकंड के लिए हैंग हुआ and I thought he played king f8 just to play h5 h4 but that was crazy but yeah short castle played and now it's quite calm the position. Let's go maybe something like bishop e6 feels natural. Oh, but white has a plan, Chad. The plan is bishop b1 and queen d3. That's why he played rook c1. ताकि bishop b1 में rook ऐसे खाली ना बैठ जाए. Look at this. Exactly. That's a cool idea. Right? And queen d3 of course is threatening queen h7 checkmate. So इसको बचाना बहुत जरूरी है भाई. या तो knight को ऐसे d7 f6 पे लेके आओ या rook e8 भी सही है क्योंकि king f8 का घर रहेगा एक check ही तो होगी. So not really a big worry there. Why can't white sack the knight here? You mean knight g5? Why? Because h g5 or queen g5, there's not enough momentum in the position for this to happen. And एक नजर मारते हैं भाई while queen c2 and Pragg अभी सोच रहा है. I think knight d7 is the move. एक नजर मारते हैं भाई on MVL versus Gukesh क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पे. भाई बहुत ही aggressive moves incoming from the world champion. I think ये थी position. By the way, तो कोजियो से आई है, so I'm just going to go very very quickly with the opening. h3 knight e7, c4 played, and now look at this b5 pawn sack, c takes b5 d5. भाई let's go another pawn sack and गलती हो गई भाई MVL से because okay it's very hard, it's blitz chats, blitz में ये सब चीजें चलती हैं, you can take more risks. Pawn takes b5, bishop takes b5, and now he plays c5 as well. भाई crazy, and he goes d takes e5, another kind of slight error. d4 ef6 and now gf6 and bishop h6 played by MVL. He takes on c3, bishop f8. That's a slight error as well. bc3 मारना चाहिए था उसको. Queen f8 आता है and now bc3. And now since the dust has settled, we can now talk about the position. White के पास है rook and 3 pawn. 1, 2, 3. ये यहाँ पे हमारा कोई opponent नहीं है. And black in return has bishop and a knight. You can say this bishop because that's the dark bishop. इसको activate करना जरूरी है. And एक knight आपके पास जो black के पास, जो white के पास नहीं है. That's like 6 points versus 8 points essentially. And अगर आप eval bar देखो तो it is showing 0.4, 0.5. That normally means +2 को advantage अगर 0.4, 0.5 दिखा रहा है मतलब black के पास बहुत ज़्यादा compensation है यहाँ पे. So bishop b8 would be the move in this position to get the bishop on the long diagonal to activate it, and then somehow queen g7 and some sack incoming on h3. Chat, any chances you think that Gukesh can actually win this? Does anyone think that कि यहाँ पे Gukesh के जीतने के chances है? Because attack, I mean, look at the moves, yeah, b5, d5, and then c5 as well, right? That's crazy, I think. Goes knight eg6. Okay, not the best move, but still quite decent. Bishop c6 is now only move for white. And chat, bishop c6 इसलिए खेलना है क्योंकि आप rook b8 लेके आओगे, rook तो activate हो रहा है, but आप bishop b8 नहीं खेल सकते उसके बाद. See, this is a highly technical move, difficult to play, I think, over the board. Chat is saying, really, no, bhai. I think it's possible. Bishop c6 played, by the way. MVL, of course, is super fast. Too fast he is. Bhai, you are joking me. Let's go. Okay, I know it's a blunder, but you have to appreciate. You have to appreciate this. Like, I don't care that it's not working, but come on, this is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. I know blunder है chat, I know, but एक बार हटा के देखो भाई possession. Like this is beautiful stuff. And ये देख के कोई ये नहीं कहेगा भाई कि psychologically Gukesh is not in the right place. My point. आप ऐसी चाले तब नहीं खेलते जब आपका दिमाग मतलब it means you are confident in your play, and this is very cool. सूखा rook is what he's sacrificing. Bishop 8. Bishop takes g2 is possible. Okay, he plays it. देखो भाई हो गई गलती. Rook at e1. See, chat, you are saying I'm biased, but this is what happens in Blitz. It's I think a fantastic try, this bishop takes h3, because दोनों साइड से गलतियां होंगी भाई क्योंकि Blitz है. Blitz में आप ऐसे रिस्क ले सकते हो, and because Gukesh ये रिस्क ले रहा है Blitz में, that's an incredible sign, I think, that he's in a good place overall. भाई दिस इज ब्यूटीफुल. बिशप आपको थोड़ा भी टाइम होगा ना ये गेम खत्म होने का, थोड़ा यू विल डू अ बिट ऑफ अ डीप डाइव ऑन व्हाई बिशप h3 इज सो ब्यूटीफुल. आई एम आल्सो क्यूरियस कि भाई लाइंस कैसे आ रही हैं उसके बाद. बट रुक एट e1 प्लेट. बस गुकेश को थोड़ा फास्ट खेलना है आई थिंक, क्योंकि टाइम डिफरेंस अभी 1 मिनट का है. दैट्स क्वाइट अ लॉट. बट लेट्स सी. बाय द वे एक नजर अनीश वर्सेस प्रग पे भी मार के आते हैं. व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन देयर. This looks a lot calmer. या दिस इज वेरी काम। एक वो क्वीन H7 के जो थ्रेट्स थे नो लॉन्गर देयर, पोजीशन लुक्स वेरी वेरी इक्वलिश। भाई ड्रॉ ही होगा। चैट में किसी ने लिखा भी था आई थिंक, जब हम लोगों ने ब्रेक लिया था कि यू आर प्रिडिक्टिंग अ ड्रॉ। आई थिंक योर प्रिडिक्शन माइट बी राइट चैट। कैन समवन एक्सप्लेन व्हाट हैपेंड अर्ली? भाई एक बहुत क्रेजी सैक किया था गुकेश ने, एंड इट वर्कड लाइक टू एन एक्सटेंट। अभी भी वो सोच रहा है, लेकिन दिस टाइम इज द प्रॉब्लम। भाई ड्रॉ इज इट योर गेस? गॉट इट भाई, गॉट इट। आई थिंक यू आर राइट भाई। I think, by the way, Firuza also having a slightly better position against Ivan Saric. It's important for the standings because Pragg को वो चेस कर रहे हैं इस टाइम पे। Pragg और Firuza में सिर्फ आधे पॉइंट का फर्क है अभी। तो Pragg का अगर ड्रॉ होता है एंड Firuza जीत जाता है, then it's gonna be tied between Firuza and Pragg. How can we measure our yield? भाई ये तो खेल के ही होगा ना, खेल के ही समझ आएगा आपको। अगर और वैसे अगर आप chess.com की इलो देखते हो तो वो जो भी आपकी इलो है उसमें आई थिंक आप 100-200 पॉइंट्स ऐसे आप निकाल सकते हो। मे बी लाइक 300 पॉइंट्स आप ऐसे निकाल सकते हो। वो जनरली आपकी इलो होती है लाइक फीडे की। हाँ, तो बिशप डी के बाद भाई वापस जाते हैं गुकेश के मैच में। क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पे? उफ भाई, रुक D1 खेला उसने, क्वीन H6। ओह दैट वाज अ मिस्टेक। क्वीन D8 चेक, नाइट F8 एंड नाइट H4 ओनली मूव एंड फाउंड। अरे यार, सैड यार, when such play is not rewarded. It's sad, bhai. It's sad when it's not rewarded. Look at that, Bishop F3, bhai. How can we not appreciate? Like Knight F3 मर रहा है और वो ब्लंडर है चैट। Knight F3 मर रहा है अगेन। दोनों रुक सैक कर चुका है वो, उसके साथ साथ एक और बिशप भी सैक कर रहा है वो, एंड यू कैन नॉट टेक इट। मतलब इट्स जस्ट ब्यूटीफुल। इट्स आई थिंक इनक्रेडिबल प्ले। आई लव इट। लेट्स सी क्या होता है भाई। ही इज लूजिंग, यस भाई ही इज लूजिंग, बट टाइम थोड़ा इशू है। बट I you cannot be unhappy with this, bhai. Come on. You rookie 3. Let's go queen G7 check. It's too much material, I think. You know, chat, कल मैं आपको नेजमेद्दीनोव के बारे में बता रहा था। I'm sure you will remember. Rashid Nejmeddinov, the one who did that famous queen takes F6 जो sacrifice था। queen यहाँ से थी F6, कुछ तो queen F6 का कोई तो sacrifice था। I'm not sure if you will remember that. But he very famously said that, why don't we award titles in chess for beauty? For like beautiful play, because this is like incredible, like because दो रुक मर रहे हैं। ऐसी चेस टॉप लेवल पे बहुत रेयरली देखने को मिलती है भाई, एटलीस्ट दीज डेज। और चैट आप प्लीज आप ऐसे स्पैम मत कीजिए, इट ruins the experience for other people as well. By the way, bishop D8 and rook D8 taken. Nah, this is lost. 17 seconds only. Yep, this is dead lost. That bishop on A7 maybe is the culprit. कुछ कर नहीं रहा है वो यहाँ पे। Queen H4 played and now rook F8 king G7। हाँ, अटैक न्यूट्रलाइज हो गया चैट। दैट इज ट्रू, दैट इज ट्रू। बट ऐसे रिस्क लेना भाई अच्छी चीज है, बहुत अच्छी चीज है। ओके, बिशप B8, कैन वी प्ले इट? लाइक बिशप को एक्टिवेट करो भाई, ये बहुत जरूरी है। और 8 सेकंड पड़े यार, ये टाइम का प्रॉब्लम है आई थिंक। सिर्फ इफ ही हैड मोर टाइम और इफ ही मैनेज द टाइम बेटर, आई थिंक दिस अप्रोच कैन वर्क फॉर श्योर। ही इज थ्रेटनिंग क्वीन H2 चेक, दैट इज हिज प्लान। बाय द वे, प्रग का एक बार चेक कर लेते हैं वापस, व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन। ओके, वेरी वेरी काम चैट। सेम टाइम भी है, पोजीशन भी इक्वल है। Bishop E6, you can just kind of repeat here from both sides. I predict it's going to be a draw, very healthy draw. Firuza, by the way, completely winning against Ivan Saric with the black pieces. That means it's going to be a tie between Firuza and Pragg after round 2. So that is the situation. Let's go back to Gukesh bhai. क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पे? Queen H1 के बाद ये तो हम कह सकते हैं draw है, right? Okay, I think if he plays King G7, that's a polite draw offer. Yeah. Oh wow, Pragg plays on. Hang on, Pragg खेल रहा है। Pragg क्यों खेल रहा है यार यहाँ पे? Because Queen E3 is also equal, no? Like Queen E3, F3, that you cannot win that. Like King F2 के बाद मैं just pass बोलता रहूंगा और आपके पास कुछ है नहीं। But he didn't repeat. He could have repeated. Yes भाई, who's better in Blitz, Gukesh और Pragg? भाई जिसकी रेटिंग ज्यादा है essentially। और अगर आप स्ट्रेंथ की बात कर रहे हो तो भाई बहुत क्लोज हैं दोनों एक दूसरे से। सो एक जिसका दिन अच्छा है वो प्लेयर जीत जाएगा। या क्वीन टेक्स C3 भाई, अब तो ड्रॉ, ये तो अब तो एग्री कर लेंगे। क्वीन A3 के बाद तो आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते यहाँ पे। सो आई थिंक वी कैन सेफली कॉल दिस अ ड्रॉ। आई थिंक लेट्स गो बैक टू गुकेश, क्योंकि वो गेम अभी भी चल रहा है। 5 सेकंड पड़े हैं गुकेश के पास। His opponent has of course 2 rooks and I think 1 or 2 extra pawns, क्योंकि 1 pawn मेरा है यहाँ पे and आपके 3 pawns हैं यहाँ पे, so you have 2 extra pawns, but 1 pawn मैं मार सकता हूँ maybe. But just the difference is that one minute difference that I'm seeing. That's way too much here. Rook g5 check is gone by. Bishop d5 check and rook f7 is just dead loss. Yep, that is losing for the world champion. Sad by. Rook f7 and there it is. MVL wins. Let's go. MVL wins. That's a second loss for the world champion in a row. So not the best start. I think time pressure is maybe the problem. I think in the first 2 games, जैसा वो खेल रहा है, I think bishop h3, like there is no one who can convince me that it was a wrong decision. I think you have to appreciate, I think, what it was. But I think time management was very, very bad in this in the first 2 rounds. That has to be managed for sure. Let's go to Vincent versus Bogdan because वो game अभी भी चल रहा है. And we have I think slightly better position for Vincent. दोनों players seconds पे खेल रहे हैं and we have an end game. Vincent has an extra pawn. H pawn यहाँ पे black का नहीं है. He takes on a4. Rook 8 आता है. Rook c1, maybe Rook c8, Rook c7 and कुछ ऐसे f7 के pawn पे कुछ pressure. He goes Rook c7 straight. That's much better क्योंकि black का king ऐसे back rank पे फंस जाएगा. इसको knight g6 check. Very nice. And h5 is good. इसमें mating threats आ सकते हैं. Rook c4 is a clever move as well. Knight c3 played. And now h5. Bhai. Oh, wow. Did you see that, chat? That was a huge blunder by Vincent Keimer in time pressure. भाई क्योंकि रुक c3 मारना forced है and a2 के बाद ये रुक मर जाएगा and actually Bogdan can win this. Bogdan can actually win this endgame भाई. क्योंकि आपको tilt भी तो आपको fix करना है, right? Like I mean the position is equal, but in your head you were winning like a few minutes ago, so it's kind of hard to get yourself together. Let's see क्या होता है. e4 played. Knight f5. Maybe he can draw this. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, this should be holdable. Yeah, this is holdable. Maybe he can try कुछ ऐसे king को लेके आना. Like king e6. Rook a2 king. Chat में भाई लिख रहे हैं biased. भाई, am I biased or are you biased against Gukesh? Like in this sense. Because उल्टा लग रहा है भाई मुझे यहाँ पे. But we'll once the games are finished, we'll do a bit of a deep dive. We'll do a bit of a deep dive on why such moves are nice. अरे भाई आप spam मत कीजिए भाई. Crazy भाई. So king d7 played. रहज भाई आपके टूथपेस्ट में नमक है. टूथपेस्ट में नमक. We are practical not by practicality 2 गेम से डिसाइड नहीं होती है चैट. वो आप प्रैक्टिकल नहीं हो, उसको बायस ही कहा जाता है. अगर एक गेम देख के अगर किसी ने अगर आप सोचो भाई अगर आपका कोई फ्रेंड या कोई मतलब कोई चेस का मैच खेल रहा है, वो पहला राउंड हार जाता है, डज दैट मीन ही इज अ बैड प्लेयर? ऑफ कोर्स नॉट. तो अगर आप एक गेम देख के अगर आप बोल रहे हो भाई, तो प्रैक्टिकलिटी की बात है तो पूरा टूर्नामेंट होने दो ना, फिर उसके बाद उसकी बात करते हैं. एंड ब्लंडर भाई यही एक्सपेक्टेड था बिकॉज इट्स इम्पॉसिबल टू प्ले स्पेशली विद द टिल्ट, बिकॉज आपके दिमाग में आप ड्रॉ नहीं कर रहे हो, आपके दिमाग में आप अभी भी जीत रहे हो. एंड बोगडान आई थिंक इज गोना टेक दिस वन. बिग अपसेट हियर. Knight d6 played and now rook a1. Best move. Wait, no ways he played rook a2. I was thinking to myself, king f3, nice move. थोड़ा precise होना यहाँ पे जरूरी है. g4, nice move. g3, I think he can just resign now, maybe. King f2, I guess. Knight check, king f2, I think is simple. And then you just push the pawns down. And that's it. By the way, that's clever. Gaining some time by repeating the moves once. Let's go g3. Only move, by the way, in the position. Wow. And now g2. Knight h4 लाएगा I think वो, but rook e1 है मेरे पास. And knight g2 के बाद I think मैं rook e4 ही मार सकता हूँ, if I'm not mistaken. Because ये knight भी pinned था, मतलब sorry, trap था. Oh, that's a beautiful actually pattern. Chat, I'll show you this. I saw something really cool. Okay, I think he will resign now. But yeah, that is it. Bogdan takes down Vincent Keimer. Vincent Keimer also on 0 out of 2 in the Blitz segment. And also he was completely winning. So not the best start for him. But look at this pattern, chat. अगर मैं यहाँ पे rook e1 खेलता, you can go knight g2, rook takes e4, it completely blocks the knight. राइट, नाइट F4 पे नहीं जा सकता, नाइट H4 पे नहीं जा सकता. बट इफ यू प्ले किंग F5, क्योंकि मेरा प्लान है कि अगर आप रुक को ऐसे मूव करते हो तो मैं नाइट F4 ला सकता हूँ, राइट. बट किंग F3 एंड नाउ यू हैव नो चेक्स. एंड दिस इज व्हाट वी कॉल अ म्यूचुअल जुगजुआंग इन चेस, कि जिसकी चाल है उसके लिए खराब है. अगर ब्लैक की चाल होती तो ब्लैक को या तो रुक मूव करना होता या तो किंग मूव करना होता. किंग मूव करोगे तो रुक मर जाएगा. रुक अगर आप इस फाइल में रखते हो तो E1 का स्क्वायर खाली है. अगर आप इस रैंक पे रखते हो तो E1 का स्क्वायर खाली है. अगर आप इस फाइल पे रखते हो तो H4 का स्क्वायर खाली है. सेम गोज फॉर व्हाइट. व्हाइट किंग मूव करेगा तो नाइट मर रहा है. नाइट मूव करेगा तो रुक से आई कैन जस्ट कैप्चर. दिस इज व्हाट वी कॉल अ म्यूचुअल जुगजॉन. सो ब्यूटीफुल आई थिंक पैटर्न like in the end game there. So yes, I think and also bhai, let's also discuss because I'm seeing bhai Pragg Masters was in March. Tab se Gukesh is playing. Bhai Pragg Masters was, I think, like one of maybe like the event where I think he didn't play the best. Uske baad se I think he's playing like at least on a technical level it's much better. So also what I wanted to show you is this position. यहाँ पे थे हम. It was something like this. Black is playing B5, D5. See, अब let's actually turn it off. ठीक है, ऐसे देखते हैं इसको एक बार. ऐसा लग रहा है कि ब्लैक यहाँ पे मतलब इक्वालिटी के लिए खेल रहा है, या फिर ऐसा लग रहा है कि ब्लैक चैट में मैं जब बोल रहा था कि MVL इज अ क्लियर फेवरेट एंड एवरीथिंग, ऐसा लग रहा है मैच देख के. B5, D5, takes C5, right? D4, G5, takes, sacrificing the exchange. Knight F4 आता है. भाई, what a move! Like what a move in that. Like I mean, this is absolutely crazy. I think to figure this out over the board in with just 4 minutes is kind of difficult, to do. So this is what I really appreciated. Bishop takes H3 here. Bishop 8, Bishop G2, and यहाँ पे I think आपके पास options हैं. I think यहाँ पे उसने कुछ गलती करी थी रुके D1 के बाद. यहाँ पे आप Bishop F3 मार सकते हो. एंड क्वीन D8 के ओनली मूव है यहाँ पे व्हाइट के पास. बिशप D1, रुक D1 एंड ओके C4 इज काइंड ऑफ इक्वल. बट देन अगेन गुकेश जितना सैक कर रहा है पोजीशन में, लाइक प्रोबेबली डिडंट वांट टू ट्रेड क्वींस लाइक इन दिस पोजीशन. यहाँ पे आप मैक्स आप ड्रॉ कर सकते हो essentially. So he carried on to play for a win, which I think is always a good thing. Plus knight F8, knight H4 निकालना भाई in time pressure and blitz is incredibly difficult. So I think it's not bad play by Gukesh. I think it's great play by MVL. That's I think a better way to put it. At least that's my take on it. So भाई enough time हो गया, कुछ और करते हैं. We have 12 minutes until the next match. But he is not. भाई ऐसे थोड़ी होता है कि he is not ताल भी ताल कैसे बना था. ऐसे ही तो करके बना था. अरे ऐसे अगर आप रिस्क लोगे, इट हैज टू वर्क एट सम पॉइंट बिकॉज यू फाइंड द राइट बैलेंस. यू फाइंड द राइट बैलेंस कि कहाँ पे आपको रिस्क लेना है, कहाँ पे आपको टाइम ज्यादा लेना है. आई थिंक दिस इज ग्रेट प्ले फ्रॉम हिम. Sindarov cannot do anything classical, someone said. Guy just won World Cup and candidates. अरे भाई डेंजर हो रहा है थोड़ा. Tehej bhai, did you know today in Vidit event on the main screen blunder or question marks were visible on stage directly to players if they. Acha nahi, I didn't know this bhai. But if they turned around, right? That's a different thing, I guess. That's a different thing. But so bhai mat karo na piche. It could be brilliant in bullet. Why bullet may, of course bullet may also it could be good, but yeah. Ali Reza is second won every tournament. Actually, you mean he has won every second tournament, or he's second in this tournament? Because I think he's tied for the first place with Pragg here. And bhai ab Gukesh ka match hai Ivan Saric ke sath, so I think good opportunity to kind of make a comeback, after the 2 losses. And then of course Pragg plays against Jordan as well. So Pragg I think can extend. I think could potentially, because I think in the rapid as well, I think he defeated Jordan, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he did defeat him with the white pieces as well. So I think good opportunity for Pragg to make a comeback. And Ali Reza ka match hai bhai Vincent Keimer se, jo thode se tilted honge, I think similar to Gukesh in this sense, because he's also on 0 out of 2. So Ali Reza versus Vincent Keimer also we have to keep a close eye on. Let's see bhai. Said bhai, what is your prediction out of 100? ये तो भाई कोई वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप की prediction. With the current situation, like it's improving. अभी थोड़ा टाइम दो भाई. अभी नहीं बोल सकता भाई मैं. Olympiad के बाद I think I can give a very clear answer. Bro, we have like 670 people watching IPL. India is just addicted to one. भाई ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है भाई. बहुत लोग आते हैं. But of course, game is growing. But cricket तो भाई is different ना. I don't know how Sahaj bhai remains so calm, seeing so many people commenting against their own players representing India. They want Sahaj to criticize Gukesh like that is going to change it. Bhai, I would criticize. I would if I felt that it was wrong, but I didn't. I still don't. You cannot. Bishop h3, you just cannot. Right? That's just beautiful play. And नहीं काम किया तो नहीं काम किया भाई. This is the same advice I think his coach would be giving him right now. नहीं काम किया, it's okay. तूने खेला वो, that's what's important. Keep doing that. That's the most important thing. Keep playing like that because that's what's gonna get you wins against stronger opponents by taking risks. तेज भाई एक ब्लिट्स गेम खेलोगे भाई? यहाँ तो नहीं, यहाँ तो थोड़ा मुश्किल है, but in general we can. In general we can. Who has won most title Tuesdays among Gukesh, Arjun, Pragg, Nihal? I think probably Arjun. I think so. I think Arjun or Nihal ही होंगे. Because Nihal could be Arjun or Nihal, but I'm not sure exactly. But that would be my two guesses. So yeah. Chat, please don't spam. तुषार भाई कैसा लगा आपको ये मैसेज लिख के? अच्छा लगा तो अच्छी बात है भाई. इसको तो मैं टाइम आउट भी नहीं दूंगा भाई. रखो, देखो भाई, आप ही देखो इस मैसेज को. अच्छी बात है. लेट मी नो ब्रो. टू बोर्ड्स वाला करो ना नेक्स्ट राउंड. ओके श्योर, एक्चुअली वी कैन डू दैट. समय भाई, इफ वी कैन एक्चुअली स्विच टू लाइक वंस द गेम्स हैव बिगन, मे बी वी कैन कीप प्रग ऑन वन साइड एंड गुकेश ऑन द अदर. I think just to watch the games simultaneously will be cool. Dad be like, ये क्या पढ़ रहा हूँ? अच्छा अच्छा. रूहान भाई ये थोड़ा ज्यादा फनी था, बट तुषार भाई का बिल्कुल भी फनी नहीं था यार. वो थोड़ा वो तो था भाई. ओके. No, keep Ali Reza on the other side. नहीं भाई, I think Indian channel है. Of course, we have to follow the world champion and एक comeback loading है भाई कल. After the first day of Rapid, I think Gukesh का in somewhat of a comeback भी हुआ. तो भाई Indian channel है. Of course, we'll keep Gukesh's match on one side, but we'll keep switching. हम Pragg का match भी देखते रहेंगे because Pragg versus Vincent is also very important for the tournament standings. सहज भाई ये ओलंपियाड ऑर्डर कैसा है? Pragg, निहाल, अर्जुन, गुकेश. बहुत खराब है भाई, बहुत खराब है. बिकॉज गुकेश ऑन बोर्ड 4 मैं कभी जिंदगी में एक्सेप्ट नहीं करूंगा भाई. आप कैसे एक्सेप्ट कर सकते हो भाई? कितने चलो यार. अरे थैंक यू सो मच भाई. मंडे को एग्जाम है फिर भी आपकी आवाज़ सुनने. अरे अरे थैंक यू. गुड लक फॉर योर एग्जाम भाई. और पढ़ाई करो भाई एग्जाम की एंड डू वेल. लेट मी नो हाउ इट वाज. सहज भाई, व्हेन डिड यू बिकम अ जीएम? भाई आई बिकेम अ जीएम व्हेन आई वाज 16, सो इट वाज लाइक okay, I was almost 17, so it was 2012. Greece में था World Juniors. Like I remember, of course, very well. It's been a while, chat. What is happening with Vidit? Bhai, he put up an insane fight, but Bok just Arma में, just took it, essentially. थोड़ा sad हो गया भाई. थोड़ा sad हो गया, I think, Vidit के लिए. You have to feel for him because also he was winning. Like that's the part that hurts like even more because in the last round जो वो हारा, अगर वो जीत जाता भाई कम से कम like it's 10-15 lakhs easy. Like I mean वो तो खैर different चीज़ है, like money is a different thing here, but you're talking about the EWC qualifiers and the difference was his queen was on G5. Chat, go and see the game. Queen G5 पे पड़ी है. Last round ही देखना, queen F4 खेला था वो and queen H5 is -2 for black and he has 2 minutes on the clock as well. तो मतलब बहुत close. You could taste the victory, but वो हाथ से निकल गई भाई, sadly. Sehaj भाई, watching from Hamburg. अरे you're so close to me भाई, Kshitij भाई. Thank you so much for watching भाई, and glad you're enjoying and thank you for spending your weekend like this भाई. Amazing. आपको चेस किसने सिखाया भाई? I had a lot of coaches growing up. My main coach जिनकी वजह से like I, let's say, became a little stronger, like for the one who took me from the beginner level to, let's say, like an intermediate or an advanced player is his name is Gurpreet Pal Singh. He's a 2300 player and he was my coach. Like he is basically my first ever coach We are still in touch, of course. एक अपने first coach से I think you are always वो different होता है I think सबसे. So yeah, that was my first coach. Which round? This is round number 3. So we have just gone through the first 2 rounds. Basically, in 4 minutes, just 4 minutes, we'll have the next match beginning. Both of the Indian players, Pragg and Gukesh, are playing with the white pieces. Gukesh is against Ivan Saric, the Croatian number 1. And then we have Pragg going against Jordan, Jordan van Forest, who's the Dutch number 2 after Anish Giri. And दोनों के white हैं, तो भाई इसमें 2-0 possible है. सहज भाई, यू आर वेरी गुड एट इन क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग. भाई चेस में यही तो करना होता है ना. अब चेस में यही मतलब आपको हर चीज को आपको क्वेश्चन करना होता है, क्रिटिसाइज करना होता है. बट थैंक यू सो मच भाई, फॉर दैट. बट दिस इज समथिंग दैट एवरी चेस प्लेयर हैज टू डू each time. You have to criticize yourself as well all the time. Sehaj bhai, last place for Olympiad, Surbhi Gupta, Savita Shri and Vantika, those are the average rating of 3 months. Like on that, Vantika is qualifying. Let's go bhai. Let's go. I mean, I'm not sure like what's the criteria there, but I mean, congratulations for Vantika bhai. But I think all the players that you mentioned, Savita Shri, Surbhi Gupta, they're all extremely strong. So I think we're in good hands there. डू नॉट बैन भाई. अगर आप स्पैम नहीं करोगे तो आपको टाइम आउट नहीं दिया जाएगा भाई. आपने स्पैम किया होगा कुछ तो. डू यू थिंक मैग्नस इज नाउ पास्ट हिज प्राइम एज ही स्टार्टेड लूजिंग मोर ऑफ हिज गेम्स? लाइक आई थिंक अगर हम उसी वे में अगर हम सोचते हैं, जैसे कि हम एक टूर्नामेंट या एक गेम को उठा के अगर हम प्लेयर की फॉर्म डिसाइड कर रहे हैं, तो यस, ही इज पास्ट हिज प्राइम. But if we are looking at the entire like year, like or entire month or entire like couple of months, then I would say no. But when I think that's how it should be, because एक player की form I think एक tournament में आप decide कर सकते हो, but एक game में नहीं decide कर सकते आप. Yes, it is true that I think Norway chess में and उससे पहले वाला event जो Tepe Segeman जो खेले थे, that I mean in Tepe Segeman I think he had a goat comeback, especially against that जो Yaz Khan वाला match था, the Bishop versus Knight end game. That was incredible, and that's peak Magnus again. तो वहाँ पे you could see कि this is the goat playing. But yeah, अब ऐसे तो मेसी अभी अगर आप कल उठा के देखो भाई, केप वर्दे ने भी तो 2-2 एकदम एंड तक लेके गया. अब लोग बोलेंगे कि इज मेसी पास्ट हिज प्राइम. मतलब वो सही नहीं है ना भाई बोलना. यू नेवर नो अंटिल यू नो. Magnus might be in bad form, but I think he can come back. Yeah, भाई correct. I think he definitely will. वो एक खराब टूर्नामेंट के बाद like players like start to take things a lot more seriously. So I think it will happen for sure. When will the match start? In just a minute. It's 7:30 p.m. Basically every half an hour there is a match. So we'll just begin in just under a minute. Your current favorite player in this? I don't have favorites in general, but I think Firuza is like known to be an extremely fast player, extremely good fast player. I mean, he's a very good classical player as well. 2800 का player है, so so Firuza is one, and I think Pragg is having some kind of a मतलब crazy event, I would say, like especially last 5 rounds को अगर हम 5 round ही last को उठा के देखें भाई, उसने 4.5 score किया है. That is ridiculous. So you cannot not mention Pragg there. So I think Pragg also is doing quite well. Yes, भाई F1 देखते हो? नहीं भाई, not really. उसका time नहीं होता भाई, to be honest. I wish I could. It's actually quite interesting. I tried watching it, but time नहीं होता भाई उसका. So knight f3 played, d4 knight f3, and I think we have maybe a London. Oh, he plays g6. Abhi bishop f4. No on bishop f4. He goes knight bd2, trying for e4 and provoking black to play d5. Interesting approach by Pragg there. Samay bhai, agar if we can have that 2-scene wala board, where we can see Gukesh and Pragg at the same time, that would be lovely. So we can follow both games at the same time. By the way, d6 played by Jordan. Bishop d3 aata hai. Castle. Knight c6. And now we can play, I guess, c3 is one of them, rook e1 is one of them. Chat में जो normal way होता है खेलने का, वही होता है. Thank you so much, by the way, Samay bhai, OP for this. Amazing, amazing. Now we can follow both of the games at the same time. So thank you so much for that भाई. So white का जो plan जहाँ पे बता रहा था मैं आपको, होता है C3 करके आप solidify करते हो अपना structure. H3 is a nice move, Rook E1 is a nice move, A4 is another very nice move. इसके बाद आप सोचना शुरू करते हो उस पोजीशन में, because then आपने सब कुछ सेट कर दिया पूरा अपना स्ट्रक्चर. A4 ये फेंकना थोड़ा जरूरी होता है. आई थिंक अभी भी आप A4 फेंक सकते हो, टू बी ऑनेस्ट, बिकॉज ब्लैक का एक बार A4 आ गया तो A3 के बाद ये जो बिशप होता है ना, ये बिशप कुछ इस डायगोनल पे A1 के रूप पे कुछ प्रेशर डाल सकता है. दैट्स द आइडिया ऑफ A4 A3. थोड़ा पैटर्न पहले से पता होते हैं ये वाले. दैट्स व्हाई A4 इज सो नेचुरल इन दिस पोजीशन एंड दैट्स व्हाई प्रग प्लेड इट इन लाइक अ सेकंड. एंड गुकेश के गेम की बात करते हैं जो राइट साइड पे है. आई थिंक इट्स अ नाइडॉर्फ. लुक्स लाइक गुकेश इज मच अहेड ऑन द क्लॉक and black has just played knight h7. Is he planning bishop g5? Or knight g5 maybe is also possible, or he could also try to play f5. f5 to kabhi khair it's not possible right now. Goes bishop d3, that's logical. Black okay, now we know bishop g5 was the plan to eliminate the, let's say, the bad bishop of black. But ye bad bishop कहना मुझे खराब लग रहा है उधर, but maybe it's a bad bishop. And now can I go rook d1 or can I go knight d5? Not easy moves. Okay, rook f d1 is good. If you take bishop e3, I'll just capture back with the queen. Pawn से नहीं मारना भाई, फालतू में ऐसे pawn structure मतलब you shouldn't break it. Hi Nikhil, how are you doing, man? Are you the same Nikhil that played against me? e4 d6. Is that you? I think it's you, yeah. Must be you, yeah. Black plays b6. So there is a, well, maybe the plan is to go bishop b7, but that does not look very promising to me. Where is this bishop even going to go? d7? Okay, so clearly Pragg, I think, is much better now because white has more center. Pieces are much better developed as well. Sehaj bro, I started betting. मैं तो पढ़ूंगा भी नहीं भाई मैं. I'm not even reading this भाई. हर बार स्ट्रीम पे यही पूछते हो. हर बार कहाँ हुआ भाई? हर बार तो नहीं हुआ भाई. पिछले 4 दिन में तो नहीं हुआ भाई. I like that I will remember. But वो e4 d6 खेल के आपने मुझे सरप्राइज किया था भाई. You know, and उस जो आपकी प्रेप भी आ गई थी पूरी बोर्ड पे, तो वो बात मुझे भूलती नहीं है. बिकॉज व्हाइट से ऐसे टू बी कंप्लीटली आउट प्रिपेयर्ड बाय समवन इज समथिंग यू डोंट फॉरगेट या. तो ऐसे ही याद रहता है भाई. अब सॉरी भाई. Next time e4 d6 के लिए I'll be better prepared. So that's every time I see you, that's what I think about. जयेश भाई, अरे भाई 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 अब ऐसे स्पैम मत करो यार. गुक्की हारा तो भाई 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 इसीलिए होते हो आप बहन भाई, इसीलिए. By the way, not such a great news I would say for Gukesh. Have to say that this endgame feels like it feels like it's a good night or for black. Like सारे जो खराब चीजें थी black की, the bishop on e7 got traded off. Black can play d5 very easily. Chat, by the way, do you need arrows for this, or is it like should I switch, or can we just talk about the games like this, or is it fine for you? Just let me know about that, yeah. So as I was saying, like on the left side, of course, I can draw arrows and stuff, but on the right side is where I'm talking about. By the way, d takes c5, d takes c5 के बाद on the left side, white can play knight c4, knight e3, try to reroute, maybe put the knight on d5. That could be possible. Okay, he goes queen c2, very Pragg move. आराम से खेलो. बिशप e3, knight h5 आता है. queen h4 का प्लान एंड बिशप टेक्स h3 मर सकता है भाई. That looks dangerous. That looks dangerous. Switch please. Okay, we can switch. Let's quick look गुकेश के बोर्ड पे. knight f1 आया भाई. देखो eval wise he's fine, but I feel like d5 आने के बाद it should be equal. Yeah, I feel like this should be equal. Maybe this a5, a6, a7, ये जो clamp बनाया है on the queen side, maybe something can be done with this. Like you can play knight after you trade off everything, knight e3, whatever. Bishop can put some pressure here. कभी future में knight कभी c5 पे बैठ गया, या ये knight जो e3 पे कभी c5 पे बैठ गया. That could be amazing. So you could put some pressure on these pawns on the queen side. On the king side, I think only black can play. He goes knight e3, nice. Now rook takes d8 is a very strong move. Oh, by the way, chat, that is actually happening, what I was saying. So basically, rook takes d8, and iske baad, white can play the move b4, knight cd7, and at some point you can go knight a4 and knight c5 ka kuch plan aa sakta hai yahan pe. So he is putting pressure here, provided that he goes for it. Okay, he goes b4. Let's go. वही टाइम का वही सेम इशू है भाई. टाइम हमेशा आई थिंक आधा से अभी भी आधा मिनट कम है. जनरली इट्स लाइक अ मिनट. ये मैनेज करना आई थिंक इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ओके, रुक टेक्स d1. सहज भाई, विरित का क्या हुआ? विरित एक्चुअली सैडली लॉस्ट इन द फाइनल्स. लाइक एकदम आर्मा तक गया. सो बोक इज द वन आई बिलीव हु क्वालिफाइड. सो या भाई, सैड. इट वाज प्रीटी सैड आई वुड से फॉर विरित देयर. फिरोजा ब्लंडर्ड. हाँ हाँ, ये तो मुझे देख के लगा भाई कि आप ये वाला तो मैंने माना ही नहीं भाई. यू हैव टू ट्राई बेटर चैट देन दैट. बट फिरोजा की पोजीशन लगा देता हूँ फॉर अ सेकंड, just so you guys can see it. This is the position of Firoja. और भाई यार ये तो लग रहा है Vincent Keimer is gonna finish this like very quickly. E4 F4 भाई, Bishop H3 incoming, Knight G4 incoming, and E3. Wow, E3 looks very dangerous here. Golden pawn की ही प्रॉब्लम होती है हमेशा चैट. अगर ये pawn ना हो तो then the situation is very bad. By the way, Pragg has made a lot of progress. By the way, yeah, that's much better, I think, Samay bhai, to actually switch like this so we can keep on board. Thank you so much for doing that. So looks like Firouzja in some trouble, at least practically. I know 0.3 ka advantage hai, but I think black ka attack is looking very, very scary to me. And thank you so much for the super chat, Njay Kisanji. Thank you so much, bhai, for the super chat. ये 84 आपका बर्थ ईयर है क्या, या फिर कुछ और मेमोरीज हैं? बिकॉज 84 में आई थिंक लाइक वी वन द वर्ल्ड कप नो और समथिंग, बट या आई कुड बी रॉन्ग. इग्नोर दैट चैट. नाइट G2 प्लेड. F3 पे बाय द वे बिशप टेक्स F3 है. सहज भाई, विरित लॉस्ट. वी ऑलरेडी 83 था. सॉरी, माय बैड. Bye, but I'm not watching as much. Yeah, I'm not watching as much. So excuse me, chat, on that one. Gaurav bhai, nice research. Acha. Sehaj bhai, Pragg's game. Bhai, let's look at it, because look at this. Bhai, first of all, E3, can we appreciate this move? This a similar thing, yeah. I mean, maybe less risk, but still very, very cool, I think, attack incoming from the black side. Let's take a look with Pragg, because Pragg has drastically improved his position. He's now +1. Time is barabar. Black ka bishop on G7 is not doing much. The structure is kind of broken. White's rook on D5 is fantastic. The pawn on E5 is doing a great job of restricting the bishop. You can maybe double up on the D file with rook E1 next. Invite black to take on D5, and फिर उसके बाद एक question आता है कि भाई आपको CD5 मारना चाहिए या फिर rook D5 मारना चाहिए. And I'm guessing if the rook is on E1, then CD5 makes a lot of sense. And if you played rook takes D5, then I guess you are keeping the pawn on E5 intact. Oh wow. Chat, मैं अपने कोच की बात कर रहा था. एक्चुअली मेरे कोच का ही कॉल आ रहा है मुझे at this very moment. Crazy. But yeah, looks like he is doing quite well. Let's take a look with Gukesh how he is doing. H takes G4. भाई 1 मिनट का difference अभी भी है. That's the problem. Like, position is great. He has the chance. He has all the chance. I mean, in this endgame, only he is trying to play for a win, at least for now. एक डेंजर है ब्लैक व्हाइट के लिए कि ये नाइट कभी, लेट्स से, कभी किसी डिस्टेंट फ्यूचर में F4 में बैठ गया, देन दैट कैन बी वेरी डेंजरस. बट दिस नाइट इज काइंड ऑफ टाइड डाउन, बिकॉज जैसे ही ये नाइट हिलेगा यहाँ से, आई कैन गो नाइट C5 एंड आई कैन पुट प्रेशर ऑन द B7 pawn. बट टाइम इज द बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम. Time is the biggest problem. Sehaj bhai, in the coming years, do you think we'll have one best player or a different rapid blitz and classical play? I think एक best player नहीं होगा भाई, वो time चला गया I think. Because because of engines, because of AI and all of these things, I think it's very difficult for one person to dominate every format. Unless unless you're Magnus, then maybe you can. But I think हर चीज में अलग होना चाहिए. At least that's my take. Because you can do more work, right? If you treat Blitz as a separate discipline to classical, जो पहले कभी होता नहीं था ऐसा. I mean, you kind of used to think कि भाई classical में अगर आप improve करते हो तो Blitz में भी आप improve करोगे. That's usually the norm. But I think that's changing now, like to some extent. By the way, Firouzja is dead lost. Chat, this is what I was talking about. Like, you get rewarded for plays like this. देखो, here Vincent played knight h5. This was a blunder, and it's Firuza playing. And उसके बाद वो खेलता है g4, knight f4, bishop f1, bishop takes g4, and he's completely winning. How is this not similar to bishop takes h3 of Gukesh? यहाँ पर भी तो bishop sack है. So it's like एक चांस आपको लेना होता है, वो चांस आपको छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए कभी भी. Like वो जो that moment when you try to take a risk, you should never let that go, because you will also get wins like this, which is what matters. So this one worked out, I think, well for Vincent. I think he's going to take down Firuza, which I think is huge. Knight f2, this is completely winning. Queen g5, some queen h6, queen h1 could just be a checkmate. So Vincent completely winning. Let's switch back to Pragg, because Pragg की position हल्की सी equalize हुई है. This was the move जहाँ पे उसको rook h4 निकालना था, but he played knight h4, rook e5, rook h5 आता है, and he's targeting the f5 pawn, king f6, king f1, d5, all top. That's a blunder. What? Okay, that was a, yeah, that maybe because of time pressure, yeah? Maybe because of time pressure. अरे यार, rook b5 भी मर गया. Okay. Now it's kind of equal. So some compensation there, but I still think it's very difficult for Pragg to hold this, because chat, ये passed pawn है, और bishop जो है g7 का, it's controlling the passed pawn. That makes it very difficult to stop this passed pawn with 14 seconds on the clock. Like on the bar it's equal, but on the board it's not equal. Exactly. ये blunder होना मतलब inevitable था essentially. And now king e8, they should be winning. So Jordan takes down Pragg essentially. Pragg's first loss, I would say, in a very long time. His last loss was against Firuza, and that was in round 6 of the, so day 2 of the rapid, basically. Yep, this is lost. So Jordan is gonna take down Pragg. I think he has resigned now. Yep, the game is over. Let's switch back to Gukesh. That game is still on. दोनों players seconds पे खेल रहे हैं, but Gukesh is winning. Rook a1 was game over, by the way, but rook h1, okay, still is winning. f6 आएगा तो bishop f5 check is there. f5 आएगा तो bishop. Wow, Firuza won? कैसे? Okay, we'll come back to that chat. Knight b4, okay. Okay, this is completely winning, yeah? He's just a piece up now. Let's go knight f5 check and rook takes d3. Game over. Yeah, दो pawns भी आपके पास, so it's kind of easy. But how did Firuza win that? I'm genuinely curious. Firuza ही कर सकता था ये. And there it is, भाई. Gukesh का first win in the Blitz. Let's go. So he's now 1 out of 3. You know, getting back there. एक नजर मारते. By the way, Pragg का अभी भी चल रहा है. Oh ho. Interesting. Queen है आपके पास, but Pragg is still saying, भाई थोड़ा technique दिखाओ यहाँ पे. Because you have rook e5 check as a threat as well. But queen e6 is winning instantly. But I have rook f6. But then queen g8. And chat, because you played rook f6, you can't play knight f6 anymore. Queen g8, yeah. And rook h7 is mate. Nice. Very nice. Oh, that was a mistake. Queen h7 check देना था, उसको खत्म थी उधर गेम. अरे यहाँ पे बच गया Pragg फिर से. It's lost, of course, but you're hoping for some mistake in time pressure, something along those lines. But वो होगा नहीं है, I think. King g5, I guess. Yeah, he just resigns. And Pragg has lost officially. I think his first loss in Blitz. And Jordan, what a game. What a comeback actually, overall. भाई एक वो नजर मारते हैं before we take that break. एक नजर मारते हैं because I'm genuinely curious कि Firuza जीता कैसे है. भाई ये थी position, queen g5, queen e2, chat, queen h6 check we mentioned. Queen h6 check is game over. अरे यार, okay, unlucky, yeah. Okay, if you lose like that, that's unlucky. That's just unlucky. Do we think that Vincent cannot see queen h6? Of course not. By chat, look at this. Queen h6 के बाद king g3, queen h3 is mate. And if you, actually this is mate. This is an even better mate. क्योंकि यहाँ knight की mate हो रही है. And if you played king g1, then of course queen h1 is mate. And बची एक चाल knight h4, जिसके बाद queen takes h4 and pieces बराबर है and आपका king is still completely in the open. So you know this is completely lost for you. -7 है भाई. But he played knight takes g4, king g1, अब queen h5 निकालना था उसको, but he took on e3 and suddenly Firuza, took over. But why did he He lost on time, kya? I think he lost on time, chat. I mean, position is also lost, but it could have gone either way. But I think he lost on time. Knight h1 is dirty. Yeah, exactly. Knight h1 was a nice move over here. But भाई queen h6 to miss that. But the point is कि भाई chat, ऐसे attack करना, ऐसे e3, fg3, knight h5, it's I think a really good sign, especially in faster formats, because ऐसे ही आप games जीतते हो. जब अर्जुन भी तो यही करता था ना, अभी भी करता ही है खैर. But he does it more in the opening, I would say. Like he takes these risks more in the opening, but middle game में भी ऐसे risk लेना, I think it can pay off so well. Because एक game अगर आप जीतते हो ना ऐसे, तो like एक वो flow में आ जाते हो, and then you can keep doing that again and again. So and it's because of it's a blunder on paper, but like f4 के बाद white is completely winning, but hard to calculate that when you have less time on the clock. And bishop g4 also, like kind of similar to Gukesh's bishop h3 there. So yeah. So anyway chat, the standings एक बार discuss कर लेते हैं before we take our game before round 4, क्योंकि next match होगा I think 4:30, तो आपके हो 8 p.m. IST, so 4:30 European time. Ali Reza right now is leading with 14.5, and uske piche there is Nodirbek and Pragg with 13.5, and then MVL is on 12.5, and then Gukesh on 5th place is on 11 points. I think so far still in the running. If you look at the difference between, let's say, Pragg and Firouzja, it's only 1 point. So still some chance. I mean, still very good chance. I think he's in top 3. बहुत सारे rounds बचे हैं अभी भी. And for Gukesh and Firouzja, it's of course a much bigger lead. It's a 3.5 point की lead. It's still theoretically possible क्योंकि Blitz में इतने सारे round होते हैं. आप 18 round खेल रहे हो total, and I believe only 3 round हुए हैं अभी तक. So you still have 15 more rounds to play. So I think 3.5 का cushion is still within reach, more or less. So I think dono players are kind of there. I think for maybe Saric, it's kind of difficult to make a comeback because he's on 2.5 right now, and the next player is Bogdan with 9 points. Yeah, so Saric is not having a good tournament so far here. But I think for everyone else, the tournament is still more or less open. So Chad, I think with that, we'll take a very, very short break and we'll be back for round 4. And tab tak kahin jana nahi bhai, because interesting matches ahead. And welcome back everyone for round 4 of the GCT Blitz in Croatia 2026. We have Vincent playing against Gukesh, the second or का मैच फर्स्ट के साथ ऑलरेडी दैट्स गोना बी इंटरेस्टिंग दोनों के वेट विंसेंट लॉस्ट हिज लास्ट मैं अभी भी वही सोच रहा हूँ कि विंसेंट एक्चुअली डिफीटेड फिरूजा देयर सो तो थोड़ा टिल्टेड तो होगा आई थिंक विंसेंट राइट बिकॉज 0 out of 3 is can put you in that state but Gukesh did win so maybe not as much effect there so let's see what happens there and Pragg on the other hand plays against Bogdan Daniel Diach and chat अगर आपको याद हो उन्होंने बोगडान को हराया था आई बिलीव येस्टरडे जो लास्ट राउंड था या फिर जो सेकंड लास्ट राउंड था ऑफ द रैपिड सेगमेंट वो भी वाइट से ही था इट वाज सम लाइक अ 24-25 मूव गेम with that 99.6% accuracy so hoping he can kind of replicate that मजा आएगा भाई let's see what happens we'll have lift off in just 2 minutes from now and the other games are of course Anish playing against Firuza. That's a very, very important match for the tournament standings. Of course, Ali Reza leading the charge with 14.5 points. And then Anish is currently on 9.5. So he would be looking to, win this match and, try to get back to the top of the leaderboard. Then we have Saric playing against Nodirbek. And then we have Jordan playing against MVL. Maza aayega bhai. Let's see kya hota hai bhai. I think we'll start with Pragg versus Bogdan and then we'll keep switching between Vincent and Gukesh. Yeah, chat, कौन सा देखना है आपको? Which first moves do you want to catch? Is it Vincent versus Gukesh or is it Pragg versus Bogdan? Up to you, chat. I think, Vincent versus Gukesh, like second versus first में मजा तो आएगा भाई, from that sense, but then Pragg के white है. तो and वो जो गेम था पहले वाला वो भी it was crazy, like 99.6% accuracy वाला. So दोनों का एक point है, is my point. कि दोनों साइड से आप एक आर्ग्यूमेंट दे सकते हो तो मैं दोनों चैट्स पढ़ रहा हूँ ओके आई एम सीइंग Pragg ऑन द chess24 India chat a lot. I'm seeing Gukesh a lot on chess.com India. भाई ये तो डिवाइड हो गया यार ये तो आपने कंफ्यूज कर दिया चैट literally I'm looking at the chess.com India chat and it's only saying Gukesh right now and now I'm seeing Pragg on the right side. ये तो आपने मुझे एक प्रॉब्लम में डाल दिया भाई now I'm not sure what to do so am I the decider here then I can't make a poll. I can't make a poll on this. Also, इसका poll थोड़ी ना बनता है भाई. ये तो normal चीज़ है. Yeah. I'm still the same actually. Chess.com India is only saying Gukesh and chess24 India it's mostly Pragg. So that's actually quite interesting to actually think about as well. So I think I'm going to be the decider here. Like I'll decide because I'm seeing you. Literally, you can see chess.com India right now, but only Gukesh is going on. तो भाई अब लगा ही हुआ है गेम तो यहीं पे रहते हैं let's go knight f3 and e3 we'll catch the first few moves and then we'll switch to Gukesh versus Vincent as well जहाँ पे by the way knight f3 g3 हुआ है so basically Vincent has gone for the Reti setup and Pragg has gone for this knight f3 e3 offbeat system थोड़ा सा allowing d4 and chat once black plays d4 which opening is this does anyone know okay now it's जो आंसर पहले था वो अब नहीं है this is what this I don't think a lot of people will know this opening it's basically Blumenfeld it's called the Blumenfeld but reversed black से खेली जाती है line ऐसे d5 b5 करके like white plays d5 black goes b5 it's kind of like a Blumenfeld but Benko भी हो सकती है like to an extent but लेकिन Benko के लिए आपको fianchetto करना जरूरी था like e3 की जगह g3 at least that's what I remember so knight f6 played and he goes a3 defending the pawn on b4 ताकि cb4 के बाद of course you have ab4 and if you go knight c6 I have b5 so let's see what Bogdan will respond here 20-second का difference that's quite good since actually Bogdan is thinking let's take a quick look with Vincent and Gukesh as well by the way ये थी opening chat knight f3 d3 bishop g2 and castle e6 h3 एक वो diamond shape I think from the world champion d3 knight f6 queen e1 आता है he plays a5 e4 bishop e7 and knight to h2 knight h2 का idea is simple he wants to play f4 and he's basically targeting the ये जो bishop g6 पे गया है इसको target किया जा रहा है because if you play f4 you have a threat of f5 and the bishop could technically be trapped now why did Gukesh play bishop g6 because after a move like f4 he can play h6 or h5 ताकि bishop के लिए एक कोने में घर बन जाए That's what he's planning. Had he kept it on h5, then f4 would be a very dangerous move, क्योंकि then bishop g6 के बाद आपके पास हमेशा f5 रहता, तो h6 खेलने का टाइम ही नहीं होता आपके पास. That's the point. Hey bro, did you watch From? Yes, bhai. Yes, of course I have. But after season 3, episode 2, I have stopped watching. I could not watch anymore after that. I still have not finished after that. क्योंकि भाई वो बहुत वो तो कुछ spoilers मत देना भाई. Guki दिखाओ भाई. Yes, you are looking at the game of Vincent versus Gukesh right now. So knight c3, knight a6 played. By the way, time-wise, I think it's still opening phase, and it looks like Vincent is more comfortable here. At least I've seen Vincent go for this setup quite often. कभी वो ऐसे b3 bishop b2 भी लाता है, कभी कभी knight d2 पे रखता है. Like he tries to mess around with this setup essentially. So he would feel quite comfortable, especially in Blitz here. The way you said, जो आंसर पहले था वो अब नहीं है. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. Interesting. सहज भाई, EWC last prize is 50k USD with it lost 50. अरे भाई, is that true, chat? That's like tough for anyone, भाई. Wow, queen, like imagine like queen g5 पे पड़ी है, queen h5 खेल दोगे तो you are 50k richer, yeah. If that is true, I'm not sure if that's true. I'm not sure what the prizes are for the EWC, but huge, bhai. That is huge. Hoping he can, recover from this, because this is that's just depressing, bhai, to even think about. Especially considering that he was, winning. But let's come back to the games. White plays e5, trying to expand on the center so that you can have some kind of a flank attack. Perhaps knight e2 was the best move. भाई knight e5 मर रहा है लेकिन knight e5 d4 sack करना है ये गुकेश को. knight d3 cd3 and knight b3. Okay, ridiculously difficult. There's no way he takes knight e5. But if he does, भाई मजा आ जाएगा मुझे. Like again, this is the same energy as वो bishop takes h3 वाली. Like you see chat now, like in this case it's working. This is the crazy move, I think. This knight d5, knight d3. I सोच तो रहा होगा वो, I think. Maybe. To be fair, Virat Bok was yes, it was an incredibly close match, I think. And Bok is a very strong player, bhai. Like I've played him so many times in Title Tuesdays. By each game, like I was destroyed, essentially. He's extremely strong in faster formats. गुकेश कैन सी दिस एटलीस्ट. भाई उसने जो पहले वाले में उसने देखा भी तो बहुत कुछ था, ऐसे मत बोलो भाई. He's thinking, he's taking a long. I'm not liking the fact that he's thinking so much, क्योंकि 1 मिनट हो गया है और मे बी ब्लिट्स में 1 मिनट नहीं सोचना चाहिए यार. अगर इतना सोचा था तो फिर 95 मारना चाहिए था, यहाँ पे मारना चाहिए था. बट ओके, स्टिल अर्ली डेज. लेट्स सी व्हाट Vincent will respond here. By the way, Pragg is a bit better now, chat, against Bogdan. And again, Bogdan के पास 1 ही मिनट बचा है, chat. Did anyone catch this? 1 minute left for Bogdan after 10 moves alone. I mean, this means it would take a miracle, I think, for Bogdan to win this match, for sure. With 1 minute, it's very difficult to, even if you have a winning position, it's hard to convert that. सहज भाई, आप भी इंजन मूव्स देखकर बोलते हो भाई? कभी कभी yes, but कभी कभी नहीं. It's like I try to look at the board, but at the same time, it's sometimes you have to understand and explain it in some way. Then I do, but mostly I try not to, essentially. But eval bar तो रखना पड़ता है ना भाई. और Blitz is too fast, I think, in that sense. So you have to keep up in this way. Now white goes bishop b2. Bogdan, by the way, going under a minute. By the way, knight f4 is the only move for Bogdan. Only move. Otherwise, he is much worse. And idea is knight f4, gf4, bishop h3, and ये bishop मर नहीं रहा है, by the way. Knight e1 आ रहा है. So there is no way he plays this. And by the way, Vincent and Gukesh may, I think, not the best development for the world champion. He is right now in a much worse position. Going back there quickly. क्या होता है यहाँ पे? b4 के बाद knight f4 was the best move. Short castle and he plays h4. भाई वही bishop को वो target कर रहा है. And knight f4 पे रख के उसने बहुत एक smart चीज करी. Because now if you play h6, I can always take on g6. एंड आपका पॉन स्ट्रक्चर टूट जाएगा. एंड अगर आप एफ पॉन से मारते हो तो e6 का पॉन थोड़ा ऐसे वीक होता है. तो बिशप h3 से मैं ऐसे कुछ इस पॉन को टारगेट कर सकता हूँ. That's a weakness because just with one move d4, I can take this pawn. So tough position for the world champion. He plays bishop f5, but that's a mistake because I have g4. And where is this bishop going now? Wait, what am I missing? What am I missing? Isn't g4 just winning? Okay, so he does sacrifice, but I think pehle karta thoda to it would have been better. Remember chat, knight e5, knight d3 is kind of similar in principle at least. Pehle thoda karta to it would have been much better. But now this is just lost by because you're only getting 2 pawns for this, yeah? And not enough counterplay. This is winning now for Vincent. Today you saw Arjun, भाई कल था ना वो तो, but I did see it भाई. अच्छा मेरे लिए कल था, मेरे लिए कल था. Takes on b4, pawn takes b4. Okay, ये तो भाई pawn down है सीधा, piece down है सीधा. This is dead lost. I think Vincent is going to take this one. By the way, chat, he didn't find knight f4, but he found a similar idea to it. Like he played bishop e6, queen d7, knight d2 के बाद bishop h3. तो takes के बाद knight f4 के plans यहाँ पे and then queen h3 is looking quite scary. But position equal है. But because Pragg के पास 3 minutes and Bogdan only has 4 seconds on the clock. That's why I think this is not gonna work out well for Bogdan. It's impossible to calculate everything, have the right move ready each time. How often can you do it? And there it is. There's the mistake. Knight d5 wapas. Of course, normally he would not go knight f4 and knight d5, but he just did it because of time, just to try and gain some time on the board. Takes on b4. And now knight e5 is just completely winning for Pragg. Going back to Gukesh, this is the current position. Knight b3, piece down. I think he's trying to maybe target one of the pawns, whether it's a5 or maybe he could try c5, d4 as well. Some hope there, but doesn't really look like it's going to amount to much. But Blitz है, तो possible तो है. Blitz में कुछ भी possible है. Let's see what he goes for. Vincent thinking quite some time. 45 seconds ka difference between the two players. Oh, by the way, there was a slight error by Pragg there, I believe. And okay, it has become better again for him. But knight b3, that's a long thing by Vincent. This, considering that he's a piece up, maybe he thinks that it's not as simple as it looks. Rook b1 played. And now Rook takes. भाई ये क्या चल रहा है चैट में? भाई ये क्या चल रहा है चैट में? ये क्या देख रहा हूँ मैं चैट में? कल था कि भाई आप शादी कब कर रहे हो, और अब तो भाई अब डिफरेंट क्वेश्चन आ रहे हैं भाई चैट से. क्रेजी. Rook c8 played and now f5 incoming. ये क्या देख रहा हूँ भाई मैं? भाई आप ऐसे अनुज जी, आप ऐसे स्पैम मत कीजिए कि इससे सबका एक्सपीरियंस ऐसे खराब होता है. प्लीज आप स्पैम मत कीजिए. एंड अबाउट योर क्वेश्चन, व्हाई डू आई लिव इन हंगरी, आई हैव आंसर्ड दिस क्वेश्चन many times भाई in the past, and I've reached a stage to ask why shouldn't I live in Hungary. That's basically my answer from now on. भाई उसमें like इसमें रीजन क्यों होना चाहिए कहीं पे भी रहने के लिए आपको? That's my question. So f6 played. Let's come back to the games. By the way, 52 seconds for Pragg and 5 seconds for Bogdan. So he is holding his own so far. भाई क्या देख रहा हूँ भाई मैं, क्या देख रहा हूँ भाई. जैसा ही मैं भाई मेरे घर से ज्यादा प्रेशर मेरी चैट से आता है मेरे को. Let's go queen d3. अरे thank you भाई, thank you for appreciating the answer भाई. Let's go. Queen e6 played. There should be some movie on chess as well. There's many actually. There's a lot of movies. This Pawn Sacrifice, which you can watch. Tobey Maguire is playing Bobby Fischer there. It's a nice movie actually. Very interesting. Would highly recommend अगर आपने नहीं देखी है तो. By the way, this is now reaching time pressure territory for Pragg as well, and he's not winning. भाई, this is insane. ये कैसे possible है भाई? Queen a4 now, only move. भाई 11 सेकंड for Pragg. 11 सेकंड for Pragg. By the way, chat, Gukesh is completely lost. वो गेम खत्म हो चुका है. I mean, मतलब होने वाला है खत्म. So I think let's stick to this game instead because we're not sure what's going to happen. That's a big mistake. Bhai, that's a blunder by Pragg. And now queen takes b4. No, he doesn't see the pawn was hanging. Wow. भाई दोनों players अब कुछ नहीं पता. अब कुछ भी चलेगा भाई. Pieces will be flying around now, like everywhere. Queen c5 played. Rook d5. Rook d5 is there. नहीं दिखा उसको. Queen b4. Queen b4 is winning. Bhai, this is the like the weirdest repetition I've ever seen in my life. Queen c5, queen e4, दोनों blunder है भाई. Crazy. Rook takes d8. Let's go. I'm not sure if Pragg is thinking he's better here because it doesn't look like it. Because this pawn on b4 is very, very dangerous. Knight takes d4, rook takes d4, and rook c5. Okay. Am I seeing this right? Did Pragg lose on time? Did that just happen? Did Pragg lose on time? Bhai! Okay, what are the odds of this? Okay, first of all, Bogdan OP for that because you have to respect a guy who can have 5 seconds on the clock and his opponent has 3 minutes, and the guy with 3 minutes is losing on time. Wow, bhai, crazy. And okay, sad for of course for Pragg there. Going back to Gukesh, but bhai, what? How is that even human? How is that even human? It wasn't 2 minutes versus 5. He had 4 seconds on the clock and Pragg had 3 minutes on the clock. He had four. I checked 4 seconds. There is a moment. भाई ये चीज Dvoretsky's endgame manual में नहीं दिखेगी चैट आपको because this is completely winning. Bishop takes f5. GG. And I think Gukesh will resign. So sad actually round for the Indian players because we have 2 losses back to back. I don't think it has happened before, if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves me right. And भाई जो 2 losses हुए ना वो अकेले वही दोनों result हैं. उसके अलावा सारे matches draws. Like Anish versus Firuza, draw. Saric versus Nodirbek, also a draw. And then Jordan versus MVL is also a draw. I think Gukesh has resigned now because Bishop f5 is gone. And that means the game is over. By sad day, sad round. Not a sad day, but yeah, sad round. तेज भाई कल अर्जेंटीना का गेम देखा? यस भाई देखा भाई. वो मतलब वो लास्ट वाला जो कॉर्नर किक था भाई, मजा आया वो देख के. इट वाज क्रेजी. पूरा नहीं देख पाया ऑफ कोर्स बिकॉज आई थिंक इट वाज क्लैशिंग विद समथिंग एल्स दैट आई वाज डूइंग. But yeah, I caught like the last like half an hour or so of it. Very, very exciting games. But bhai, like I don't think you guys can see the clocks, but I can see it on my screen. Like when this is the position after king takes g2. Chat अपने आप chess.com की screen पे जाके आप देखना. Pragg right now has it's move 18. Pragg has 3 minutes and 4 seconds on the clock, and Bogdan has 6 seconds. So 3 minutes versus 6 seconds after move 18, and the guy with 3 minutes and 4 seconds loses on time. You cannot make this up. You cannot make this up, bhai. That's incredible. Incredible. अच्छा नहीं, it's still going. I think कुछ update हुआ होगा. Gukesh still playing on, by the way, with the double bishops. This is dead loss, by the way. अरे गुकेश का टाइम 1 मिनट ज्यादा कैसे हुआ? अच्छा, I think there was some wrong claim maybe by Vincent or someone. That's why Gukesh got an extra minute. क्योंकि 2-2 सेकंड करके आप 1 मिनट तो नहीं लेके आ सकते unless you're making the moves really quickly. चैट कभी 2 बिशप से आपने चेकमेट देखी है? आई मीन आपने मतलब सुना तो होगा बट कभी आपने देखी है बिफोर बिकॉज इट कुड हैपन हियर. Have you finished reading notes from underground? Not yet, bhai. Not yet. On like page, like I'm like halfway through or something like this. Also, like with commentary and with other commitments, like it's hard to kind of go, read that. Also, I started reading something else, and there it is. Vincent Keimer wins, and Gukesh goes down. Think sad round for the Indian players overall, but props to Vincent, props to of course Bogdan as well for showing up and winning their matches. But by Blitz is too tough. It's too heartbreaking. Too much happening. Chesscom India, which channel are you seeing? We are seeing both channels essentially. Can I see the message? Yes, I can actually. I'm seeing both. We have Chess24 India and we have Chesscom India. I'm watching both of them. So yeah. I don't think it is real chess. It's just luck. I think it is luck, but luck तो उनका होता है ना भाई जो जिनका skill होता है. Like it's also skill to play perfectly or well, really fast and make accurate moves that could trick Pragg. वो एक skill है. वो skill आपने दिखाया उसके बाद luck factor आता है I think. But I think big props to Bogdan. I think now from now onwards, whenever Bogdan has less time on the clock, I will never chill. Like that's the takeaway, like from this, because very rarely do you see a W like this. And because last time I remember a similar thing was Candidates 2024, जो बहुत हमने बहुत I mean we have spoken about this quite a lot, that when it was Gukesh versus Firuza, and Firuza Gukesh I think it was, or I think Gukesh was playing with white. But in any case, like there was a moment when Firuza had some, I don't know, some 20 seconds to play 10 moves in classical without increment, by the way. 20 seconds he had, and then he went on to win the game. That was insane because you have never seen anything like that. This is, I think, similar. By 5 seconds लेके आप जीत गए हो. Sometimes I think your opponent having less time can also work against you, like in some ways. It's crazy. But yeah, who will win? Hikaru 2 pawns up, blindfolded and Magnus with 1 minute on. भाई कितने आप भाई मतलब ये मार्स में भी करा लो ना, और उसके ऊपर और भी आप कुछ मतलब कितना ये तो दोनों देखकर ही उसको मना कर देंगे. इतने सारे आप कंडीशंस डाल रहे हो. How many rounds more? I think we have 9 rounds in total. So this was round 4, I believe, and we will reach the halfway mark after the first, in the middle of this round, basically. So 5 round और हैं, 5 rounds more. You're answering every chat along with commentary. Takes your stream next level. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Holly. Thank you so much for watching, and I'm glad you're enjoying. And thank you for spending your Saturday, watching chess. I mean, it's a nice thing. Not 3 games in a row. He won the last round versus Ivan. Yes, I know, but it's 3 losses still. That's was my point essentially. But yeah, and for Vincent, it was 3 losses in a row, by the way. Vincent lost to Pragg the first round, then Bogdan, and then Alireza, where he was completely winning. And then this is his first win against Gukesh. देख के ऑफ कोर्स भाई, आप एक के पास 1 मिनट, फिर मतलब 2 पॉन ज्यादा, दूसरे के पास मतलब भाई कम ऑन. The format should always be simple enough to understand. I feel for the general audience, then it's fun. Do you love commentary or just bhai? I think I would be doing this like without. I think I would be watching the games. Maybe like I wouldn't be watching the games as closely, but I would be watching the games regardless because it's chess that I love. Will I be a GM ever? Depends, bhai. Depends on many factors. Why there is a break? I think because well, it's a scheduled break essentially. After there's a half an hour break between each rounds, and it's 9 rounds. That can be a bit exhausting for a chess player. So in between every rounds, I think they have 15 minutes of game. So it's 5 + 2. That means 15 minutes chalega match roughly, and then you have 15 minutes of break, and then you play another one, and so on and so on and so on. I think to give the players a rest and also to prepare, strategize. But generally, जब Blitz के open events होते हैं, like whenever there is an open event in Blitz, let's say in some random event, then generally there are no breaks. The breaks are when the arbiter is kind of deciding the pairings and everything, but usually there are no breaks like that. Do you think Levy can ever become a GM? Right? Tough. I think very tough. Very tough. Sahaj bhai, does Blitz and Bullet help in Rapid? I think Blitz, yes. Bullet, I think only helps in Bullet. That's my take on that. Blitz, I think, can help in other areas. I think Blitz definitely helps with Rapid, but Bullet only helps with Bullet. Gukesh is striving to get himself in a good mindset. The only way that happens is if he starts winning games again. Yeah, exactly. And how else can you win games if you don't, sacrifice pieces, if you don't play dynamically? So, and on Blitz, bhai, Blitz mein you should chill. Are you fully committed to chess or are you employed? Why are those two things separate, mere bhai? Why can't you be employed at chess? That's also possible. Nihal was more favorable. Indian should have been included. I think these events, like you have invites sent out probably like months and months before, and I think Nihal is of course a very good fast player. He's proving that, especially in the Bullet Champs and earlier in the year when he won the Tata Steel as well. He's proving himself again and again in that format. But Gukesh still एक world champion है. तो deserves की अगर बात की जाए तो like that's subjective. That's always subjective. There are arguments to be made on each side. At least I think when any organizer will try to invite an Indian player, I think Gukesh is the first name simply because he's world champion. Like that बात खत्म. बाकी और कुछ मैटर नहीं करता. World champion is world champion. What do you think is the best response against d4 as black? So my answer for this has changed over time. But it has now more or less made a full circle, if I can be honest. Because initially I used to think it was QGD, Queen's Gambit Declined, and now also I think it's Queen's Gambit Declined. But in between, I had these phases where I used to try Nimzo, Queens, and all of that. But I think QGD is the one thing where I think a lot of chess players, when you start out, with openings and such, after d4, QGD is the first thing I think you will learn. I think majority of the players, I think this is true. And I think these days जो गेम्स होते हैं वो ज़्यादातर ओपनिंग में नहीं मिडिल गेम में डिसाइड होते हैं. तो I think that factor that QGD takes the opening part away because you're so used to it makes it a good opening for me, and it's extremely solid as well. So that would be my suggestion. And opening पे इतना ध्यान मत दो यार. I like try to work on middle games, end games. Those things matter more for sure. Sehaj bhai, Pragg lost 2 consecutive games. He will come. अरे हाँ भाई, great point. That's a great point because Pragg last time जब 2 राउंड हारा था नोदिरबेक एंड फिरोजा के साथ, उसके बाद उसके 3 विन 4 विन लगातार आए थे. एंड अभी भी व्हाइट से दोनों गेम हारा है वो, अगेंस्ट यॉर्डन एंड बोगडान. एंड उसके नेक्स्ट अपोनेंट्स हैं चैट यू आर नॉट रेडी फॉर इट. यू आर रियली नॉट रेडी फॉर इट. प्रग के जो नेक्स्ट 4 अपोनेंट्स हैं, दैट्स फिरोजा नेक्स्ट, यू कैन सी इट ऑन द स्क्रीन. उसके बाद है गुकेश, उसके बाद है नोदिरबेक, एंड उसके बाद है एमवीएल. सो अगर वो कमबैक का सीजन है तो भाई वो अभी करना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट लग रहा है, बट पॉसिबल तो है. बट दोज आर सम वेरी बिग नेम्स कमिंग अप बैक टू बैक भाई. What is this logic? Last time he lost 2 games and won, so the same will happen now. Yes भाई, that is the logic. आपने अपना लॉजिक खुद ही एक्सप्लेन कर दिया भाई क्वेश्चन के साथ. तो भाई किसको लगता है कि प्रग कैन टेक डाउन फिरोजा with black in blitz? Let's talk about that first. What is the best book for middle game for an intermediate player? I would say there is lots of answers, but I think do you want more as a calculation book, something you can do yourself, or something just for reading? Because those are different things, right? There's Winning Chess Middle Games by I think Sokolov, which I think is very good. It's very good on Sicilian structures as well. There's Sacrifice and Initiative, which is one of my favorite books, I think, by Sokolov, which is also a very good book for understanding middle game and dynamic play and all of that. Calculation book by I think Imagination in Chess is a very big one. I think it's an old book, but I think it's fantastic. And Improve Your Chess Calculation by R.B. Ramesh. That's another one which I think is very, very good. Pragg will take down Firuza. Let's go, bhai. Only time will tell. 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go until and then we will know. Damage Firuza. I hope Pragg doesn't tilt after this. Bhai, abhi to tilt nahi karega because Firuza hai samne, So, but I think losing 2 games as white hurts for like to any chess player. इर्रिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ कि आप ब्लिट्स खेल रहे हो या फिर आप रैपिड खेल रहे हो या फिर क्लासिकल में शायद ज़्यादा हर्ट करेगा ये, बट ब्लिट्स एंड मतलब बुलेट नहीं तो खैर, बुलेट में तो यू डोंट केयर, बट ब्लिट्स एंड रैपिड में आई थिंक इट विल स्टिल हर्ट यू टू लूज 2 गेम्स विद वाइट, क्योंकि वाइट से आप एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करते हो. Dahej bhai, why Super GM takes help of normal GM as a second? Because आई थिंक जो वर्किंग जो प्रोसेस होता है, इट्स मोर अबाउट फाइंडिंग न्यू आइडियाज फॉर द स्ट्रॉन्गर प्लेयर. तो अब वो स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर है बट वो एक ही, मतलब ही जस्ट वन गाय, राइट? व्हेन यू हैव अ टीम, यू कैन से कि आई नीड अ न्यू आइडिया इन बर्लिन, आई नीड अ न्यू आइडिया इन सम सिसिलियन स्ट्रक्चर. तो वो जीएम के पास कुछ एक्सपीरियंस तो है, लाइक इन टर्म्स ऑफ ओपनिंग प्रिपरेशन एंड फाइंडिंग न्यू आइडियाज एंड एंड सो ऑन एंड सो ऑन. सो इससे उस जीएम की एनर्जी बचती है, एंड ऑल्सो दे गेट मोर आइडियाज फॉर द मैचेस. एक सुपर जीएम कभी भी सुपर जीएम अकेले नहीं होता, उनके पीछे हमेशा एक टीम होती है. सो दैट टीम इज वेरी नेसेसरी फॉर दैट सुपर जीएम टू रिमेन अ सुपर जीएम. चैट आकाश जी पूछ रहे हैं नॉर्मल जीएम क्या होता है. नॉर्मल जीएम इज लाइक मी, आप बेसिकली 2500 प्लेयर, बट एक इन लाइक बेसिकली there's an informal way of saying this. A super GM is anyone above the rating of 2700. That's what they call a super GM. So that would be the essentially the difference. Today is your birthday, bhai. Happy birthday, mere bhai. Oh, and you're celebrating it here. Bhai, I'm very very happy to read this. Thank you so much for spending your birthday with us, bhai. Happy birthday. भाई अपना नाम बता दो तो chat can also wish you a happy birthday. If the standard blitz time is 3+2, why is this tournament doing 5+2? I think it's 5+2 is also technically blitz. It's up to the organizers' discretion, like what they want. Maybe in this format, this is what they choose. Like just say 15+10 is also rapid, 25+10 is also rapid. So you can choose in that way. But SGM is not an official title. No, it's not. It's not an official. It's an informal like way of saying that you are a super grandmaster if you're 2700 and above, basically. कभी भी आपने 2700 टच करी है अपनी लाइफ में तो you are a super GM essentially. Sahaj, what is your head-to-head result with GM Vaibhav Suri? I think I've only played him once, and it was a draw, and it was like many years back. 2010-11 ऐसे में कुछ खेला होगा. Delhi Open में था. It was some Naidorf, and he played Bishop E2. Like I remember the game, but it ended in a draw. But उस time पे like neither of us were GMs at the time. But since then we haven't really played. What is 2900 then, Sahaj bro? Chess god? Yes, bhai. That is indeed a chess god. If you are 2900. Arjun's team, भाई ये मैं बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा because I don't. Arjun's team is. I am not sure. I am not sure, but could be bhai. And we have liftoff. We have another Reti system between Firuza and Pragg. ये Vincent ने खेला था against Gukesh in the previous round. Similar approach there. And now he goes for c4. Maybe d4 के बाद can we transpose into Catalan, or he can play b3 and go for the Reti. इसी को कहते हैं ना Reti, I think. This is Reti. Yeah, okay, now it's Catalan. Black plays c6. This is an interesting try by Pragg. I believe he did this in rapid as well. He played this move in rapid as well. Against who? I can't remember. I think it was, maybe it was Nodirbek or it was Saric. It was one of them. But he did, no. It was against Anish, no? Anyway, in one of the games, he employed this exact same setup where he played c6. So it's an interesting sort of thing. I think he has prepared this for this specific event. जैसे chat आप पूछ रहे थे मेरे से कि second की जरूरत क्यों होती है, right? Like now imagine that Pragg has probably a plethora of ideas against Catalan. Like he can play c6, he can play probably like different kind of sidelines because of the seconds, like largely because of the seconds. He can say, can you find me a new idea in Catalan? And if, the seconds will work, they will try to create something fresh, and then he can play. c6 is not very well known here, but it can work in Blitz because आपके opponent को नहीं पता है. आपके opponent को, your opponent is not well prepared for it. And look at that, he's already like pushing against Firuza. b5 was a beautiful move. Close Catalan suffering for 5 minutes. Bhai, for who? For who? Doesn't feel like here Pragg is suffering. Because chat, remember, if you played c5, then black has b4. That will be a problem here. And while we are on that, let's go to Gukesh versus Anish. क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पे? Normal Spanish हुई थी. He takes on c6. By the way, this is something Gukesh has played as well in the past. Queen e2 खेला था उसने. बहुत बढ़िया गेम उसने हराया था इसमें किसी को. Like it was a beautiful game. I'm not sure against who. With names, I'm very bad. I believe it was Sarich or Anish. I think Anish tha. But anyways, knight c3 played. Oh, so he's playing the same opening against Anish for the second time. Interesting fact. Very interesting. भाई, a curious question. Do you think you can? भाई ये कैसा सवाल है भाई? You can never know until you play. I think in this way, you can never know until you play. But at the same time, I know for a fact that if we played 10 games, for example, against each other, it would go in his favor by a very big margin. Because एक गेम कोई भी किसी को भी हरा सकता है. बट अगर वो गेम अगर आपने 10 मैचेस आपने खेले, फिर उसमें जो भी प्लेयर आगे बढ़ता है, देन यू कैन से ओके यू आर बीटिंग देम. How can you guys remember so many chess games? Insane. Bhai, this was done yesterday, so this wasn't really that long ago. Plus, I'll tell you why I remembered this time, because chat, do you know this grandmaster from India, Karthikeyan Murali? I think he was a former national champion as well. जिसने by the way फिरोजा के साथ queen takes c3 मारा था, वो जो queen sack. I'm sure you know that. Oh, by the way, that's a blunder by Anish. Knight takes c5 is winning. That's winning. If he plays this, the game, like he's a pawn up, no? Why big blunder from Anish? Knight takes c5 is winning. I'm just waiting for him to take it because he's taking his time. This is a very, very tense moment. Why let's go knight takes c5. I'm sure he sees it, right? For sure he sees it. Knight, oh, let's go, bhai. Let's go, played. Let's go. Nice move. And if bishop takes e2, there's knight takes d7. That's the whole point. Okay, you take my rook, I'll take your rook. एंड आपका बिशप भी मर रहा है, मेरा नाइट भी मर रहा है, बट अगर आपने अपना बिशप यहां से हटाया, देन आई कैन टेक दिस नाइट एज वेल. सो द लाइन वर्क्स आउट परफेक्टली फॉर गुकेश देयर. नाइस मूव भाई, नाइस मूव. Knight e5 is fairly easy to spot, right? Yeah, you are saying this, chat, but Anish did miss it, right? So it wasn't that easy on the board. Hi Saj, how do we understand the thinking process of the Super GMs? Say we are watching their Title Tuesday streams. I think it's not possible. It's very, very, unless someone breaks down what they're thinking to you or they break it down, it's very, very difficult because so many things happen in their minds that it's impossible to break it down. Knight takes d7 taken. I was speaking about Firuja there, the game of Karthikeyan and Firuja. जहाँ पे क्वीन टेक c3 मारा गया था. एक्चुअली आई हैड इन वन ऑफ द एशियन यूथ चैंपियनशिप्स, आई बिलीव इट वाज अंडर 12, आई थिंक अंडर 12 था, where I had literally this setup prepared where I played queen e1 against Karthikeyan. So I remember that game very well because that was an important game for me and this is how I connected now to Gukesh. बहुत दिन के बाद गुकेश से ब्रिलियंसी देखी भाई, अच्छा तो लग रहा है देख के यार. अच्छा, बट थी ब्रिलियंसी कल तो थी. आई थिंक देयर वर क्वाइट अ फ्यू. एंड बट गाइज ऑल्सो दैट बिशप टेक्स h3 जो मूव थी ना, लाइक इन मेनी चेस प्लेयर्स वुड अग्री दैट considering the circumstances of the the tournament, the time, I think that's nothing short of a brilliancy as well. I know chat में लोग मानेंगे नहीं इस बात को, लोग bias बोलेंगे मुझे, but for me this is absolutely true. But by the way, look at this, rook d2 only move now because the knight on d7 is technically trapped. So let's go rook d2. Best move. Let's go, play it. Rook d7 पे मेरे पास rook takes e2 है, and if you go bishop takes d3, then a very important intermezzo, knight takes d6 पहले, because ये अगर आपने pawn से d6 मारा तो ये knight के पास घर आ जाएगा b6 का. Pragg game. Let's go to Pragg game as well to check out what's happening. ये क्या हुआ भाई? What was that? Oh, I thought it was like some Greek gift for some reason. But okay, there is a pawn on e2 missing. So I thought कुछ Greek gift आया position में, and I was so scared for a second. But bhai, this is very scary actually. Is bishop g5. What is it? What even is the point? What even is the point of bishop g5? I mean, I understand that white's idea is to go g4 and rook h3. Then उसके बाद bishop कहीं पे भी जाएगा तो checkmate हो जाएगी. But bishop g5 is kind of creating urgency, and maybe the bishop on g5 can act as a defender on h6 if white ever goes rook h3. Maybe that's the point. Judge, what if a guy becomes second, both the champion and the challenger? Possible as it's not revealed. नहीं नहीं भाई, वो reveal हो जाता है. I mean, internally तो reveal हो जाएगा ना. Because how can the second, भाई एक second का काम बहुत बहुत difficult होता है यार. You have to work so hard, and you have to be in front of a laptop looking at new ideas, looking at and keep working on chess so much that it is impossible that you can multitask being a second. Oh, by the way, g4 was a mistake, but उसकी जो next move है वो literally impossible है खेलनी. But it's Pragg, so maybe it's possible. Let's see if he goes for bishop h4. If he doesn't play bishop h4, he's basically lost because rook h3 is gone. But bishop h4 के बाद ये queen जो a7 पे पड़ी है, queen f2 check मार सकती है. That's the point of bishop h4. Played. Let's go, bhai. Pragg OP. Let's go. By the way, standings में still 1.5 points behind Pragg is. So if he wins this one, it could be huge. Plus, it's a tournament leader, right? Again, so it would be meaning even more. Sahaj bhai, what to do? पीयूष भाई, एक सेकंड के लिए तो आपने पकड़ लिया था मुझे भाई. एक सेकंड के लिए तो you caught me. Which chat are you reading? We are reading both chats here. There's Chesscom India and Chess24 India. So we are doing both of them at the same time. I think people already know because I'm seeing similar names on both now. Doesn't bishop g5 win a piece? No, actually, because I don't have to move my rook in that. And plus, your king is in grave danger. So I don't think he's worried about taking the bishop on d2. Plus, I had f4 as well there. So, and now look at this bishop f6, another only move. And I think very, very difficult to play this. Because if you don't play bishop f6, and I can do the same thing with rook e5 and rook h5. And Pragg OP once again, bhai. Only moves पे only moves निकाले जा रहा है. You almost got me, भाई. You did. मैं बच गया भाई. बच गया भाई मैं. Are you happy with what you have achieved in chess? I mean, I think if any chess player says yes to you, that they are lying. No one is happy, bhai. You want more always. So no, bhai, I'm not. I mean, I'm content with where I am, but I think there is a part of like every chess player which wants to have a certain rating, and that part just keeps increasing. Like I wanted to be at 2600 for a very long time, but if I become 2600, I know I'll want more. Like I'll want 2650, then I'll want more. तो ये कभी change नहीं होगा भाई. But let's come back to the game because he has just sacrificed a whole bishop. ये जो bishop h7 पे पड़ा है. King takes h7 के बाद there is queen takes f6. Queen, ooh, that's a blunder. भाई e5 कितनी only moves निकालेगा भाई? Like that's the point, yeah. It's impossible to find so many only moves. Bhai, another brilliancy by Firuza. Another brilliancy by उठ गया भाई. Firuza उठ चुका है. The prince has awakened, woken up. Let's go. Knight d4, beautiful move. If king g7, then I'm guessing there is knight f5 check. That's the point because the rook is spinning the queen. So if you don't play that, the next move rook h3 से discover attack का threat है. So Pragg is in big trouble there. शुगर भाई 2500 तो कर लो. हाँ भाई 7 पॉइंट दूर हो भाई. आई थिंक दो राउंड्स या 3 राउंड हो जानी चाहिए भाई, प्रोवाइडेड आई कीप विनिंग. rook g8, so he sacrifices an exchange. Not really a bad move. I think there should be an asterisk next to the mistake because he's doing this so that white doesn't have initiative anymore. क्योंकि bishop h7 पे नहीं है तो attack कम आ रहा है. So sorry about that chat. But knight f5 is knight f5 is just over. Never mind. Yeah, this is over because rook h3 check is very dangerous. Maybe queen b7. But queen f6 भी मर रहा है ना. Yeah, this is gone. I think he can resign now. I think he's just gonna resign now. By the way, so Pragg losing his third match essentially. Check and knight e7. That's just a free queen, so we can move on from here. I think Pragg will resign now. Yep, he has resigned. So Firuza moves up. Now he's on 16 points. And bhai koi roko isko yaar. Because he's completely running away with it. And speaking of running away, bhai, ऐसा लग रहा है कि somehow Gukesh was a bit better before, but अब लग रहा है कि it is. I'm not even sure who's playing for a win here. Because look, bishop versus knight, of course the bishop should be superior in principle, but at the same time black has an outside pawn. So this can be used as a distraction in the later part of the game. Plus, white has 2 pawns fixed on the dark squares and 3 pawns now, where the knight is just too annoying. Like this bishop is useless. It cannot really attack any of the pawns on the queen side or on the king side, but the knight can do that. So let's see what happens. He plays b5. ab6 looks very scary, but props to Gukesh for playing this, because a5 now looks very, very scary here. Plays b5, king d3. If he takes on c4, king c4, I mean, you can look at these pawns, yeah, all of them on dark squares. Okay, knight e6. And now I think Anish is trying to find some kind of a pattern jahan pe the knight can be useful. Or is he just repeating? Ah, he's just repeating, yeah. Wait, he could have claimed. Did he claim or no? Or maybe they just agreed for a draw. Yeah, there it is. That's a draw. So Gukesh draws his match against Anish, and Pragg sadly handed his third loss in a row, chat. By the way, going to Nodirbek versus Vincent, 2 games still remaining. We have Nodirbek versus Vincent and then Bogdan versus Jordan. Both of them are here. Let's take a look with okay, Nodirbek has just won against Vincent, so extending his lead there. And then we have Bogdan versus Fun Forest, and he's now winning again. Chat, like Bogdan is 2649 in Blitz ratings, at least what I can see on my screen. And his score in Blitz after this win is gonna be 4 out of 5. He has drawn against Ivan Saric. He has defeated Vincent Keimer. He drew against Anish Giri. He defeated Pragg. And now he is defeating Jordan as well. What an incredible performance overall. Maybe I spoke a bit too soon. Maybe not. ये rook takes b2 is GG. e4 पे तो fe4 ही मर रहा है ना भाई. fe4 queen मर रही थी. Okay, but doesn't change much. This is winning. h5. h5 is key to put some pressure on the g6 pawn. Black ही खेलेगा अब h5 I think to stop him. Yeah, there it is. Chat, question for you. Okay, pretend karo there is no pawn on d3. Okay, with the pawn on d3 we know this is winning. Pretend that this pawn doesn't exist. Okay, now you have the exact same position in front of you. My question is, should you trade the queens, yes or no? ये क्या हुआ था एक सेकंड के लिए, by the way? कुछ हुआ था क्या पहले? अच्छा एक बार क्योंकि वो रिपीट हुआ था. चैट, वो रेपिटेशन नहीं है, डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट. Is he not able to find like a way to progress here? So my question is, again, pawn d3 पे नहीं है. There is no pawn on d3. You have queen rook. Your opponent has queen and bishop. Should you or should you not trade the queens? As white, by the way, as white. You're playing with white pieces. So yes or no? Yes means you want to trade queens. No means you don't want to trade queens. Okay. With white, chat, Akash by saying yes, no, yes, no. Okay, 50-50 on both sides I'm seeing. The answer would be no, you should not trade queens, because that would be, I think, a theoretical draw. Because the pawn on g6 is perfectly placed and bishop on g7, king on g8 is a very, very well-known draw there. So white would have to keep the queens in that position. But now queen takes f6 is winning because of the thanks to the d3 pawn there. Yep, there it is. Bogdan is now 4 out of 5 in Blitz alone, bhai. That's crazy. And Bogdan right now standing pe kahan pe? 11 points he has. So chat, I think after this we'll take a very short break again. But before we do that, ek standings ka roundup kar lete hain. Alireza right now is leading with 16 points. Then Nodirbek is right behind him with 15. Then Maxime is on 13.5. Pragg is on 13.5. So they are kind of sharing the third spot. And then Gukesh is on 11.5 on the 5th spot. And Bogdan kind of catching up with 11 points. And Nodirbek has made like an insane run, I believe, in the Blitz segment as well. I believe he also is on 4 out of 5. Yep, he is. He defeated Gukesh, drew to Jordan, defeated MVL, drew to Saric, and defeated Vincent. भाई ये जितने भी लोग जिनके भी 4 out of 5 है ना, उनका सारिच से ड्रॉ हो रहा है. चैट आप नोट करो. Like Bogdan also drew to Saric, and he's on 4 out of 5, and Nodirbek also drew to Saric, also on 4 out of 5. But so Saric, but Saric के साथ draw करना, I think is good for the tournament somehow. So yeah, what is wrong with Pragg today? Nothing, bhai. It's just a different format. It's not rapid anymore. It's Blitz, and takes a bit of getting used to, you know, to get there, to feel like himself. भाई नॉर्वे चेस में भी हम यही कह रहे थे कि 4 राउंड पहले कि भाई क्या the tournament is over, कुछ नहीं हो रहा. एंड में जाके उसने कमबैक किया ना. So maybe a comeback is loading as well here. So chat, I think with that we'll take a very, very short break, and we'll be back with round 6 and 7. And then I'll see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone. We have round number 6 of day 1 of Grand Chess Tour Super Rapid and Blitz Croatia 2026. And ये बहुत ही धमाकेदार मैच है बिकॉज इस मैच में हमें बोर्ड स्विच करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी चैट. एंड गेस व्हाई? बिकॉज प्रग इज प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट कुकेश इटसेल्फ. तो आज भाई अब यही बोर्ड रहेगा. Pragg playing with the white pieces, Gukesh playing with the black pieces, and Pragg coming off of 3 losses, by the way, back to back. Once against Jordan, फिर उसके बाद Bogdan, and then Alireza, and then Gukesh has also had 3 losses, but okay, they were not like back to back, but overall he drew against Anish and lost to Vincent, and then Saric he defeated. पहले के 2 राउंड वो हारा था. तो बेसिकली दोनों का जो स्कोर अभी ब्लिट्स का है वो है 1.5 पॉइंट. 1.5 out of 5, which is of course not ideal for either of the players. So they'll be looking to make a comeback. So we'll see some exciting chess from both of these players. And जब भी इन दोनों का मैच लगता है भाई कुछ क्रेजी होता है तो मजा आएगा भाई. Let's see. Chat, who's your pick? Pragg or Gukesh? Tough question पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे. Bhai, Nodirbek was in the 2600s in Blitz a year ago. Now he's 2800. What do you think made this happen? Bhai, he was always, I think, he's 2800 in Blitz now. Is he 2800? Like actually my 2800 या फिर just checking. I don't know if he's 2800 in Blitz. I mean, just I think a very good World Blitz event, I'm guessing, is one of the reasons. And of course his strength is 2750 like in classical, so it has to reflect in your Blitz as well. But I'm checking कि actually में ये सच है कि नहीं. Wait, let me check over here. So you are saying Pragg, Guki, of course. Sahej bhai, do you think there is more pressure playing your compatriot versus someone else? Yes, bhai, there is. There is. I think एक pressure, it's not more about compatriot, it's more about the fact that they're friends. For me at least, that's a very difficult thing in general. I think मैंने इसके बारे में मतलब कुछ दिन पहले भी बात करी थी. Like I have a horrible score against people I know. Like people I really know. In that sense. Sir, no comparison between these two, but I still don't know why Gukesh is my favorite. भाई ऐसा थोड़ी होता है यार. No comparison तो आप अपना वो आंसर दे रहे हो मुझे, but वो सही नहीं है भाई. Comparison तो है, of course है. But let's see क्या होता है भाई. Come on, Pragg, comeback needed. Guki, I mean, I'm seeing 50-50 more or less on the chat, with some exceptions. But overall भाई मजा आएगा. Gukesh playing with the black pieces and Pragg of course with the white. And बाकी के rounds भी discuss कर लेते हैं while we have the time. Of course, the lift-off will actually it's happening right now. But Vincent playing against MBL, Anish versus Nodirbek, Jordan versus Saric, and then Bogdan plays against Firuza. But let's stick to this game. We have knight f3, and this is now QGD territory. And e3 खेला Pragg ने भाई. You look at this. This is another reason why you need a second chat, because e3 is something that your second can prepare. ठीक है, इसके अंदर भी Pragg के पास कुछ idea होगा. He wouldn't play this line just by itself because it's too well known. But he would have some weird idea that in it जो उसको लगता है गुकेश को नहीं पता होगा. That's why he's playing it, and that's why seconds are needed. Bro, my name is Naman, your brother. अरे भाई क्या बात है? नमन ओपी. But मेरा भाई गेमर नहीं है भाई. So that's how I know that you're not my brother there. But you look at that, bishop a3. That was maybe the plan all along. Okay, still quite a few games here, but relatively unknown territory for me at least. Black plays c5 and then knight c3 आता है. Still looks like Pragg is very much in prep. Knight b5 खेलना है यहाँ पे. He plays rook c1. We've gotten so mad at Gukesh, but I still root for him. Exactly, bhai, exactly. Or I'm glad that chess is reaching a stage where we can say that I have gotten so, because I used to see these comments about football teams or basketball teams or cricket teams, for that man. Like I still support my team, but ye galat ho gaya. And it's just nice to see that chess is reaching, at least, chess is reaching that stage where we can have, where I can read comments like that. So that means it's growing by. It's a good thing. Tej bhai, if Tiku can he get a WGM title? भाई देखो WGM title के लिए आपको चाहिए होती है 2300 rating. I think. And टिक्कू की है 2186. So नहीं भाई. नहीं होगा. By the way, knight b5 के बाद bishop b8 was the only move because you should never allow knight takes d6 because this bishop will be too powerful on this diagonal. But of course, Gukesh does not fall for it, and then he goes bishop b2. And now let's see what Gukesh will play. a6 looks interesting. Knight e4 also looks interesting. By attacking chances for Gukesh brewing. Knight e4, f5, rook f6, rook h6 ऐसे करके attack आ सकता है. And white on the other hand, maybe, I mean, I'm thinking about dc5, but I'm not sure if this is a good move or not. Because dc5 मारते ही आपके पास ये d4 की option आ जाएगी and ये bishop खुल जाएगा, which I don't like. Look at this, भाई 2 billion IQ move from Pragg भाई. To realize that एक attack आ रहा है and this knight can be a defender on g3. भाई, that's what he did. Look at that. Knight c3, knight e2, knight g3. That's beautiful from Pragg. Just consolidating the attack before it even happens. What a nice move. Pragg lost 3 games in a row. Yes, bhai. Pragg has indeed lost 3 games in a row. But Blitz है भाई, चलता है इसमें. 11 साल पहले लोगों को पता ही नहीं था क्या है, बस लूडो या कैरम पता था. हाँ भाई, correct. And glad to see chess is reaching that stage where we can say comments like this कि भाई इतने टाइम से हम रूट कर रहे हैं but वो आ नहीं रहा. मतलब आप देख रहे हो भाई, I mean people are invested and that's what matters, right? Exactly, the chess popularity is growing by so much. And when I went to Chennai, I think for the Olympiad, when I was captaining the South African team, that's where I mean, of course, I saw it on the internet. Like I saw it on the internet during the COVID time, how chess is booming in India and everything. I was watching the streams and everything, but I didn't actually see it until I went to Chennai. भाई billboards बने हुए थे. उसमें प्रग की शक्ल थी, गुकेश की शक्ल. I mean, it was just, I was thinking, भाई, when did this happen? And वो अभी तक हैं वहाँ पे. Like when I'm gonna go to Chennai in just like 2 weeks from now, I think something like that, maybe less than 2 weeks now. And I'm sure there is like a road जहाँ पे लेफ्ट साइड पे मुझे दिखता है एक वहाँ पे एक फ्लाईओवर है, उसके लेफ्ट साइड पे दिखता है वहाँ पे गुकेश की शक्ल. वो लास्ट ईयर भी दिखी थी मुझे and Chennai में भी दिखी थी 2022. So it's like chess is growing so much and that's a great sign. By the way, Gukesh going for an attack again. Look at that. He is launching with h5 and he is technically sacrificing a pawn on a6. Bishop a6 मर रहा है भाई. But maybe you have rook a8, rook a2. उसमें बिशप मर रहा है, तो आई वाज थिंकिंग क्वीन b7 करके ये पॉन मर सकता है, बट रुक बिशप b2 का बिशप भी मर रहा होगा उसमें, सो दैट डजंट वर्क. बट बिशप a6 इंटरेस्टिंग मूव, बट ही इज गोइंग फॉर एन अटैक. Why didn't Pragg take the a pawn? By good question. I think he didn't want to, but I'm guessing after takes, this rook a8, rook a2 mar raha tha. So it's not technically a pawn, but ab it's much better to take on a6 for some nuance. But he doesn't do it even now. He goes knight f1. Of course, knights are great defenders, and I think that he's just trying to make sure कि सब कुछ यहाँ पे बचा हो, and then he will try to push on the queen side. Plus, don't forget, chat, a move like d takes c5 is very, very dangerous for Gukesh because this bishop is controlling this entire diagonal. जैसे for example king g7 जैसी चाल आप खेलते हो तो d5 check is just dead lost. Plays h3. Plays h3. By the way, फिरूजा ब्लंडर कह रहे हैं कोई, क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई. एक नजर मारते हैं बोगडान वर्सेस फिरोजा, because this would make Bogdan into he would have 5 out of 6 points. That's ridiculous भाई. Yep, you are right, he did blunder भाई. Queen f6 पे queen d2 was a miss, but bishop g7 that's a blunder, and queen c2 के बाद white is +2, but maybe it's hard to play queen d2 and queen c2. Like you would play queen c2 straight, but still he's much better. But game is not over yet. But भाई अगर ये जीत गए तो that would be insane performance by Bogdan. मजा आ जाएगा. By the way, something is cooking here, so let's go back to the Gukesh versus Pragg match. उसने a5 खेला पॉन को बचाते हुए, so no more bishop takes a6. भाई ये क्या है, जब पॉन मिल रहा था तब तो आपने मारा नहीं, अब पॉन बच गया तो आप बिशप a6 खेल रहे हो यहाँ पे. I mean, I'm oversimplifying the thought, but आप भावनाओं को समझो. बिशप a6 just felt like एक मूव पहले होता तो थोड़ा बेटर होता शायद. But let's see what's going to happen now. Bishop a6 technically is a mistake, and the reason is black can play c4 now and break this sort of chain. And after c4, if you take on b7, I can capture back with my queen. And for some reason, capturing यहाँ पे pawn मर रहा है on c4, but you're supposed to sack it. which is not easy. Like I mean, very difficult to play this in Blitz. To sack a pawn for no like compensate, like it doesn't feel like you have a lot of compensation क्योंकि कोई attack नहीं है आपके पास. Takes on a6, very human move, and plays a4. b6 का pawn मर रहा है, but the moment you take it, you start to wonder, is my queen getting trapped? Because here right now the queen has an escape square, you know, on b5, d3, and all of this. But queen b6 के बाद मुश्किल होगा भाई. विष्णु जी, हाय ब्रो. बट आप प्लीज स्पैम मत कीजिए. Knight 1 d2 played. Maybe challenging the knight. Queen e6 is an interesting move here for black. Knight takes d2 also kind of interesting to bring the other knight. But I kind of want to keep the knights as it is. If we have to trade, it should be white who does it. And again, by the way, look at that. Difference of that 40-45 seconds in Blitz is, I think, what's costing Gukesh a lot, because कुछ moments है जहाँ पे वो थोड़ा ज़्यादा time ले रहा है, I feel. What about क्वीन टेक सेफ? भाई वो बहुत डेंजर है, क्योंकि रुके टू तो है ही मेरे पास. वो तो खैर अकेली चीज है, उसके अलावा आपको सोचना पड़ेगा. बट ब्लंडर, बट वाई इज दैट अ ब्लंडर? आई एम सॉरी, बट वाई इज दैट अ ब्लंडर? कुछ मर नहीं रहा है यहाँ पे. नाइट टेक सी फोर पे तो पॉन मर रहा है. डी टेक c5, बिशप टेक c5, and I still don't know why this is a blunder, because knight f2 queen e3 looks very scary. And if you go knight e4 d4, that's another possibility for me, no? Okay, he doesn't capitalize on it. He plays d5. Bhai, matlab, I think computer was being too harsh there. And not really a blunder. Knight c5 ke baad he's fine. Oh, he takes bishop c5. And oh, bhai, we'll see that line. That knight e4, knight e4. Yaar hai chat, rook d5 ke baad knight f2. I think we could see that. Both of the players could be considering this at this very moment. Takes too much time. He needs to understand he's not playing. Haan, I don't think he's taking too much time. I think it's just that कुछ मोमेंट्स में थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा टाइम दैट अक्यूमुलेट्स ओवर टाइम. लाइक आप देखो, नाइट e4 खेलते हुए उसने 33 सेकंड्स लिए, फिर नाइट df6 पे 22, फिर a5 पे 35, फिर बिशप a6 पे 44. लाइक इट जस्ट एड्स अप. आई थिंक दैट्स मे बी द मेन प्रॉब्लम है. कुछ मोमेंट्स हैं जहाँ पे हल्का सा ज़्यादा टाइम ले रहा है वो, विच अक्यूमुलेट्स ओवर टाइम. लाइक अभी भी आप देखो, 1 मिनट, लाइक 1 minute and 23 seconds फॉर Pragg, बट Gukesh had like 1 minute or so, like 20 seconds का difference, which is I think tough, yeah. तो यहाँ पे थोड़ा फास्ट खेलना जरूरी है, आई थिंक, गुकेश को. भाई प्लीज शो फिरोजा गेम फॉर श्योर भाई. बाय द वे, Nodirbek taking down Anish right away, like he's completely winning. And Bogdan is completely winning against Firuza. Wow. भाई बोगडान को मानना पड़ेगा भाई. What is his blitz rating actually now? I'm genuinely curious. Because भाई बोगडान is, okay, जो भी उसकी blitz की rating होगी, वो it has gone up by a lot. Is it 2649? Because he could hit 2700 actually, the way he's playing. What a performance. +4 hai bhai. He's going to be 5 out of 6 after this. He could be leading the Blitz segment. I think he is leading the Blitz segment, if I'm not mistaken. Haan bhai, he is. He's one of the leaders. Like, it's Nodirbek, Bogdan and Ali Reza who are on 4 points. And if he wins this match, he's going to be leading. Crazy. But okay, the game is not over. Still a lot of chess yet to be played. Let's see क्या होता है भाई. Let's go back to Pragg versus Gukesh. Gukesh has made a slight error here with d takes e4. Not really sure why is it a mistake again. Technically, Gukesh is a pawn up. Okay, that's a mistake as well. ef3 के बाद maybe it's fine. भाई बोगडान मानना पड़ेगा भाई. फिरूजा को भी हरा रहा है. That is insane. Pragg was top pawn. I went to sleep for an hour and Pragg is fourth. What happened in this hour? भाई welcome to chess. एक लॉस के बाद भाई यही होता है. और सोचो भाई, चेस प्लेयर्स ग्रू अप by playing those youth championship, world youth championships, national under 9, 11, जहाँ पे you would be finishing first. And it has happened to me, by the way, many times, where, and not many times, okay, twice it happened. In under 13 it happened twice, and under 11 also it happened once, जहाँ पर I was leading the event, I would say, until round 8 or round 9, and round 11 में भाई मैं top 3 में भी नहीं था, just because of one loss. I imagine the trauma. It's too much. White plays bishop d4, breaking kind of this queen's view. Maybe queen c7 is interesting now. 7 seconds, by the way, for भाई यहाँ पे camps चाहिए थे यार. It's imagine both of the players would be having such an adrenaline rush right now. that it would be insane. Rook f4 played, queen e6, queen e5 only move now. Otherwise, Pragg is much worse. By blunder, what? What? Chat, did you catch that? That's a huge blunder by Pragg. By mate in 2. He blundered mate in 2 basically. Queen h1 is mate. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And Gukesh wins. Okay, heartbreaking loss for Pragg there, but I mean, in this moment, it's completely equal. Queen e5, queen takes e5, bishop takes e5. You are okay. Maybe you can still play on the in the match. I'm not really sure who's pressing, but he goes bishop a1 and Pragg का आइडिया था कि मैं queen c3 खेल के queen h8 checkmate करूंगा. भाई मेरा mate in 2 का थ्रेड है, बट वो भूल गया कि गुकेश भी mate in 2 कर सकता है with queen takes h3. Chat, this proves भाई कोई भी ब्लिट्स में कुछ भी चलता है भाई, कुछ भी चलता है. Insane, insane, insane. By the way, कुछ भी चलते से याद आया भाई, Bogdan is now equal. Actually, he's worse now. How? How is this? How is dead lost now? Bogdan was completely winning. ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? Chat, I'm not sure if you are catching it on the results page, but सारे games black जीता है. MVL defeated Vincent with black. Gukesh defeated Pragg with black. Nodirbek defeated Anish with black. Ivan Saric defeats Jordan with black, and now Ali Reza was winning against Bogdan, but equal hai bhai. Crazy, crazy, crazy bhai. Okay, that was a big mistake I think from Pragg, but bhai Blitz में होता है. 2 सेकंड के इंक्रीमेंट में चलता है भाई ये. जो कह रहे गुकी ट्रू भाई, ये नहीं है ट्रू फॉर्म भाई. वो इससे मच बेटर है वो, एंड Pragg इससे लाइक मच बेटर है, बट ब्लिट्स में चलता है भाई ये. Blitz में, I like to see Blitz in such a way that Blitz is nice to see because we realize that even, like extremely high level players are also humans. That's what we realize when we see Blitz. I wouldn't say it's worst. I wouldn't say it's a lottery either. I think that's wrong. Skill तो है भाई, but कुछ भी चलता है उसमें. That is true. And that is it, mate. By Rook D1 is a checkmate. Bhai, that's a heartbreaking loss for Bogdan because he was completely winning against Firuza. Like chat, this was the position. Well, थोड़ा पहले जाते हैं. He was +3 for at least 20 moves. And he had more time on the clock as well. Bhai, वहाँ से हारना is like so tough. Like this was the position. Yeah? He's a pawn up, knight c5 आ रहा है भाई, +4 है. And from this moment, Ali Reza just somehow, manages to make a comeback. So basically, in round 6, Black won all of the games. Not even a single draw. Chat, again, I'm repeating myself. I don't think this has happened in 3 years of me commentating, where Black has won every single round. In एक draw भी नहीं हुआ भाई. Like what a day. What a day. What a match. Sehaj bro, what about Gukesh's upcoming World Championship games, and what is Gukesh's preparation for this before this facing Sindarov? I think preparation जो होगी भाई वो तो हमें नहीं पता है. I mean, of course, it's World Championship preparation. That's a completely different level. But I think playing tournaments, and I think we are slowly seeing एक resurgence थोड़ा गुकेश का, जो पहले like 3-4 महीने पहले मैं देख रहा था वो अब नहीं दिख रहा है मुझे for sure. But वो prep के बारे में भाई कम ही कहा जाए तो better है. It's better left to the imagination. We'll see it भाई. We'll see it when we see it. Wow, bhai, crazy. I cannot believe this bhai. This move, Rook Bishop A1 was crazy actually. और होता है भाई, हो जाता है. सबसे होता है भाई ये. Chat, I have the worst blunder I like, for example, I've ever made, which I remember is like, एक बार ऐसे हुआ था कि I had long castled, so I had the king on c1 and rook on d1, and black की ऐसे queen c7 पे पड़ी थी and rook c8 पे पड़ा हुआ था. And this was an Asian Youth Championship under 12, board 1. Like some round 5, round 6, and I had full score. And so I was, if I win this one, matlab, medal almost confirmed tha, like almost. And I was playing against Vakhidov Jakhongir. I'm sure you will remember him, jo basically Uzbekistan ke board 4 pe khel rahe the during the Chennai Olympiad 2022. So he's my age. So during Asian Youth under 12, we had a match, and basically ये situation थी कि मैंने long castle किया हुआ था. Black's queen was on c7, rook on c8. And मैंने ऐसे कुछ analysis कर रहा था for a very long time. I had taken like some 10, 15, maybe even 20 minutes. एंड मैं बहुत टाइम से देख रहा था भाई क्वीन G6 करके एक चेक आ रही है, नाइट F6 करके एक चेक आ रही है. तो मैं सोच रहा था कि भाई पहले नाइट F6 खेलूं या पहले क्वीन G6 खेलूं. नाइट F6 वाज अ चेक. कुछ ऐसे नाइट E4 पे पड़ा हुआ था. नाइट F6 वाज अ चेक एंड क्वीन G6 वाज जस्ट अ नॉर्मल मूव. ऐसा था कि आप कोई भी मूव पहले खेल सकते हो. और सो आई थॉट. बेसिकली आई स्पेंट लाइक 15 मिनट्स कंसिडरिंग नाइट F6 चेक, क्योंकि नाइट क्वीन की नजर से C2 पे से हट रहा है. एंड देन आई विल प्ले क्वीन G6. बट देन आई सेड भाई जरूरत ही क्या है, पहले क्वीन G6 खेल लेते हैं ना. लाइक लेट्स नॉट कमिट, right? Because that's what we are taught. Don't commit like too early. So I played queen G6 with my knight on E4, and I blundered a mate in one, essentially queen C2. And I was a 2200 player or something like this. So it's not like I wasn't a GM or anything, but still mate in one in a classical game. It happens. Why? It happens. It happens to anyone. Sahej, why? How to improve at faster time format? Play more. Play more. By Blitz, play a lot of Blitz. I think in soon you will get, the flow, like the way of things. Just play more. And I think there is some merit in also doing game reviews and doing some normal checks कि कहाँ पे blunders हो रहे हैं, कहाँ पे कौन सी ओपनिंग में मैं हार रहा हूँ, कुछ ओपनिंग में कुछ गलती है, कुछ मिडिल गेम में कुछ गलती है, उसको जिस पैटर्न को आप रिकॉग्नाइज करो. तो यू गेट टॉट डोंट कमिट. दैट्स भाई 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 भाई, कहाँ की बात आप कहाँ ले गए भाई. डिड यू क्राई भाई? ऑफ कोर्स. आई वाज बॉलिंग आफ्टर. ऑफ कोर्स भाई, आई वाज 12 इयर्स ओल्ड एंड मेट इन वन ब्लंडर करके भाई कौन नहीं रोएगा. ऑफ कोर्स. बट आई थिंक इन दिस सेंस ब्लिट्स में होता तो आई वुडंट केयर सो मच, बिकॉज इट्स ब्लिट्स एट द एंड ऑफ द डे. प्रग के डिफेंस में 11 सेकंड थे उसके बाद जब उसने ये डिसीजन लिया. एंड तब आपको इंटुइटिवली खेलना होता है, और कभी कभी इंटुइशन गलती कर सकती है. So it's pretty much normal in that sense. What's the highest rated player you have defeated? Bhai, I think it's Hikaru online, and over the board I think it's some 2660, like 2670, something like that. Exactly, I think दो players हैं दिमाग में, but I'm not sure उनमें से higher rated कौन था. What does second gets in helping super GM? Is it money or something? By money, of course, yeah. It's like a regular job, like for seconds. I'm assuming, like, haven't really done seconding work officially, like for like let's say candidates वगैरह में जो आप लोग कह रहे थे पहले, haven't done that. But I can only assume that you are. It's like a normal job basically. Your job is to find ideas. Why? How many matches left today? I think we are approaching basically just 3 more matches remaining. So I think इसके बाद 7th round होगा. 9 ही round है today. And कल होंगे 9 round और, and कल टिक्कू भाई भी होंगे यहाँ पे, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, basically in total we have 12, but today only 3 rounds remaining. How to manage time? I get better positions in the end in 5+0 blitz. Bhai, so don't play 5+0. Try to play with an increment in the beginning, like 3+2 or 5+2 or 5+3. I think is like a ready-made thing, no there. So you can also do that. One of those things you can try for sure. Like play with an increment. Usse, I think if you are winning, then you will learn how to manage time and how to maintain your concentration while you're in a winning position. Sahej bhai, Aman Hambleton from Chesbra defeated Cinderov just now in Blitz. क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? He's very good actually, yeah. He's very good. I have actually played Aman as well in World Juniors. He's very, very good. Especially in Blitz, he's really good. Sahej bhai has defeated Ali Reza. Yes, bhai, I did, but Ali Reza was not like, let's say, a very strong player. He wasn't the Ali Reza we know. Like back then, he was a bit young. He was around 14, 15 years old, maybe a bit younger than that. I'm not really sure exactly how old he was. But yeah, वो वाला I can't really count. टिक्कू को नहीं भाई, टिक्कू भाई आ रहे हैं भाई, कल आएंगे, देखना आप. Do you think Vidit should be there in Olympiad team with performance he showed today? Yes, bhai, 100%. 100. I think Vidit is a. I think if I had to choose, I would choose Vidit for sure. Because वो captain रह चुका है, वो he's quite experienced and he's also very flexible. Like he's very solid, like all across. So he would be a great addition. But of course, like problem is के मतलब problem नहीं, it's a good problem to have. It's not really a problem. but बहुत सारे players हैं who also are equally deserving of that spot. But thankfully, we don't have to make that call, bhai. And bhai, on that note, we have Nodirbek versus Pragg incoming in just 8 minutes. And Gukesh will play against Bogdan Daniel Diach. And Bogdan bhai थोड़े tilted तो होंगे. Of course, he lost against Firuza, but at the same time, he was completely winning from the opening itself. So, थोड़े से tilted तो वो होंगे. The good chance for Gukesh to try and make a comeback of sorts. If he wins this match, he would be at 50%, which I think is quite decent. And Nodirbek versus Pragg में भाई predictions, because Nodirbek कर रहे हैं lead. उनकी रेटिंग है 2820 भाई. Now I can see it, chat. He is indeed 2820 in Blitz, which puts him at... No, actually it doesn't. I'm actually checking. Nodirbek की रेटिंग 2820 नहीं है भाई, उनकी रेटिंग है 2827. Chat, did you know this? Nodirbek is 2827 in Blitz, and he's actually world number 3 all time. Basically, the only one above him is Hikaru, who is at 2833, and then the other one is Magnus at 2860. So, is it possible at all that Nodirbek could become the world number 1 Blitz player? He is at 5 out of 6. Is it possible? It's around कितने पॉइंट है? आपको चाहिए 33 points essentially, and आपके पास हैं 12 round, right? Because you have 9 tomorrow and you have 3 now, so you have 12 rounds in total. आपको चाहिए 30 points. देखो, theoretically तो possible है. He could actually be number 1 in Blitz. Would that be the first time someone is taking over Magnus in Blitz? It could be, no? I'm sorry सहज भाई, प्लीज मेरे दूसरे आईडी को टाइम आउट से हटा दो भाई. आपका कौन सा अकाउंट है भाई? आई डोंट इवन नो एट दिस वन. कुछ किया होगा भाई आपने, पक्का कुछ तो किया होगा आपने भाई. That's live, and also the live rating part kind of helps Nodirbek, right? Because he's still playing with the rating he had before, and so every game he wins, he's gonna just gain more rating. तो वो अभी तक publish नहीं हुई है. Ali Reza must have, I guess. Not so sure, मेरे भाई. Not so sure. Because Magnus is... आपको पता है Magnus की blitz rating peak क्या है? Chat, it's 2986. That's Magnus's peak, blitz rating. So Magnus peak में थोड़ा, कुछ और थे in that sense. But Firuza's peak in blitz was... Okay, he was 2904, basically, in March 2023. That was his peak. And he was world rank 1. You are right, chat. You are right. So basically, you are right. He did take over Magnus once. But still, भाई, Nodirbek taking over, ऐसे, I mean, नजर तो लग रही है, he's eyeing that number 1 spot now. Just 33 points का difference. I mean, it doesn't feel like a lot, but Blitz में ना 33 points is not really that much, because games इतनी जल्दी होते हैं, and इतने सारे games होते हैं, तो you don't even realize आप कितने point आप gain कर रहे हो in that sense. Right now, he's only gained 7 points, which does not feel right to me. I think he must have gained more. Maybe I'm mistaken. ठीक है भाई, देखते हैं क्या होगा. Shahid, what is Hikaru's peak? He was also 2900, bhai. I think he was around 29. I'm checking. His peak was 2934, bhai, but he was still world rank number 2. But he was world rank 1 when he was 2900 during COVID. So COVID के पूरे time पे Hikaru was number 1 in Blitz. At least that's what I'm seeing on 2700 chess. And he was exactly 2900. 2934 थी भाई. 2934, not 2932. But yeah, not really a big difference. But his best rank was number 1. So matlab, it has happened before, but still crazy that it's happening, from Nodirbek. He has gained 18 spots, by the way, with this Blitz performance. 18 spots. That's quite impressive, I would say. और आप कोई पूछ रहा था, कि 2600 से 2800 ऐसे कैसे? But I mean, clearly, the guy has the strength of 2750 and 2780 now. You can say maybe even 2800, and I think it's reflecting all across in that sense. And also he's playing really well. But 2600 से 2800 करना भाई, that's impressive. Nothing short of impressive. I really have to check. Actually, nahi bhai. I think in July 2024, actually no, in April 2025, he was 2694. Okay, 2694 is still 2700, right? So 2700 से 2800, so already he was very good. Basically, he was 26. His lowest, like in the past while, was in January 2024, where he was 2661. That was his lowest. उसके बाद से like he's only gained in Blitz ratings. देखते हैं भाई क्या होगा. But Nodirbek versus Pragg incoming chat. Nodirbek playing with the white pieces. थोड़ा डर लग रहा है भाई considering the rating. 2800 का एक वो aura अलग होता है in that sense. So let's see क्या होगा. And of course we have Gukesh playing against Bogdan as well, who's coming off of a, let's say, an unfortunate loss because he was completely winning against Firuza. तो हल्के से tilted होंगे वो. And Gukesh of course won his last game, तो थोड़ा confidence. Let's see. Interesting matches all around. Sahaj bhai, Vidit is winning in last second game, but the game ended in a draw because of threefold repetition. Why? Because भाई threefold तो आपने खुद ही explain कर दिया ना भाई. Threefold repetition हुआ तो वो तो draw होता है ना भाई. And games I'm assuming chess.com पे खेले गए होंगे, तो उसमें आपको claim करने की जरूरत भी नहीं होती. As in chess.com का system ही ऐसा है कि अगर threefold repetition होगा तो automatically draw हो जाएगा उधर. तो that's like a way to draw in chess. अगर एक पोजीशन 3 बार रिपीट होती है तो आप उसको क्लेम कर सकते हो. बट अगर OTB में होता है, लाइक क्लासिकल में ऐसा होता है, तो बेसिकली आपको क्लेम चाल चलने से पहले करना है. लाइक आई एम जस्ट गोना गिव यू एन एग्जांपल. लेट्स से नाइट F3, ये 2 बार आ गई पोजीशन क्योंकि 1 बार पहले आई थी. अब इस मोमेंट पे लेट्स से ब्लैक को ड्रॉ क्लेम करना है, राइट? दिस इज मूव नंबर 3 और वट एवर. ब्लैक को अब करना है ड्रॉ क्लेम. So he should do it before he plays knight g8. So basically the correct way to do is you stop the clock, you call the arbiter and you say I'm going to play knight g8 and that's going to be a threefold repetition, and then the arbiter will accept in that sense. अगर आपने नहीं किया, let's say आपने knight g8 खेला, फिर अगर आप claim कर रहे हो तो that's a wrong claim, क्योंकि आप claim अपनी चाल पे ही कर सकते हो. Just and but chess.com पे different है because आप कैसे claim करोगे, right? It's just logistically so difficult. like claim का बटन होना चाहिए. I mean that just doesn't make sense. So automatically claim हो जाता है उधर. Can Gukesh win the tournament? Standing, look, with 12 rounds remaining, of course. Like the difference is now Gukesh is on 12.5, Alireza is on 17. By the way, we do have liftoff. E4 played by the world champion. Knight C3 and G3. Resurgence, let's go. जो उसने नॉदिरबेक के साथ खेला था. निहाल की करंट फॉर्म पे वो वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 कितने टाइम में बनेगा भाई? मतलब इट्स आई थिंक इट्स ग्रेट, बट वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 के कॉन्वर्सेशन आई थिंक एक क्लासिकल विन के बाद आएगा. लाइक क्लासिकल टूर्नामेंट अगर आप जीते हो, लाइक यू आर कंसिस्टेंटली डोमिनेटिंग, दैट्स व्हेन यू कैन हैव अ कॉन्वर्सेशन लाइक दैट. बिकॉज अभी स्टिल देयर इज अ बिग डिफरेंस बिटवीन लेट्स से 2720 एंड मैग्नस इन दिस, बिकॉज दैट्स द गाय यू हैव टू टेक ओवर, राइट? So, and he's around 2820, or maybe he's a bit lower than that because he lost a bunch of rating in Norway chess. But let's see. By the way, Bogdan ने सोच के D5 खेला भाई, वैसा वो जान के तो नहीं कर रहा. Because last time it worked so well against Pragg, अब वो जान के ना करे. Could D5, it took some time before he played this. Gukesh can slowly play positionally in this game. Yeah, maybe. I think that's the plan. But slowly मत खेलना भाई. Positionally खेलो, but slowly मत खेलो. Blitz में अच्छा possible भाई, possible. Takes on C3 by the way, B takes C3, and this is now exactly like that. Yeah, this is literally the same setup. वो जो गुकेश और विशी सर की हम बात कर रहे थे ना, GCL का जो मैच था, this is like very similar if you play knight C6 as black. It's the same position basically, kind of. I can't remember if विशी सर ने D5 खेला था तो, but किसी ने गुकेश के साथ D5 खेला हुआ है and he has had this position before in the past. Like I remember this really well. So Gukesh is quite experienced in this position, like as it is. I think at least. Could be misremembering. या फिर प्रग भी हो सकता है because प्रग के भी काफी सारे games हैं इसमें. Okay, so d4 played. Oh, that's a bit of a surprise for me because generally you play d3 in these positions and you want to go rook b1, rook e1 and ऐसे आप slowly b7 के pawn पे e5 के pawn पे आप थोड़ा pressure डालते हो. But d4 is new direction. This could be something new from the world champion. Why Bogdan is purposefully taking more time in the opening every time, but later coping up all the time. Maybe this is a strategy. Yes, bhai, this is exactly what we were saying earlier. And I think World Blitz Championship 2025 में Artemiev कर रहा था ना ये? If you remember chat, was it Artemiev who was doing this? कोई एक रशिया का प्लेयर कर रहा था ये. Like when he had less time on the clock and he was just like cruising after that. शुरुआत में सोच रहा था बहुत, फिर उसके बाद में जाके फटाक से मतलब मूव्स खेल रहा था. Not sure exactly कौन था. I think it was Artemiev. Not I can't think of other players besides Artemiev. If you remember that chat कि वो कौन था, please do let me know. I think Artemiev था. By the way, Rook B1 played. एक नजर प्रग पे ही मारते हैं. Dubov was not doing it. It wasn't though. Dubov का याद रहेगा मुझे. I think it was Artemiev. Yeah, Chess24 India chat is also confirming it was Artemiev indeed, who was doing this in World Rapid. And then he was playing very quickly. It looked like he was. I think he took out Arjun's chances with black. Because I remember Arjun had like this crazy advantage and then somehow, and he had like this hefty time advantage as well. And then Artemiev made a comeback with black pieces, something like this. So while of course we've talked about Gukesh's game for quite some time, let's take a look with what's happening with Nodirbek versus Pragg as well, because भाई कुछ crazy चल रहा है यहाँ पे. Caro Khan खेला गया था यहाँ पे. E5 C5, Knight F3 takes, Knight C6. भाई थोड़ा fast खेलूंगा chat. Opening पे थोड़ा कम discussion करते हैं because games are gonna happen very very quickly. Bishop F4 played. Okay. ये तो भाई मुझे समझने में बहुत टाइम लगेगा g6 move because I was expecting bishop d6 or something like this, but the pawn on g7 was hanging, but maybe he didn't like that so much. So take 6, bishop e5, bishop g7, queen e3, castle, and now this is the current position. But the interesting part is कि Nodirbek के पास 1.5 minute कम है. It was Artemiev, yeah? Yeah, exactly. I think I thought so. It was Artemiev because it felt like it could be Artemiev. I think there was a game against Arjun that he won in a very similar way. So chat, maybe it's a strategy, but it's hard to believe for me that it could be a strategy. Because why would you have less time on purpose? Pragg win incoming कह रहे हैं पीयूष जी. Let's see भाई क्या होता है. But 1 minute का advantage तो है उनके पास. Knight A4 के बाद Queen E7 to keep some control of the c5 square is very good. Let's say Queen E7 आता है, White खेलता है Knight C5, अब उसको निकालना है Knight G4. The idea is Bishop takes G4 and Bishop takes E5, Queen takes C5 and Queen takes C5. अब ये कितना मुश्किल है देखना. I still don't think Black is comfortable क्योंकि Bishop F5, E5 के बाद, I mean, the pawn on F5 is a bit bad. Pawn F7 पे होना चाहिए था. And मैं ये golden pawn की वजह से नहीं कह रहा हूँ. Actually, it's bad. But yeah, let's see what he goes for. Taking a long time here. Black goes bishop takes c2. Wow. Interesting. Very interesting move. Taking the pawn. Knight b6 आता है, attacking the rook. And now rook a7, I guess, is the move. Tej bhai, do you think Gukesh's style today kinda resembles... नहीं भाई. It resembles Gukesh. It completely resembles Gukesh भाई. ऐसे और एक प्लेयर को ना मैं ऐसे दूसरे प्लेयर से ऐसे compare because you cannot compare. You really cannot compare. सहज भाई show accuracy. So समय भाई अगर वो कल वाला अगर आप मैजिक कर सकते हो जो आपने कल किया था बढ़िया सा वो accuracy दिखाने वाला, it would be amazing भाई. If it's possible, please do let me know. Accuracy आ रही है तब तक के लिए वो समय भाई करते हैं. I'll tell you the accuracy chat. It is 95.6 for Nodirbek and it is 95 for Pragg at the moment. And Rook A7 only move played. And now Rook C1 is a very strong move, after which basically what White is saying is that if you move the bishop away from C2, I can take your pawn on C6. So do not move the bishop, rather play C5. This is like a counter threat. क्योंकि आप मेरा बिशप मार सकते हो, but I will go queen takes b6 because your queen is no longer defending this. टू बोर्ड्स व्यू प्लीज समय भाई, अगर पॉसिबल, सॉरी आपको मैं बहुत चीजें बोल रहा हूँ समय भाई, अगर पॉसिबल हो तो टू बोर्ड्स वाला सीन क्या हम लगा सकते हैं जस्ट फॉर लाइक अ कपल ऑफ मिनट्स? तो we'll let you know chat. Until then, let's actually check out what Gukesh is doing, because Gukesh is doing actually quite well. um Chat, Gukesh की accuracy जानना चाहोगे? Chat, take a guess. What is Gukesh's accuracy right now? Anyone want to take a guess? Double board is coming, because it means that we'll have two boards at the same time, so we can follow both Pragg and Gukesh there. It is 99.5% right now, and Bogdan has 22 seconds. So भाई ये कहानी हमने देखी है, तीन राउंड पहले ये कहानी देखी थी मैंने भाई प्रग की भी. Pragg was also having like a crazy accuracy. He also had 3 minutes more, and Bogdan was playing under time pressure and he was worse. भाई ये कहानी देखी हुई सी लग रही है, तो भाई थोड़ा डर लग रहा है मुझे, क्योंकि बोगडान इज मे बी डूइंग दिस ऑन पर्पस नाउ. Yes, Gukesh has a 99.5% accuracy right now भाई Blitz में. Crazy. But let's say Rook f1, Queen f8. Okay, 99.3 हो गया chat. Not really a big like difference there. But let's see. सहज जाम्स के भाई क्यों डर रहे हो भाई? अच्छा, उसका टाइम देख के ना, उसका टाइम देख के मैं भी डर रहा हूँ भाई थोड़ा सा. That's 21 seconds is scary, bhai. When Bogdan has 21 seconds, you know you have to be careful. We have seen it before, bhai. अरे गुकेश सोच मत यार, ये सेम पैटर्न लग रहा है मुझे. प्रग भी बहुत सोच रहा था इन मोमेंट्स पे, एंड बोगडान फटाक से मूव्स खेलने लग गया, एंड somehow he just took over. Bishop d4 played. 18 seconds. भाई ये कहानी देखी हुई लग रही है यार, थोड़ा फास्ट खेलो भाई गुकेश. b6 played. 11 seconds, so he played it on just with the 9 seconds on the clock. 95 immediate response. Great decision by Gukesh, by the way, playing fast here. 5 seconds now. Knight takes g7 is winning. Game over. Game khatam. Okay, but थोड़ा मुश्किल है भाई, c5 निकालना बहुत मुश्किल है chat, but it's very okay. +4 है, I know. बार देख के मजा आ रहा है बहुत, मुझे भी बहुत मजा आ रहा है. But knight takes d7, rook takes d7, c5 is the move, which is I think very hard to find. Point is bishop c5, bc5 के बाद queen b5 में ये दोनों मर रहे हैं. And if you, but the problem is you will see b takes c5 and you'll see आपका bishop मर रहा है, but by bishop c3 के बाद knight trapped है. And how easy it is to spot, very tough भाई. But he is winning. +4. नहीं भाई, c5 उसने निकाल लिया भाई. knight d7 के बाद c5 खेलना था. He found it. And now it's equal again. भाई ये कहानी देखी हुई सी लग रही है. Okay, rook c1 played, attacking the queen. The queen has to move, maybe to e7 or f8. Goes to e7. Bishop takes e7 now. Bishop मर रहा है भाई, तो you have to play it quick. 3 seconds now for Bogdan. Don't play d6 bhai, because this pawn is I think a wonderful piece, because it's blocking this knight from getting into play with c6. I would not go d6 here bhai. Bring the bishop back. Yeah, bishop f3 somehow is also a very good move. But bhai c5, the tough move he saw. Like he saw the tough move. It just knight d7 ke baad c4 and the game would have been over already. Wow. Oh bhai! How did we miss this? Sorry chat. I'm so sorry. Bye. Pragg has dethroned Nodirbek. Bishop rook c2, knight takes f2. भाई f2 का pawn ही होता है हमेशा culprit. And he won. Let's go Pragg OP भाई. Black से Nodirbek एक 2800 के player को हराना भाई Black से is no joke. So Pragg OP चलना चाहिए भाई chat में. Let's go. So Pragg has done his job. Let's see if Gukesh can finish off the job भाई. Let's go. Thanks so much for letting me know chat. एक थोड़ा deep dive करते हैं उस game में after it finishes, because I really want to catch the final moments again, but since the game is going on, and ये कहानी जो है ना भाई, ये कहानी मुझे अच्छी नहीं लग रही, क्योंकि बोगडान is gonna like he's gonna say this now भाई. दोनों प्लेयर के साथ 5 सेकंड पड़े थे मेरे पास, एंड दोनों के साथ like ऐसा हुआ, वो नहीं चाहिए मुझे भाई. d6 played, g5 निकाल. Okay, he makes a mistake now. Queen d4 is a golden opportunity. Let's go भाई Pragg OP. I know I completely missed it भाई, but वापस करेंगे ना भाई. We'll do it again, so we can catch the final moment. By the way, rook d8 only move थी, and he saw it, and now the time is equal. How is this happening again? How? भाई कुछ तो निकाला है फिर, मतलब इन प्लेयर्स ने, मतलब कुछ तो, मतलब दे नो समथिंग इन दिस वे, बिकॉज आई थिंक देर इज सम मेरिट, लाइक कुछ तो होता है आई थिंक, जब आपके अपोनेंट का टाइम कम होता है, आई थिंक यू बिकम ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट, और लाइक आई डोंट नो, समथिंग हैपेंस, and maybe you can use this against your opponent in this case. But okay, यहाँ पे गुकेश का हारना is nearly impossible. He's a pawn up in an endgame, bishop versus knight, and I think it's nearly impossible to lose this. The only way you can lose this is on time, जो प्रग का भी सेम ही हुआ था वैसे, तो ये ना ही बोलो तो बेटर है. So ignore that chat. Rook c2 played, best move by the way. Rook d4. अब एक कुछ टेक्निक चाहिए. Rook c3, Rook b3 to put pressure here. Maybe Rook b4 के बाद a4. कुछ टेक्निक चाहिए भाई. Rook b4 भी खेलो यहाँ पे. Yes, a4 का प्लान. Now भगाओ इस नाइट को. Nice. Now Rook e4 check. Beautiful. Now the knight on b6 is not very good. And Rook e5 आ रहा है. Rook e5 is winning. Yes, played. Played भाई. So गुकेश कहते हैं भाई आपका जो मेथड है वो हम जानते हैं. And now it's not working anymore. Okay, I think it's winning now. Completely. सहज भाई, आर यू भाई, ये कैसा सवाल है पीयूष जी? इसीलिए आपका पिछला वाला अकाउंट भी बैन हुआ होगा. ऐसा ही कुछ सवाल किया होगा आपने पहले भी. ये ऐसा अगेन, मैं इस वाले को बैन ही नहीं करूंगा. आप देखो, अब इसी को पढ़ो इसको भाई, और सोचो इसके बारे में आप खुद. ब्लैक गोज नाइट b6, बाय द वे नाइट c4 आता है. वेट अ सेकंड, वेट अ सेकंड. दैट इक्वल नाउ? आई थिंक इट्स इक्वल नाउ. ये ओके, किंग h4 आई गेस. डोंट प्ले किंग g4, वहां पे चेक है. नाइट b6 प्लेड. भाई पुश द पॉन्स, लेट्स गो. कुछ तो करो यार. बट हो नहीं रहा कुछ कुछ. नाइट थिंग इज, बिशप ना अकेला नाइट और पॉन को नहीं रोक सकता, क्योंकि नाइट दोनों स्क्वायर कंट्रोल कर सकता है, बिशप सिर्फ एक कर सकता है. तो अभी ऐसे नाइट b4 नाइट d3 लाके मैं b2 खेल सकता हूँ. सो इट शुड बी गुड, शुड बी गुड. नाइट c7 प्लेड. अच्छा, उसको चाहिए भी नहीं, वो ही इज जस्ट गोइंग फॉर द पॉन इटसेल्फ. भाई बोगडान का जो मेथड है भाई, ये थोड़ा स्टडी करना पड़ेगा. बिकॉज अगर ये प्रग के साथ भी और गुकेश के साथ भी काम कर रहा है, तो कुछ तो मेरिट है इसमें. कुछ तो है इसमें, कुछ तो मेरिट है. What's Gukesh so far? So far, by the way, thank you for joining, bhai. His score is 2.5 out of 6. Basically, hasn't been the best event so far, Blitz wise. He was winning this match as well, but sadly not. But by the way, Pragg had an insane win against Nodirbek just now with black, which we didn't actually look at, but we're gonna do a deep dive just on it just now. Let's see क्या होता है. By the way, he's going knight h8 क्योंकि उसको चाहिए कि गुकेश खेले f7 and he can just capture and then ये bishop overloaded है फिर से. It's attacking h6 and it's also defending b2. So you'll play b2, bishop takes b2 and king takes h6 and that's a draw. By the way, chat, आपको पता है कि I'm sure. By the way, I think this is a draw now. But chat, do you know Chaturanga? I'm sure you know what it is. It's like the ancient version of chess, right? अगर ये चतुरंगा होती ना, तो this would have been a win for Gukesh, because चतुरंगा में you could just take all of the pieces of your opponent and that's it. Like that's how you win the game. But yeah, this one is sadly a draw क्योंकि ये chess है. And let's go to some other game. Let's go to, I think, Saric versus Vincent, because ये match I think already खत्म हो चुका है. Vincent is completely winning. Yeah, easy. Yeah, bhai, it was tough. It was tough. And second time, it's happening second time. Yeah. So I think इनका जो भी स्कीम है, ये थोड़ा स्टडी करना पड़ेगा. Whatever. By the way, Vincent Keimer takes down Ivan Saric with the black pieces. That's a great result. ये रिजल्ट अभी तक नहीं आया भाई. यहाँ पे कोई रिजल्ट नहीं आया अभी तक. Like I'm not sure if there is a wrong claim. Wait, is there a wrong claim? Yeah, that could be, right? Chat, because he could be saying कि यहाँ पे repetition है and वो claim करा होगा उसने. And maybe गुकेश को ज़्यादा time मिले उसमें. Not sure. Yeah, you see, Gukesh has 20 seconds now. But why does he have 20? Because he was also playing on seconds, right? Is there a wrong claim maybe? At least that's what I'm thinking. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm just over analyzing this. एनालिसिस पैरालिसिस हो गया भाई मुझे भी. बट या भाई एक वो क्विक रन. ओके भाई, आई वाज राइट, इट वाज अ रॉन्ग क्लेम. लुक 40 seconds फॉर गुकेश भाई. लेट्स गो. ओके, मे बी सम चांसेस टू विन नाउ. आई डोंट नो हाउ. लाइक आई रियली डोंट नो हाउ आप कैसे जीत सकते हो, बट मतलब एटलीस्ट गेम चल रहा है भाई. तो इट वाज अ रॉन्ग क्लेम बाय बोगडान भाई. ओके लेट्स सी. बट ज्यादा टाइम मिलना इज लाइक अ गुड थिंग इन दिस सिनारियो, बिकॉज आप जब आपके अपोनेंट ने रॉन्ग क्लेम किया होगा ना, उस टाइम पे भी आप सोच सकते हो लाइक एक कोई तरीका जीतने का. एंड अब आपके पास वो 40 सेकंड का या वट एवर उसका एक क्वेश्चन है. डैनियल knocked a okay, got it, he knocked a piece. Makes sense, yeah, makes sense, kind of the same, but yeah, makes sense. But I think the position is just too drawish by. Knight g6 check, king f7, knight h8 check, king e6. Okay, the pawn on h6 is hanging now for free. Okay, now it's a draw now. f7 takes, and it is gg. Yep, there it is. That's a draw. This is a draw now, and I mean, considering के वो एक moment का थोड़ा मुझे दुख हो रहा है, वो है कि at this moment, or where was it? It was here, bhai. He saw c5, like he played c5 here, but had he just like played it one move later, like takes and c5, this is dead lost. And यहाँ पे again that 3 minutes versus like 10 seconds or whatever was a difference. So same kind of thing happened with Pragg, and same thing happened with Gukesh as well. Wow. But by a quick run on what went on, because भाई let's not forget कि प्रग ने नॉदरबेक को हराया तो है, बट ब्लैक से 22 चाल के अंदर, like 22 moves only. That's very impressive, because winning with black, I think, in such a short amount of time is always something you are happy about. So let's say यहाँ तक हमने देखा था, we were not going through the opening so much. By the way, f6, another cool idea. This is why you need a second again, because यहाँ पे generally I think you play something else. You play like e6. Yeah, e6 is the move. Like I remember looking at this variation before. I remember e6 के बाद f6 खेलते हो आप. Like this is what, because I play this from the white side, and I also play this from the black side as well. So f6 with knight c3 आया, he played a6. You see what he is not doing? He's not playing a6. And आपने ये भी नोट किया कि प्रग ने e6 नहीं खेला, right? So chat question आपसे. Now imagine आप हो second यहाँ पे प्रग के. आप मुझे बताओ कि e6 ना खेलने का क्या रीजन हो सकता है यहाँ पे. तो e6 ना खेलने का क्या रीजन हो सकता है? एनी गेसेस? Oh, there is a reason you never reached 2600. Thank you so much, bhai. I think there are many reasons why I didn't reach 2600 rating, but clearly you know something that I don't. But नहीं, उसको नहीं चाहिए था. True, but it's not no. So you're saying prevent the knight? Yes. Bishop is the reason, chat. So now note this: bishop e2, f e5, knight e5. बार को भूल जाओ, ठीक है? बार को भूल जाओ. Knight f6, queen g3, and look at the difference: bishop f5. Now this is why you need a second. Now imagine the same position happened जहां पे Nodirbek maybe had analyzed this position with the bishop on c8, but now the bishop is on f5. And इतना बड़ा difference नहीं है ये, but it's a huge difference in terms of the ideas in the position. So it's like आप अपने opponent को एक familiar territory में ले गए with one difference that changes everything, and that's what that's why you need good preparation essentially. So bishop f4, g6, takes आता है, bishop e5, bishop g7, queen e3 castle, knight a4. भाई वो बिशप नहीं जीता है भाई. knight b6, rook a7 तो देखा था हमने. rook a c1, c5, he takes on c5 now, knight e4 attacking the queen. And if you took on c2 here, I believe there was bishop takes e5 if I'm not mistaken. And if you go queen d4, then there is takes, and then there is queen b6. And here I think he had to play just one move, which was bishop g4, only move in the position, which is equal. Baki sab kuch is -5. So I think despite having 1.5 minutes on the clock, he, I think, made a mistake. It's blitz, happens. And now knight f2 ke baad Pragg won. But I think jo jeeta wo, I think you can also credit that win to that idea. Because if you look at the opening sort of in itself, like आप e6 अगर पहले खेलते तो it would have been a completely different position. But because Pragg had that cool idea with f6, जो computer आपको recommend नहीं करेगा यहाँ पे f6. उसके बाद जो वो खेला, in fact, if you look at this position, fe5 is a miss actually. Like, but this is a good, I think, idea practically in Blitz because आप अपने opponent को एक unfamiliar territory में ले गए जहाँ पे उनको लगता है कि उनको समझ आ रहा है. So it's some too like very high IQ, I think, preparation there from Pragg there. And chat, with that, I think we will take our final break of the day and we'll see you on the other side. कहीं जाना मत, सिर्फ 2 ही round और बचे हैं. So let's stay together and let's try to finish off the event. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, chat, for the final two rounds of day one of Blitz in Grand Chess Tour Super Rapid and Blitz Croatia 2026. I think last round was quite good for 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 both of the players, more or less. And today, in this round, we're going to be playing against MVL. Pragg is going to be playing against MVL, and then Gukesh ka match hai Firuza ke against. So, chat, question for you. Which match should we start with? Shall we do Firuza versus Gukesh or Pragg versus Maxi? अब भाई दोनों चैट में यूनिटी चाहिए मुझे, बिकॉज वो 50-50 हो जाता है तो फिर मैं ही डिसाइड करता हूँ एट द एंड ऑफ द डे. What do you think? Is it Firuza versus Gukesh? It's India versus France essentially. So is it Firuza versus Gukesh or is it Pragg versus MVL? Which one are we taking? Gukesh. Okay, for the first time I'm saying, okay, on Chess.com India I'm seeing a couple of people who wrote Gukesh, and on Chess24 it's only Gukesh. So bhai, I think I think it is set now. We're gonna start off with Firuza versus Gukesh because bhai, it's Firuza. Let's go. And Firuza के points भी भाई 6 out of 7 है. That's not related, but you know, it's just part of the culture now. So let's go भाई. And एक और थोड़ा scary stat बता रहा हूँ आपको chat. फिरूजा पिछले लास्ट 3 राउंड लगातार जीता है, एंड इन द लास्ट 5 राउंड्स ही हैज स्कोर्ड 4.5, जस्ट 1 ड्रॉ विद अनीश. इसके आगे मैं और कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहूंगा, बस सिर्फ अनीश के अलावा ही हैज डिफीटेड विंसेंट काइमर, प्रग, बोगडान डैनियल एंड देन यॉर्डन एज वेल, एंड नाउ ही इज प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट गुकेश. भाई एकदम प्रॉपर फॉर्म में है फिरूजा, तो भाई मजा आएगा. लेट्स सी क्या होता है. फिरूजा के वाइट हैं, ऑफ कोर्स देयर गोना बी प्लेइंग टुमारो विद रिवर्स्ड कलर्स. जो आपको सारे मैचेस आपको अभी दिखे वही आपको कल भी दिखेंगे, बट जस्ट विद रिवर्स्ड कलर्स एसेंशियली. रैपिड में सिर्फ 9 ही राउंड थे टोटल, एंड ब्लिट्स में 18 हैं, एंड दैट्स व्हाट द फॉर्मेट इज. स्टार्ट्स ऑफ विद नाइट टू F3, एंड भाई यही सेटअप बार बार लोग खेल रहे हैं ब्लिट्स में, कुछ तो होगा इसमें. सो द रेती ओपनिंग, नाइट F3, बिशप G2 एंड देन कासल. लेट्स गो. गुकेश taking some time to think, because यहाँ पे ना काफी सारी options होती हैं black के पास. Like there is knight D7 which is kind of interesting. There's knight C6, of course he goes for C5 which is also kind of interesting. And short castle के बाद there are so many ways for black to play, so it's good to think because like इतने सारे nuances हो सकते हैं उसके against. So it's actually good to take a moment and understand which setup are you feeling the most comfortable in. Goes for C4. Black plays bishop G7. D4 भी possible था यहाँ पे, but that would have led to some Benoni type of a position, like reversed Benoni, जो black से usually होती है. And ये क्या है भाई? Queen A4 check. I have never seen this before. Never even thought about this before. I have thought about taking on D5 and then Queen A4, but never Queen A4 straight. So this is some crazy. You know, एक grandmaster है Brazil का. His name is Alexander Fear, and he has popularized a move like Queen A5 inside the London with black, like जहाँ पे अब बहुत जल्दी वो Queen A5 खेलता है. Like I see some similarities to that, but in this specific structure Queen A4 is relatively quite new to me. So Firuza का कुछ तो idea है यहाँ पे, or maybe he's just just freestyling it. But let's see exactly Aniket bhai. Like I think he's trying to take him out of theory. So he takes on D5. Knight takes D5 is basically forced. यहाँ तो मत सोचो गुकेश भाई. Let's go. Knight D5 and now Knight C4 only move played. And now Queen D8 पे, of course मैं सोच रहा था Queen C7 क्यों नहीं, but I'm becoming blind now because Bishop D5 is hanging. So Queen D8 is logical. D7 पे भी रख सकते हो, but then वो Bishop को block करती है, and then B6 Bishop B7 खेलना पड़ेगा. It takes more time to develop. So Queen D8 just feels more natural to me at least. But let's see what Gukesh goes for. He is out of book now. You can see that. Let's see what he goes for. D8 or D7. Those are the two choices. He's taking his time to think, but Firuza के साथ भाई time कम रखना is a very very big problem. Queen D8, Knight C3 played immediately, and now E6 is a very strong move because if you take on D5, I can capture back and solidify my stance in the center, which is exactly how you try to gain advantage here. And now difficult moves ahead for Firuza because I think we talked about this before chat. जब normal चालें नहीं काम करती, then you start to worry in chess because यहाँ पे normal चाल क्या होगी? You have developed your knight, you've developed your bishop, you've castled. ये queen side के pieces बाहर नहीं है, right? You cannot play B3 को C3 मर रहा है because knight and bishop यहाँ पे attack कर रहे हैं, and D3 भी इसी reason से नहीं चल रहा because knight C3 मर रहा है. So when obvious moves, maybe d3 is working actually, but when such moves don't work is when you start to worry. Maybe that's why Firuza is thinking here. Knight e3 played. That's a very nice move. And now short castle. ये तो instant. Because I don't think you should take on e3. I think bishop takes c6 भी मर रहा है. I think bishop takes c6 मारने के बाद I'll go d takes c3. और f. It's a good question actually. D से मारना चाहिए या फिर f से. I think it should be d. Like optically it just feels like it should be the d pawn. But let's see what he goes for. पहले तो गुकेश को सोचना चाहिए यहाँ पे. I mean he's gonna have to play something. Your explanation and breakdown of moves is very nice. Thank you so much, bhai. Thank you so much. When it's a big tournament, I'm going to play. I think in October, November time, maybe, bhai. I'll see. Usually, I used to play this tournament in Turkey every single year. It's called Cheshme Open, which actually is happening, I think, right now. But I didn't play it this time because, well, other commitments. But it's been a while since I played something, so I really want to. Bhai, he goes knight takes e3. That and exactly bishop takes e6 and d3 is the problem. I'm looking at it on my screen now, like on the engine, and that's not good for Gukesh. But wow, he should have castled instead. But okay, tough decision. He takes on c6, and now he's gonna go d takes e3 as well. Yeah. Now Gukesh is, I think, a lot worse in this position. A small compensation for Gukesh is that the fianchetto bishop is gone. That's a small compensation for everything else that has gone wrong, which is of course these two pawns, and the pawn on e6 is also kind of working against us. ये pawn e7 पे होता तो ये bishop फटाक से बाहर निकलता. That would have been amazing. But e5 पे रखोगे तो ये वाला bishop block हो जाएगा. So it's like this is the problem with pawns. The more you push them, you can never take it back. Tehaj bhai, do you know the Kulachi Hansraj opening? Bhai, this better be good, bhai. This better be good. Tell me what is a Kulachi Hansraj opening, bhai. Batao. And chat, to those who don't know, that's where I went to school essentially. So I'm guessing they know this. Queen takes c6. That's a mistake now. Queen b6 is possible. Tej bhai, instead of playing dynamic, if Gukesh plays positional chess, he can. Nahi bhai, that would actually work completely against him because that's his natural style. You should never ever change your natural style ever, because that's the thing that's gonna separate you from the rest. So never ever change your style ever. Let's see Queen b6. I think now he's not worse anymore because white का ये जो pawn था c6 पे, I think this was kind of working in white's favor. इसको रखने में white का ज़्यादा advantage था because pawn जाने के बाद ये bishop की जो activity है ये खुल गई है. So with the pawn on c6 you have a bad bishop. Without the pawn on c6 you have a good bishop. This is the kind of the caveat here. Of course he's playing bishop a6, but bishop b7 का जो plan है वो हमेशा आप खेल सकते हो इस position में. That's the point here. And Chad, I'm just kind of looking at the engine right now, and one of the moves I see is g5, and good luck playing that. There is no chance that he will play g5 or something like g5 here. Also, it's not needed. Something like rook a b8, rook f d8 is just very, very simple. So let's play the simple moves first. Time also is more or less equal. Arey bhai, galat miss kar diya because Pragg is now completely lost. Yeah, chat completely lost. Bishop takes b1 is now dead lost, and he actually had a series of bad moves I can see, जिसकी वजह से ये हुआ. Opening के बाद I think he was fine, but maybe he's tired. It's possible, but yeah, this is dead loss. And MVL, he's not gonna spare him, भाई. यहाँ इसके बाद 1 मिनट है, उसके बाद 3.5 मिनट है. यहाँ नहीं बचोगे आप, because this is dead lost. Bogdan होता तो maybe बच सकते थे आप. Bogdan hota to maybe it was possible, but now no longer possible, bhai. Thank you so much for the super chat, Amruta Sagar official new G. Amruta ji, thank you so much for the super chat. I know it's not you, but thank you so much for the super chat regardless, bhai. You feel bad for Pragg? Same, bhai, actually. But it's a sad way to end the tournament. Yeah, but okay, it's not the end. There's still another round. But white say, beast style ke andar losing position आना is like it's a terrible feeling. It's a terrible feeling. Sahaj, how many hours on an average do you dedicate to chess? When I was playing professionally, like a lot, I was pretty much living it, so it didn't feel like work, like to an extent. So Nowadays, like apart from commentary like commitments, I would spend like a couple of hours like doing this and that, playing some Blitz and looking like checking out some opening, like watching the games, and this is not like real work. ये तो वो वाला काम है जो आप you just do it just to keep up with what's happening like around the world essentially. Bishop d2, okay, and now bishop d3 is the move. I mean anything is winning. Bishop c2 भाई, bishop c2 is gone. Bishop c2 में रुक मर रहा है, खत्म. Sahaj, why does the digital clock doesn't have moves counter? It does actually. Basically, on the digital clock, you will see a plus icon. Just hold it. You hold the plus icon and it will show you the move counter there. Doesn't matter which edition of digital clock you have. The plus counter works there. And minus counter अगर आप press करते हो तो that actually gets you the sound. जब आपके पास 10 सेकंड से कम होंगे ना तो वो clock beep beep करेगी. Like I've tried all of these things when I was younger. This is what I used to do. So it's there by. And actually DGT की जो सबसे latest edition वाली clock है, like 3000 something it's called, it actually has a move counter. उसके लिए आपको plus दबाने की भी जरूरत नहीं है. Black goes 8 takes b4. This is dead lost. Queen takes d3. Bishop takes d3. Double board bhai mushkil hai abhi. I think this game is more or less over. So I think I would much rather go to Gukesh's board to check out what's happening there by, because I think both matches are looking a bit scary and Pragg is dead lost. So I think it's that game is over. It's going to be a resignation in a couple of moves. So let's see what he goes for. Rook a d1 was an inaccuracy, and rook d4 is also an inaccuracy. Why rook takes d1 marna tha, but tough to play that with 48 seconds on the clock. And Firouzja only gets better. यार जितना टाइम कम होता है उतना बेटर होता रहता है. मन अरे भाई माफ कर दिया आपको भाई, नो वरीज. आप तो भाई दूसरी चैट में आके बोल रहे हो भाई. पीयूष भाई ऑल गुड ऑल गुड. हम लोग तो सिर्फ मजाक कर रहे हैं भाई. ऑल गुड. सो रुक d4. अब देखते हैं क्या खेलेगा यहाँ पे फिरोजा. यस 40 seconds on the clock. No simple moves as such, because by the way rook d4 का प्लान ये था चार्ट कि अगर आप rook d4 मारते हो तो I'll go pawn takes d4. Now इससे black के pawns का जो structure है वो connect हो रहा है. Like the pawns are kind of isolated right now. You can see there is one pawn chain here. मेरे को arrows नहीं बनाने आते, but yeah, there are 3 pawn islands, but cd4 के बाद ये pawns connect हो जाएंगे. That's what he was trying to achieve, and that's why he didn't take on d4 there. So after he goes rook d7 now. That's a mistake, but doesn't feel like a mistake really, because rooks मतलब कहते हैं कि rooks को open file पे रखो, but क्यों, right? Why should they be on open file? So they can access the 7th rank essentially. So this is a very natural looking move. Shouldn't be a mistake. Shouldn't be a practical mistake at least. Bishop d4 is not good. Bishop h6 another very natural move. Yeah, ये तो खत्म है भाई. Queen b2, rook b2 के बाद there is rook d8. That's a checkmate. And it's Sahaj, it's me, real one, not fake. Then Amruta ji WhatsApp करो ना. WhatsApp करो तब मैं तभी मानूंगा. नहीं तो बहुत बारी ऐसा उल्टा हुआ है भाई. I'm sure आपके साथ भी हुआ होगा if this is you. By the way, Queen b6 was an inaccuracy. Queen d2 played. 13 seconds for Firouzja. This feels like a dead loss. And Pragg, by the way, is also dead lost by not a good round again भाई. Fatigue हो सकता है maybe. Yeah, of course, Firouzja is also a beast. That's another. Arey bhai. Queen f4, game over, bhai. Yeah, game over, bhai. Game over. f5 played, and now basically Queen h4 is looking very logical. Rook. Oh wow, I didn't even see this. But point was Queen takes c6 में Queen b8 मर रहा था. But what a move it was. Like it's nice to find such moves in like such a short amount of time. But did he just resign? Yeah, I think he just resigned. So Gukesh, I think, goes down against Firouzja, and Firouzja is now 7 out of 8 bhai. Hisab barabar. Like, I mean, that 15 and okay hum baat kar rahe the bhai. Firouzja is showing up in Blitz. I mean, have to give it to him. This is, by the way, Pragg's game. And Pragg right now is, well, he's trying to hold on, but he is 1 pawn down and he's also an exchange down in this position. But the only hope that Pragg has is कि वो थोड़ा greedy हो जाए उसका opponent, and he goes rook takes h3, because if he goes rook takes h3, then I can go rook b7 and take this pawn. आप पूछ रहे हो why not rook b7 now? क्योंकि rook takes c6 मर रहा है, इसलिए वो rook e file पे रख रहा है ताकि इस pawn पे नजर हो हमेशा. If he was greedy and takes the pawn on h3, then rook c7 would have been possible, and that could have been some hope for Pragg there. But sadly, that's not the case. Michael G, thank you so much for the super chat. Wow, that's a big super chat. Thank you so much, bhai. Gukesh has struggled. I still have faith in him, and we will prevail. Great job commenting Sehaj and Tiku when he's here. Arey bhai, thank you so much, Michael. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it, and thank you so much for watching, bhai. And to be honest, like I feel the same. Like no, like no bias, nothing in general. I'm not saying things because of bias. It's generally because chat, go and look at our previous, like, streams, and you will understand that when there is something to criticize, we do criticize. But I think in this moment, there is some faith there, like there is some hope I see, because I think the style of play is changing, it's evolving for Gukesh, and that's always a good sign. जब एक प्रॉब्लम हमेशा सेम रहती है ना, देन इट्स अ मच बिगर इशू. बट जब प्रॉब्लम चेंज होती है, देन इट्स आई थिंक अ गुड साइन. तो भाई थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द सुपर चैट भाई. ऑल लव हियर. बाय द वे, G2 प्लेट क्वीन बनने वाली है. अमृता जी, आई एम चेकिंग माई फोन, लाइक आई डोंट सी. अमृता जी, दैट्स नॉट यू. गुड ट्राई दो, मानना पड़ेगा. So by the way, Pragg has resigned. That game is over. Bogdan versus Nodirbek is still going on. And the prize for the weirdest end game of the day goes to this game. कभी किसी ने सोचा भी था कि क्वीन नाइट वर्सेस क्वीन एंड 4 पॉइंट्स पॉसिबल भी है? लाइक व्हाट इज दिस? इतना रैंडम होता है ना चेस में कभी कभी. एंड इट्स विनिंग, इट्स कंप्लीटली विनिंग. ओ भाई, क्वीन बी वन चेक, व्हाट अ मूव. लुक एट दैट, ब्रिलियंसी देनी चाहिए भाई इसको. And with that, Nodirbek wins his match and Bogdan goes down. And Nodirbek is now, I think, leading the event with 6 out. Oh, no, wait. It's Firuza, because Firuza is on 7 out of 8. So current standings chat are in Blitz. Firuza is on 7, Nodirbek on 6, MVL on 5, then Bogdan on 4.5, Anish on 3.5. But again, Gukesh is sadly on 3 points, and then Pragg is on 2.5. So Blitz का first day, I think now we can say, has not gone our way. Absolutely not. Okay, it has not gone our way. But there is another day. There is day two. There is a chance for redemption. जैसे अली रेजा को भी था वो redemption का chance. बुलेट में वो 15-0 जो वो हारा, उसके बाद एक redemption का chance यहाँ पे मिला ना उसको. So there is a redemption chance there as well. But for now, I think this performance by both of the players, I'm sure they will not be happy with how the day has gone for them. फिरोजा इज द रिवेंज आर्क. भाई हाँ भाई, वो रिवेंज के मूड में तो होगा भाई. अब फिरोजा को 15-0 हराओगे भाई, तो कुछ तो उसका जवाब देगा ना वो भाई. एंड जवाब दे रहा है वो. And so yeah, I think with that, I think we're going to be reaching our final round. So chat, we have 15 minutes until the final round. Gukesh plays against Jordan, and Ivan Saric versus Pragg, Vincent Keimer versus Anish, Nodirbek versus Firuza, and then finally we have MVL versus Bogdan. Now for the Indian players, I think in Blitz, it's not looking very good right now. I think they are in the middle, or they're in the bottom half of the list. But overall standings अगर हम देखें, तो Pragg is right now at 4th place and Gukesh is right now on 5th place. The difference is Ali Reza here. क्योंकि Ali Reza is sitting on 19 points overall. Like ये मैं combined rankings की बात कर रहा हूँ, because remember chat that this is a combined event, Rapid and Blitz, and then उन दोनों के points मिलाकर आप ये tournament जीत सकते हो. So Ali Reza right now is on 19 points. Nodirbek is on 17. So like जो player second है उससे 2 point का फर्क है. Then MVL is on 16. Pragg is on 14.5 and Gukesh is on 13. तो देखो गुकेश और फिरोजा में बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस है. There's like a 6 point difference there. And कितने rounds बचे हैं? We have 10 rounds remaining. So I think even though he's at 5th place, top 3 का chance है I think गुकेश का. Realistically speaking, theoretically, of course, anything is possible. Of course, he can win like the next 10 games in a row, and then he would be the champion. But I think practically those are not like realistic things. So Gukesh के लिए जीतना maybe will be difficult, but top 3 is still very much possible. Now on the other hand, for Pragg, I think if he wins this match, and वही वो जो 3 out of 3 और 4 out of 4 वाली की जो performance Norway chess में and इसी event के rapid section में उसने दिखाई थी, if he does the same thing, then he still maintains a shot for the first place. That's my take on it. भाई क्या इस एग्जैक्टली भाई टॉप 3 में वो अभी भी आ सकता है एग्जैक्टली। Tej bhai, Alireza is like Nihal sometimes gets in a flow state and can keep winning. Yeah, bhai, of course. All top players I think are in that. कुछ लोगों ने classical में भी किया है, right? Yeah, I mean, for example, Gukesh did this in classical. जब वो 2022 वाला Olympiad था, 7 out of 7 कैसे हो सकते हैं भाई classical में? It's unheard of. Like board one पे it's unheard of, like literally, like against the opposition. Like वो flow में आ जाते हो आप, जब आपके कुछ games अच्छे जाते हैं. Bro, love from Bihar. अरे भाई, thank you so much for watching मेरे भाई. You know, actually, there is a street in Hungary. Actually, it's called. There is like a so you know in Budapest जहाँ पे मैं रहता हूँ. यहाँ पे आप जैसे इंडिया में नगर होता है या फिर कोई बाग होता है ऐसे करके यहाँ पे उसको उत्सव बोला जाता है. उत्सव मीन्स लाइक अ स्ट्रीट. ठीक है. एंड देर इज अ प्लेस इन बुडापेस्ट कॉल्ड बिहारी उत्सव. लिटरली. दैट्स एंड आई वाज थिंकिंग भाई दैट इज सो कूल. एंड बट हियर इट मीन्स समथिंग एल्स. लाइक हियर यहाँ पे आई थिंक कुछ और रेलेवेंस होगा इसका. बट इन अ कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड you see something like this and you're like, bhai, that's crazy. So let's go. 36-5 versus Gukesh score. भाई ये 36-5 मैग्नस वर्सेस गुकेश का आप स्कोर लिख सकते थे. उसके एंड वाला वर्ड लिखने की क्या जरूरत थी भाई? तो इसी बात पे भाई आई एम सॉरी मेरे भाई बट दिस कैनॉट बी अलाउड मेरे भाई. सो सॉरी मेरे भाई. एंड चैट मतलब थोड़ा आराम से भाई, आराम से आराम से. लाइक आप बहुत ज़्यादा टेंस हो जाते हो भाई, बहुत ज़्यादा टेंस हो जाते हो भाई आप. रिलैक्स करो. आई थिंक एंजॉय करो भाई. ब्लिट्स का जो रीज़न, ब्लिट्स हमेशा एक चिल्ड एनवायरनमेंट में खेली जाती है. लाइक आई नो कि यहाँ पे आप बहुत बहुत टेंस हो बट ये स्टिल ब्लिट्स है. रिलैक्स. इट इज़ क्लासिकल में हाँ ऑफ कोर्स वी विल टेक इट वेरी सीरियसली बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्स आई थिंक वेरी फ्यू टूर्नामेंट्स आर देयर जिसको आप इतना मतलब आप सीरियसली लेते हो जो ब्लिट्स के इवेंट्स होते हैं. सो रिलैक्स. इट्स फाइन. Sahaj bhai, how come your Hindi is what? Did you just ask me how come my Hindi is so fluent? भाई क्योंकि मैं दिल्ली से हूँ. अब इसके आगे वाला मैं नहीं बोल सकता क्योंकि for obvious reasons. But that's why भाई. That's why. How did you have any? I'm not living in Georgia भाई. I've been to Georgia a couple of times, but not really sure. Not really. Can't really comment on that भाई. I think it happens like it's a very personal thing, yeah, when it happens something like this. So can't really comment on that, bhai. Next event after GCT, bhai, Chennai GM. I think we will also be covering the WSCC, so the Women's Speed Chess Championship, जहाँ पे I believe Divya खेल रही है. That's gonna be from the 6th of July, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm not gonna be here. I think Tikku bhai will be there for that. So that's gonna be the next event for this channel, and then उसके बाद we'll do Chennai GM जहाँ पे Tikku bhai भी होंगे and मैं भी होऊंगा. And Rakesh bhai bhi honge, it's gonna be a lot of fun chat. And of course, India's strongest classical event. Lineup to aapne dekha hi hoga. There is Gukesh, Arjun, Nihal, and Pranesh, like from the Indian players. And then from the foreign players, it's like, I think it's Hans, Nodirbek, and bhai. It's just too much. Too much aura. Like I'm missing some names I know, but like in bhai, just go check out the list. It's all like top players essentially. Why is Tikubhai not commentating for this one? Because Tikubhai was doing the India Rising, which was this morning. Like आपने miss कर दिया वो chat. If you missed it, so do check it out because Vidit was playing against Bogue Benjamin for the EWC qualifier this morning. Vidit sadly lost in Armageddon actually. In finals, in final he lost. It was a very very close match. Great fight by both of the players, but sadly it did not go with its way. होता है भाई, Blitz है. Saj, why in games where there is additional time or increment after 40 moves, players keep looking at screens above and sideways, losing valuable time instead of digital clock? I think they are looking in this tournament. I don't think it's happening in this tournament because there is no additional time here. But in general, they are looking up. So this would happen in a scenario when firstly the tournament does not have an increment. So of course they have to reach 40 moves and then they get the increment. That's usually how what the format for candidates was, Grand Swiss, and so on and so on. So when that happens, let's say you have reached move 31 and you have, let's say, less than 5 minutes on the clock. Now by uh, I'm going to say by law, but it's not really law. It's legally speaking, you can stop notating when you have less than 5 minutes on the clock if there is no increment. So the player is looking up most likely to check what is the move counter because he cannot look at the score sheet instead. That's why they're doing that. Hans would be fun to see. Always a yeah, bhai. Hans, it's going to be fun, and also he's going to be part of the Olympiad team as well. So भाई हंस को देखने में मजा आएगा भाई, बहुत बहुत मजा आएगा. एक सेल्फी तो बनती है भाई, for sure. Yes, by predict who will win EWC. My prediction, Magnus Carlsen. Bhai. I think this time around it might be a bit difficult, yeah, because Magnus, I mean, he was a bit shaky before, but it is Magnus, bhai. He's just gonna wake up one day and just crush everyone. So I'm just gonna say Magnus as well, bhai. Sej bhai, are you on? No, bhai, not really. No, I still have my passport, of course. Guys, by predict who will win EWC. So we already did that. All rounds today only. No, actually, we have the final day tomorrow. I think Tikubai will be there as well alongside me. So we have 9 rounds incoming tomorrow as well. Basically, it's a chance for redemption, I would say, for the Indian players because the Blitz segment so far has not gone our way. Absolutely not. I mean, we are sitting on 2.5 out of 8 and then 3 out of 8, and no one can be happy with this result. So I think tomorrow is some kind of a redemption like needed. So hopefully, you know, we can make a comeback there. Sahil posed for the camera. I'll screenshot it. But why Sahil? Because you said Sahil. This is not Sahil, bhai. Sehaj, what exactly is coaching in chess? The technical part can be learned through engines, theory books, and self-analysis, right? Is chess coaching about training the mental and physical part? Well, by that logic, why do you go to school? क्योंकि सारी information तो internet पे available है ना, तो आप school में क्यों जाते हो? It's because जो in chess terms, the problems you will face or the problems, let's say, your friend will face or any student will face is very, very personalized to them. How they feel or how they grow into chess is it's an extremely like a personal thing how you grow in chess, and it cannot be generalized. At least we haven't, we don't know enough about chess that it can be generalized and applied to everyone. Every coach tries to like understand the player first and then they propose like, okay, I think this area you can work on, this area you can work on, and so on and so on. Of course the material is available for everyone, but can you remember all the material? No, of course not. I mean, it's so difficult to memorize even like 10 games in chess, forget like an entire opening theory. So yeah, so it's all about what you learn, when you learn, how you learn it, and that's why it's very important to get a good coach who can understand not just the chess part, but who can also understand you as a person. But that's very important. That's why जो भी हर एक strong chess player का जो पहला coach होता है ना, it's very very important that that coach is like like OG basically. He has to be like very very dedicated, motivated, and he has to love chess, and he has to really believe in you as well. So hope that answers your question. Sahaj, pose for the camera. I'll screenshot. Sorry for the wrong name. Chalo bhai, I'll pose for the camera. Let's go. Hopefully that was not too much, bhai. But we have 4 minutes to go until the final round. So let's see bhai kya hota hai. GM Sahaj bhai, why pawn not to be promoted to the king? क्योंकि भाई किंग तो एक ही होता है ना, क्वीन दो हो सकती है आई गेस, किंग तो एक ही होता है ना. It's a good question though. I have never thought about it actually. It's a good question. Maybe there can be a format in chess where you can promote another king. But भाई अगर आप दो king बनाते हो तो आप दो जगह से मेट खा सकते हो ना. What's the point of that? Like why would you promote to a king? कि आपको एक मेट नहीं, मुझे दो जगह से मेट खानी है. What? That doesn't make any sense. My question is, why are you wondering this? Do you have friends in Of course, bhai. What's the easiest system to learn? I think London, bhai. London is very easy to learn because you only understand one setup, which is like a diamond shaped setup with the bishop out, knight here, bishop here. Like your first eight moves are like decided just like this, and then you castle and then you just play. So this is, I think, very simple to learn as white. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. Sehaj bhai, regular follower here. You live in Budapest. When I visit Budapest, any chance for a meet and greet? How can I get in touch? Oh, of course, bhai. I would love it if you can. Anytime you are here, you can reach out to me. I mean, you can reach out to me via DM on Instagram, or you can also you can also join my Discord as well. And whenever you're here, reach out, bhai. I mean, I would love to meet you. और यहाँ पे मतलब इंडियन लोग कम है थोड़े तो अच्छा लगता है भाई you know overall. Um, so please, when you do let me know. सहज भाई, आपने अपनी फॉरेन ट्रिप्स फॉर चेस टूर्नामेंट्स खुद स्पॉन्सर करी थी एंड डू यू स्टिल पे फॉर योरसेल्फ और डू यू हैव स्पॉन्सर्स एट दिस स्टेज? I used to have sponsors, like some time ago when I was a professional player, but largely, it was my parents and who helped a lot, and then my school also helped a lot, and kabhi kabhi, from the government, like like from the sports side, I used to get like some help there as well. Matlab, it was like basically like I used to get support from a lot of different places because chess is a very expensive sport overall. So वो भी चाहिए होता है भाई. But I think that part is needed less now in comparison to how it was 15 years ago. Because chess का सबसे बड़ा expense I think is not playing, it's coaching. क्योंकि चेस की कोचिंग बहुत एक्सपेंसिव होती थी पहले बिकॉज इट वॉजंट जस्ट अबाउट द what was the price of the coaching. It was more about travel. आपको वहाँ जाना पड़ता था physically. You had to go to their country and then stay at some hotel, and उन सब के expenses, those things used to get added up, but that expense has been significantly reduced, I feel, because of internet. Like now we can have that information much easier, for which we had to go you know like to a different continent before. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go with the games. भाई Spanish opening last game. भाई ये तो MVL वर्सेस बोगडान का लग गया, गलत गेम लग गया, बट स्टिल थोड़ा सा देख ही लेते हैं since we are here. Rookie 1 खेला उसने. Black plays B5, Bishop B3, Castle C3. I just want to wait for the first moment when someone thinks, and then we can go to check out one of the games. A4 Rook B8. Okay, first thing for MVL. By the way, anti-martial खेला हुआ यहाँ पे D3, and now Black can play D6. I guess. I think it's fine. Oh, bhai, let's go to Gukesh as well because look at this. He has played in Sicilian Khan variation. Interesting. He played A3. And Chad, do you know who else played A3 in a classical game? And this guy. Like it happened like some. इसका बड़ा एक cute सा idea है. Yeah, generally speaking, when you play knight c3 in this position, that's like the normal way to play. Black can go b5, and then if you play a4, b4 से ऐसे knight बच मतलब थोड़ा kick होता है. a3 का point है कि अगर आप b5 अब खेलोगे ना तो I'll play a4. And I played this in classical once. I'm not sure how the game went, like in general, but ये idea बड़ा cool था. So nice to see भाई Gukesh playing some really cool ideas. ये तो भाई अब मुझे पसंद करने पड़ेगा because ये मैं खुद खेला हूँ. Let's go. Oh, Magnus Carlsen जी, not fake. Thank you so much for the super chat as well. Sorry वाला मिस कर दिया मैंने. Sorry, my bad. But thank you so much for the super chat मेरे भाई. But मैग्नस कार्लसन जी ने तो एक चैनल पे मैग्नस कार्लसन, एक चैनल पे अमृता जी, फिर उसके बाद आई थिंक कल कस्परोव ने किया था एक, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन. इट्स लाइक भाई मतलब चैट इज मतलब ट्रोलिंग. या लेट्स गो. So, by the way, G4 is now one of the best moves for Gukesh. Very, very tough to play. But just mood में Gukesh खेल रहा है. I think G4 wouldn't be a very difficult move for him. Just mood. या तो long castle खेल के आप G4 खेलो या फिर directly G4. बाद G4 खेलो भाई. Attack करो. Let's go. He's thinking. Let's go भाई. Let's go. यही फॉर्म चाहिए भाई. यही चाहिए. हर गेम में ये करो. कभी ना कभी तो काम करेगा ही ना. Let's go. Takes on f4. Now black has to take on g4, I think, and then you get knight d5. By the way, if you don't take knight g4, you are in big trouble here. Because g5, knight d5 will just give you the knight on d5 anyways. So let's see. Let's see क्या होता है. I think he's going to take his time here before taking on G4 because that's a very difficult decision for him. Let's check in with Pragg because Pragg also doing Pragg things. एंड भाई किसी को याद है हमने वो डिस्कस किया था आइडिया वो बिशप निकालने का एंड देन e6 खेलने का. So it's a similar position but a different idea. He played e6 in this variation. Last time में black ने d4 मारा था, इस time में white ने c5 मारा, so it's a bit different. But here also he's coming up with some crazy ideas. Yeah, knight e7, a6, b4, bishop a7, knight g6. Yeah, that was a mistake. Knight h4 आता है, takes on h4, and now short castle. Basically your pawn on e5 is left loose, and ये जो knight b1 का है ना, this is the culprit. एक कहावत है ना, एक मछली वो वही वाली का वही वाली मतलब कोड जो भी है मेरे को याद नहीं आ रही, बट जो नाइट b1 पे है उसको f3 पे होना चाहिए. And because this knight is extremely passive at the moment and this queen is blocking the way. So just because of this knight, this position is really bad for white. Thank you Omkar ji for the super chat भाई. आज काफी सारी सुपर चैट्स आ रही है, अच्छा लग रहा है. Let's go. Thank you so much for watching भाई. Tej bhai, I feel Gukesh to an extent, Pragg's problem is not necessarily playing faster time controls but playing well in the time scramble. Thoughts? I think you are right on that, yeah. But I think those are interrelated. थोड़े से like because अगर आप because I think वो ज़्यादातर टाइम प्रेशर में आने की कोशिश ही नहीं कर रहा है, और उसके साथ साथ I think उसकी प्रैक्टिस कम हो रही है. तो yeah, I've also noticed that. That's very good observation from you. I've also noticed this. बट आई थिंक ये टाइम के साथ ही फिक्स होगा. लाइक ये ऐसा नहीं, आई मीन यू कैन, आई थिंक वी कैन एग्री, ऑल ऑफ अस कैन एग्री कि जो इंडियन प्लेयर्स ब्लिट्स में लास्ट ईयर थे उससे अगर हम कंपेयर किया जाए लाइक फॉर नाउ, आई थिंक दे आर मच बेटर. बिकॉज जो भी क्लासिकल की स्ट्रेंथ थी वो धीरे धीरे करके फास्टर टाइम कंट्रोल में मतलब ट्रांसलेट हो रही है, राइट? अब नेक्स्ट ईयर वो और ज़्यादा ट्रांसलेट होगी. फिर उसके बाद आई थिंक विल गेट न्यूअर प्रॉब्लम्स बिकॉज दैट्स व्हाट हैपेंस इन चेस. Which is of course a good thing. But yeah, I think that's good observation from you. Exactly. भाई जो blindfold newbie, exactly भाई. भैया ये तो भाई अब तो भाई अर्जेंटीना बोलना पड़ेगा. अब तो अर्जेंटीना बोलना पड़ेगा for that. Will it lost a spot on EWC thoughts? भाई it's very sad. Very very sad I think overall. भाई एक मैच आई थिंक वो किसी ने चैट में लिखा था कि वो एक मैच कुछ तो 50 लाख का था वो मैच. लाइक इफ यू लाइक add up all the numbers. I haven't fact checked this, so please don't like take my word for it. But oh chat, it's coming. It has to happen भाई. हमने शुरुआत भी ऐसे ही करी थी. अगर किसी को याद हो, गुकेश ने मारा था बिशप टेक्स h3, वो ब्लंडर था उस टाइम पे, वो अलग बात है. बट लेकिन अभी भी बिशप h3, शुरुआत भी ऐसी, खत्म भी ऐसे. लेट्स गो. बिशप टेक्स h, इट्स स्क्रीमिंग टू बी प्लेड आई फील. क्वीन h4 रुक h6 रखा किस लिए? बिकॉज यू वांट टू टेक ऑन h3, राइट? व्हाट एल्स कुड बी द रीजन? भाई गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी, गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी. अरे भाई दिस इज नाउ लुकिंग स्केरी. अब पता है बेस्ट मूव क्या है? अब फिर से बिशप h3 इज द बेस्ट मूव. लुक एट दैट, द ब्लू एरो इज शोइंग बिशप h3 नाउ. बिशप f5 के बाद थोड़ी ना खेलोगे बिशप h3. दैट लुक्स टफ भाई, दैट लुक्स वेरी टफ. दैट लुक्स रियली टफ भाई. देयर इज नो वे ही प्लेज बिशप h3 नाउ. नाइट e7 इतना गलत. अच्छा e5 मर रहा है, नाइट e7 में e5 मर रहा है भाई. हाँ नाउ ही इज वर्स भाई. बिशप h3 गेम खत्म था. Now अभी भी गेम खत्म लग रहा है. By the way, that's not a blunder chat, that's an error. I think it'll get fixed. Yeah, there it is. That's not a blunder. But he is a pawn down now. But he has some attack. So I mean, this is a very I would say white does have an advantage, but it's a very dynamic advantage. Like it can shift very easily. Again, for the same reason that knight on d1. ये knight f3 पे होता, white would be very close to. White would be winning here actually. Because ये knight की वजह से रुक बाहर नहीं आ रहा. And it's like पूरी harmony नहीं है मतलब position में. Like they are not connecting well together. That's the problem in this position. So still complicated. Plays c5. That was the best move. By the way, Gukesh completely winning. भाई ये क्या हुआ? इतना कैसे मिस हो गया मेरे से? एक सेकंड, 1 second. g6. He was a bit worse here. Queen b7. Queen e1 he plays. a5. Oh. b4. Oh. So that was a blunder by Jordan, I think, because it also takes the knight away. ठीक है, I think Jordan also is a bit exhausted. It's been a long day, I think, for all the players. And let's not forget chat के 9 राउंड तो उन्होंने आज खेले हैं, but उन्होंने रैपिड के 3 दिन पहले भी खेले हैं. तो I think the players are a bit tired all across, not just the Indian players. You can see this. And yeah, I think this gives, I think, Gukesh a very, let's say, an easy win in the last round. So at least last round से पहले मन थोड़ा अच्छा होगा उसका, so that's a good thing. But of course, sad for Jordan overall, because he's going to finish with 2.5 out of 9. That's not nice, right? Rook c6 played and now rook d3. ठीक है चार, ये game तो खत्म है. But just highlighting this a5, I think, and b4. Maybe he missed like all of this entire sequence. I think he missed, and that's a bit sad. But of course, Jordan is a very, very strong player. He's a previous Tata Steel champion. So and he was 2750 at his peak. So very, very strong player. But I think the players are just tired overall. So let's play bishop d6. By the way, brilliancy आई थी. Let's look at it as well. Queen takes d4 by white. Takes and bishop e5 यहाँ पे थोड़ा sack हुआ. Bishop takes e5, takes, and rook f7. 2 only moves back to back. Gukesh is worse. No, Gukesh is a bit more than, like a bit, it's a bit worse than that. Like I would say it's almost, अगर एक और खराब move हुई तो it could be lost as well. But if he continues playing in the best way, he could hold. Like knight b6 right now is an only move, but it's very, very, very tough. Very tough. Okay, he goes knight f4. That is the more natural move because you're going closer to the king. क्योंकि अब rook g6 खेल सकते हो, आप इन दोनों पॉइंट्स पे आप थोड़ा प्रेशर डाल सकते हो. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's very, very sad for Jordan, bhai. It's really sad for Jordan, I think. I mean, losing a game is fine, but losing like that just ruins your day, I think. ये तो Queen e5 check reminded me of that वो जो Nodirbek versus Gukesh का मैच था ना चैट, वो जो टाटा स्टील में हुआ था. Because वहां पर भी आप चेक दे रहे थे एंड चेक के बाद एक पीस मरा था. If you want to see the similarities chat, like have them open on your screens. Like I think if you look up Tata Steel 2026 में जो Nodirbek और Gukesh का मैच था, उसमें गुकेश ने भी वो चेक देके एक रुक मरा था उसका. यहाँ पर भी चेक देके एक नाइट मरा. सो काइंड ऑफ सिमिलर इन दैट सेंस. ऑफ कोर्स दैट वाज क्लासिकल and this is Blitz, so it's very different in that sense. But the main thing is ये दोनों चीजें नहीं होनी चाहिए. But होता है. Okay, rook takes b7. Gukesh match is over already. Gukesh has already won. I mean, he had already won. I think he resigned pretty much after, well, rook f5 he played and queen e3. यहाँ तक तुमने देखा ही था. So he just resigned immediately after that. So Gukesh is the first one to, finish day one here. And let's take a look with Pragg as well. क्या चल रहा है भाई वहाँ पे? Because Pragg now can press. He was a bit worse. Actually, he was close to losing, but now he can press. And 28 seconds for Sarich. Maybe time पे आप कुछ pressure डाल सकते हो. Sehaj bhai, what do you think on Firuza's prime? Is it over yet or yet to come? I think it's yet to come. I genuinely believe it's yet to come. I think he's looking for inspiration. I think he's also with his chess. You can see that he plays really well when there is inspiration. So I think he's waiting for that, and I think when he does, his peak will come. That's my take on it. And prime की आप बात कर रहे हो, of course different formats होते हैं and all of that. I mean, he's already winning. For example, he was a defending champion of Bullet Chess Champs, for example. So prime तो है उसकी, like, to an extent. But I think he's waiting for the right inspiration for me. Knight c4 played, and now bishop a6 is maybe pinning something. Bishop e2 का कुछ खाली पड़ा हुआ है. Can we go rook d1 maybe? Get the bishop back to e2 and then rook c1? rook d1 में कुछ मिस कर रहा हूँ क्या मैं? Why not rook d1? Bishop c2 आपके पास. Okay, never mind. Easy to miss these things. 14 seconds, by the way, for Pragg. Rook d. Wow, he plays rook d1. Crazy. Bishop c2 and now rook c1, I think. And now knight d3 and now you go rook a1. Now rook a1 makes sense, no? Yeah, exactly. And now let's go like कुछ a4 के pawn पे थोड़ा pressure चाहिए. No, exactly. Knight d7. Let's try to go knight c5 or knight b6. ये pawn तो मरेगा. It's only a matter of time until this pawn gets taken. Right now he cannot play knight b6 by the way, because I think I have bishop e5. Because ये रुक को मैं थोड़ा वो कर दूंगा. ये क्या हो गया भाई? Sorry chat. Not really sure how that is possible और ये कैसे हुआ था. Sorry chat about that. But coming back to the games. G6. Let's try to take the pawn on A4 somehow. Oh wait, F2 भी तो मर रहा है. So rook A2, rook F2 is also but the bishop is defended. Never mind. Gate. Okay. No. Without a pawn, this is a draw. अगर सारे pawn चले गए तो खत्म. ये अब तो H5 का ही pawn बचा है, तो I think very little chance that he can play for a win. Very little chance, I think. Feels like actually white could also try here. Because bishop H5 is just hanging. Is Saric trying to play for a win here is the question. Bishop H5 is not hanging, by the way, chat. That's me being blind because there's rook H4 check. Okay, that's good. King H3 now. Don't move the knight because I think there's bishop. Oh, bishop E5 check is there. Oh, but that's a repetition, no? Yeah, that's a repetition. But why? Okay, I think Pragg is okay with a draw here as well. Yeah, I think this is going to be a draw. So peaceful draw. Peaceful draw overall for Pragg. Wait, what? You are joking me. You are absolutely... Bhai! Chat, did you see that? Bhai, what? What? Oh my god, I cannot believe this is possible. So, I mean, this just goes on to show that players are tired because you're seeing blunders all across, not just in one board. We saw it like on multiple boards now. But chat, what was that? And I think props to, I mean, okay, he was a bit lucky as well. But knight h5 ke baad, he takes gh4 and king takes f4 and this pawn is pinned. And if he had just taken knight g6, bishop f5 check, king को कहीं पे भी रख दो, bishop g6, gh4, game खत्म. Draw right then and there. And I think वो इतना ज़्यादा tilted था कि उसके बाद उसने खेला भी नहीं. Like bishop f5 के बाद. Because usually, you know, if you have 5 seconds or 6 seconds on the clock, which is what the final situation is, you would try to test your opponent in the bishop and knight endgame. I mean, it's a theoretically winning endgame. And I'm not doubting the fact that Pragg, of course, Pragg knows it. Like everyone knows Pragg knows it. But 6 seconds है आपके पास. Right? 6 seconds and if Saric is tired, then probably Pragg is also tired, right? So you could play on. But probably this was such a huge shock to him that he just wanted to not continue the game. So this is very sad for Saric overall, bhai. Wow, that was insane. So going back to the last remaining game, which is Vincent versus Anish, and looks like that's going to be a win for Anish. Yep, Vincent resigns. Anish has won with 4.5 out of 9. Decent performance, I think, from Anish overall. By the way, last round was extremely bloody. Like only results, yeah, no draws. Vincent loses to Anish. Gukesh defeats Jordan. Nodirbek lost to Firuza. Chat, Nodirbek lost to Firuza. That, भाई क्या हो गया Firuza को? And then MVL defeats Bogdan, and then Ivan Saric. Like, well, I don't know if that's really called losing because that's I mean, it's just sad. But yeah, very bloody last round. Wow, भाई मजा आ गया. चैट मजा आया कि नहीं? मतलब लोगों, आई मीन, देखो और लोग को मैं कंफ्यूज कर रहा हूँ. बट देखो, आई थिंक performance wasn't like, I think, amazing from the Indian players, especially in the first round of Blitz. I think Gukesh is right now. एक बार standings अगर हम Blitz की देखें तो भाई Gukesh is on 6 and Pragg is on 7. That's all I'm gonna say. Gukesh on 6, Pragg on 7. That's it. And Gukesh के हैं 4 point and Pragg के हैं 3.5. However, Ali Reza is on 8 out of 9. Chat. Let that sink in. 8 out of 9 he scored. Basically, in the entirety of today, he has made 2 draws. He has not lost a single game in Blitz. That's almost inhuman level, essentially. And he's finished off the last 5 rounds with 5 out of 5. And chat, just before we wrap up and before we go on to the final day, his last 5 opponents were Pragg, Bogdan, Jordan, Gukesh, and Nodirbek. 5 out of 5. Not even a single draw. By Firuza has उठ गया वो. उठ चुका है. I think that 15-0 kind of woke him up. Actually, before we wrap up, Samir bhai, can we just take a very, very quick look at the standings? जिससे so कुछ अच्छा नो वरी सो स्टैंडिंग मैं खुद बता देता हूँ. So basically overall standings की बात करते हैं chat because I think that's what matters more in this event. Ali Reza right now has 20 points. Then Nodirbek is on 17. तो already you can see first and second में 3 पॉइंट का फर्क है. कल 9 राउंड होंगे राइट. आप सोचो कि अगर अली रेजा पहले 3 राउंड में नहीं आएगा और नॉदिरबेक और एमवीएल सारे मैचेस जीत जाएंगे उसके बाद हिसाब बराबर होगा. तो दैट्स बेसिकली द लीड हियर फॉर अली रेजा. दैट मेक्स हिम अ क्लियर फेवरेट. देन उसके नीचे देर इज प्रग on fourth place and then Gukesh on fifth, essentially on 15 and a half and then 14 points. And uske niche is Vincent, then Anish, then Bogdan and Jordan, and in the end we have Ivan Saric with just 5 points. I think also wo jo last round tha na unka, I think he must be extremely tilted there. But yeah, so yeah, chat. I think that's it from us today. Thank you so much for joining in and keeping the chat alive and watching the game, supporting our players. Thank you so much to Samay Bhai for the amazing production. Bhai, just so you know, Samay Bhai is on site in Mumbai right now, and उनके सामने सीधे मौत is performing. But still वो यहाँ पे commentary सुन रहे हैं भाई. तो समय भाई OP भी हो जाए because भाई सीधे मौत है सामने So thank you so much Samay bhai for the amazing broadcast. Thank you so much to the chat. And chat, we will see you tomorrow. Kal Tikku bhai bhi honge, so will be a fun day. Hoping that the Indian players can make a comeback. Until then, we'll take your leave. Take care. Good night. Bye bye. OBS crash कर गया chat.